Dark Mark, Malfoy's Confession. Chapter 1, Heir of Malfoy. The summer air hung heavy and stagnant over Malfoy Manor, much like the oppressive silence that had taken residence within its walls since Father's arrest. Draco stood at his bedroom window, staring out at the immaculate gardens that seemed to mock the disarray of his family's current standing. His father, the great Lucius Malfoy, locked away in Azkaban. The thought still didn't seem real. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. He didn't need to turn around to know it was his mother. Draco Narcissa's voice was steady, though he could detect the underlying tension. He's here. No need to specify who he was. Draco felt his stomach tighten into a painful knot. He'd known this moment was coming since the Department of Mysteries fiasco, yet nothing could have prepared him for the reality of it. "I'll be down in a moment," he replied, proud that his voice betrayed none of the terror coursing through him. Narcissa lingered at the door. "Draco," she began, then seemed to think better of it. "Don't keep him waiting." Left alone, Draco straightened his impeccably tailored black suit, a costume of confidence he desperately needed. He glanced at his reflection, pale, pointed features staring back with a fear he couldn't afford to show. 16 years old, and today he would either cement his place among the Death Eaters or seal his family's doom. The drawing room had never felt so cold. The Dark Lord sat at the head of the table, their table, as if he belonged there. His snake-like features were impassive, red eyes following Draco's entrance with predatory interest. "Young Malfoy," Voldemort's voice slithered through the room. "At last, we formally meet." Draco bowed low as he'd been instructed. "My lord, it is an honor." A high, cold laugh. "Is it? I wonder if you'll think so after today." Those red eyes shifted to where Bellatrix stood, practically vibrating with anticipation. "Your aunt speaks highly of your abilities. She believes you capable of redemption for your family's failures." Narcissa made a small sound that she quickly stifled. She stood rigidly by the fireplace, her face a perfect mask of calm that only her son could see through. "I am grateful for my aunt's confidence," Draco said carefully. "I wish to serve." "Service requires sacrifice, Draco." Voldemort stood, moving with unnatural grace around the table. "Are you prepared to sacrifice?" "Yes, my lord." The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. "Good, because I have a task for you, one that will determine whether the name Malfoy is still worthy of respect." He paused directly in front of Draco. "You will return to Hogwarts and kill Albus Dumbledore." The room spun momentarily. Draco forced himself to remain upright, to keep his face composed even as his mind screamed in panic. "Kill Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard alive." It was impossible. It was suicide. It was exactly the point. I am honored by your trust in me, my lord," Draco managed. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. "Are you? How fascinating." Bellatrix, prepare him for the marking. I think our young friend should carry the symbol of his commitment as he undertakes this honorable task. The ritual was conducted in the manor cellar, a place Draco had rarely visited. Ancient stones surrounded them, absorbing the light from hovering candles that cast grotesque shadows across the walls. The air smelled of incense and something metallic, blood, Draco realized with horror as he saw the ceremonial dagger in Bellatrix's hands. "Bare your arm, nephew," she whispered, eyes glittering with religious fervor. "Receive his blessing." Draco rolled up his left sleeve, his arm pale and unblemished in the candlelight. A canvas awaiting permanent defacement. Somewhere behind him, he heard his mother's controlled breathing. Voldemort approached, wand extended. "Draco Malfoy, do you willingly offer yourself to my service, to carry out my will until death releases you?" The words were a formality. There was no choice here. "I do, my lord." "Then receive my mark and be bound." The pain was beyond anything Draco had imagined. The Dark Lord's wand touched his forearm, and it felt as though liquid fire was being injected directly into his veins, spreading throughout his body in agonizing waves. Draco bit his lip until it bled, determined not to cry out. Tears streamed unwillingly down his face as the dark ink spread beneath his skin, forming the skull and serpent that would forever brand him. When it was done, Draco was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The mark pulsed angrily on his arm, a living thing now embedded in his flesh. He stared at it, understanding with perfect clarity that his childhood had ended here, in this moment. "Rise, Death Eater," Voldemort commanded. "Your life is no longer your own." The Dark Lord departed soon after, taking Bellatrix with him. Only when they were gone did Narcissa rush to her son, collapsing beside him on the cold stone floor. "My boy," she whispered, cradling him as she hadn't since he was small. "My only boy." Draco didn't respond. He couldn't. The mark burned, a constant reminder of the impossible task ahead. Kill Dumbledore or watch his family die. There was no winning this game. Later, alone in his room, Draco stared at the ceiling, his marked arm throbbing in time with his heartbeat. The summer night was warm, yet he couldn't stop shivering. What would his friends think when they saw it? Crabbe and Goyle would be impressed, certainly. Pansy would fawn over him. They would see only the prestige, not understanding it was a death sentence, either Dumbledore's or his own. And Potter would look at him with those righteous green eyes full of judgment, as if he understood anything about impossible choices. For the first time, a thought crept into Draco's mind that felt like treason. What if Potter was right? What if they were all on the wrong side of this war? He pushed the thought away violently. Such doubts were dangerous, deadly even. The Dark Lord was a Legilimens. Such thoughts couldn't be allowed to form, let alone linger. Draco rolled over, pulling his sleeve down to hide the mark from his own sight. He had a mission now, a purpose. There was no room for doubt. Yet as sleep finally claimed him, the questions remained, waiting in the shadows of his mind. Was this really who he wanted to be? And was it too late to become someone else? Chapter 2, Return to Hogwarts. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with its usual start-of-term chaos. Tearful goodbyes, excited reunions, and the steady hiss of steam from the Scarlet engine. Draco stood apart from it all, watching the scene with detached contempt. How trivial their concerns seemed now. How innocent their excitement. Draco, Pansy Parkinson's shrill voice cut through his thoughts as she rushed toward him, throwing her arms around his neck. I've missed you terribly. He stiffened at the contact, his left forearm burning beneath the crisp fabric of his suit. It had been throbbing incessantly since the marking, a constant reminder of his burden. Careful, Pansy, he drawled, summoning the familiar mask of arrogance like an old friend. You'll wrinkle my clothes. She pulled back, beaming at what she perceived as his usual aloofness. You look different, she noted, studying his face. More mature, if only she knew. Death had a way of aging one prematurely. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered up behind her, nodding their greetings with the same dull expressions they'd worn since first year. At least some things remained predictable. Let's find a compartment, Draco said, already moving toward the train. Preferably away from the first years. I can't stomach their excitement today. Inside, they claimed their usual compartment in the Slytherin section of the train. Blaise Zabini joined them minutes later, sliding the door shut with practiced elegance. Malfoy, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Interesting summer. There was something in Zabini's tone that made Draco wonder if he knew. His mother moved in Death Eater circles, after all. But Draco had been sworn to secrecy about his mission, and he wasn't fool enough to trust anyone with that information, not even his supposed friends. Nothing worth mentioning, he replied coolly. Though I expect this year will be more eventful. The conversation drifted to predictable topics. Summer holidays, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, rumored to be Snape at last, and the growing tensions in the wizarding world. Draco participated just enough to maintain appearances, offering the occasional scathing remark when expected. Inside, however, he felt hollow. The familiar ritual of Hogwarts gossip seemed like a performance now, a play in which he was merely reciting his lines. None of it mattered anymore, not when he carried the weight of his family's future beneath his sleeve. His brooding was interrupted when the compartment door slid open, revealing Theo Knott. Thought I'd find you lot here, he said, slipping inside. You won't believe who I just saw made prefect for Gryffindor again. Granger and Weasley, can you imagine? As if Dumbledore couldn't make his bias more obvious. Draco's stomach twisted at the mention of Dumbledore, the man he was meant to kill. He'd been avoiding thinking about the specifics of his task, focusing instead on the necessity of success. Speaking of the mudblood, Pansy sneered. She had the nerve to tell me off for hexing a second year on the platform. As if she has any right to speak to me that way. Typical Granger, Draco responded automatically, the insult ready on his tongue as it had been for years. But somehow, the old venom felt diluted. What did blood status matter when the Dark Lord was threatening to murder his family? I'm going to patrol the corridors, he announced abruptly, standing. Make sure the first years aren't causing trouble. It was a flimsy excuse. Prefect duties had never interested him before, but he needed space. The compartment suddenly felt stifling, filled with conversations that seemed meaningless in the shadow of what lay ahead. The narrow corridor of the express offered no real escape, but at least he could breathe. Draco moved without purpose, nodding curtly to fellow Slytherins and glaring at everyone else. The familiar routine was comforting in its simplicity. He was passing the compartment where the Ravenclaw prefects sat when he caught sight of Potter and his friends in the next one. Potter was gesturing animatedly, probably recounting some heroic summer adventure. Weasley was laughing, and Granger. Draco paused, struck by something different about her. She'd changed over the summer. Her hair was still an untamed mass of curls, but it seemed less frizzy than before, falling in softer waves around her face. She'd grown into her features somewhat, her smile more confident as she rolled her eyes at whatever ridiculous story Potter was telling. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up. Their eyes met through the glass, and the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a guarded wariness that was painfully familiar. Draco realized he'd been starring and quickly arranged his features into a sneer before moving on. Strange, that brief moment. For a second, he'd seen Granger as just another student returning to Hogwarts, not as Potter's mudblood sidekick. It was an unwelcome realization. Easier to hate a concept than a person. By the time the train began slowing for Hogsmeade Station, Draco had composed himself. He returned to the Slytherin compartment, joining in the final moments of conversation with practiced ease. No one seemed to have noticed anything amiss about his extended absence. The carriages waited as always, but this year Draco froze at the sight of them. The skeletal black horses that pulled them, creatures he'd previously known, existed only in theory, now stood in plain sight, their leathery wings folded against emaciated bodies. The Strowls, visible only to those who had seen death. He hadn't realized that witnessing the Dark Lord torture that nameless wizard to death would have such unexpected consequences. "What are you staring at?" Pansy asked, following his gaze with confusion. "Nothing," Draco replied, tearing his eyes away. "Just thinking." The ride to the castle passed in silence, at least for Draco. The others chatted, but he found himself staring out the window, watching as Hogwarts came into view. The familiar silhouette of towers and turrets against the darkening sky should have inspired the usual sense of homecoming. Instead, he felt only dread. This castle had been his second home for 5 years. Now, it was the setting for what would likely be his final act, either the murder of its headmaster or his own failure and death. How strange that he might never see it again after this year, that these ancient stones might be the last thing he'd know before the Dark Lord's wrath descended upon him. The realization struck him with unexpected force. He was afraid, not just of failing, but of succeeding, of what he would become if he actually managed to kill Albus Dumbledore. The carriage stopped at the main entrance, and students began pouring out, eager for the welcome feast. Draco lingered, letting the others go ahead. "Coming, Draco?" Blaise asked, pausing at the carriage door. "In a minute," he replied. "Go on without me." Alone, Draco looked up at the castle, illuminated by hundreds of windows, glowing with warm light. Its familiar beauty now seemed like a cruel trick, promising safety while harboring his impossible task. For the first time since receiving the Dark Mark, Draco allowed himself to acknowledge the full weight of his situation. He was 16 years old, marked for life in service to a monster, and tasked with murdering one of the greatest wizards alive. And if the nightmares that had plagued him since the marking ceremony were any indication, this year would only bring more terrors. Dark circles already shadowed his eyes from weeks of interrupted sleep, of waking in cold sweats with the phantom pain of the mark burning into his flesh again and again. Taking a deep breath, Draco straightened his robes and stepped down from the carriage. Time to play his part, the arrogant heir of Malfoy, untouchable and superior. No one could know the truth. No one could see his fear, not even himself. Chapter 3, Mask of Superiority. 2 weeks into the term, and Draco had established his routine with mechanical precision. Wake before dawn from whatever nightmare had claimed him that night. Shower and dress impeccably. Apply a subtle glamour charm to hide the dark circles beneath his eyes. Breakfast in the great hall, picking at food he had no appetite for. Classes, meals, homework, prefect duties. Normalcy, meticulously constructed. "Mr. Malfoy, your transfiguration essay is missing." Professor McGonagall's sharp voice cut through his thoughts during their first class of the day. Draco blinked, momentarily disoriented. He'd completed the essay, hadn't he? He remembered sitting in the common room, quill in hand. Or had that been for charms? "I'll have it to you by this evening, Professor," he replied smoothly, ignoring the surprised looks from his fellow Slytherins. Draco Malfoy, forgetting homework. Unheard of. McGonagall's lips thinned. "See that you do. This is your NEWT year, Mr. Malfoy. I expect better." As she walked away, Draco felt a familiar gaze on him. Turning slightly, he caught Granger staring, her expression puzzled rather than triumphant at his slip. He narrowed his eyes at her, and she quickly looked away, but not before he saw something unsettling in her face. Was that concern? Impossible. Granger despised him as much as he despised her. They'd established that dynamic in first year, and nothing had changed. Nothing could change. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of lectures and note-taking. Draco participated just enough to avoid suspicion, offering the occasional cutting remark to maintain his reputation. It was exhausting, this constant performance, but necessary. The alternative, letting anyone glimpse the fear that consumed him, was unthinkable. After lunch, he made his excuses to Crabbe and Goyle. Prefect duties, he lied, not meeting their eyes. Snape wants me to inventory the student cupboard before potions tomorrow. They nodded dully, asking no questions. Their unquestioning loyalty, once comforting in its predictability, now felt hollow. Did they know what he'd become over the summer? Would they still follow him so blindly if they'd seen him trembling before the Dark Lord? Instead of heading to the dungeons, Draco made his way to the 7th floor. The corridor was empty, which suited his purposes perfectly. Packing before the blank wall, he concentrated on his need. I need the place where things are hidden. I need the place where things are hidden. I need the place where things are hidden. A door materialized, ornate and ancient. Glancing around to ensure he was unobserved, Draco slipped inside. The Cathedral of Hidden Things, as he'd begun to think of it, stretched before him in its impossible vastness. Towering columns of discarded objects, forgotten treasures, and broken artifacts created a maze of pathways through the massive room. Centuries of Hogwarts secrets lay buried here. It had taken him 3 days to locate the Vanishing Cabinet among the chaos, tucked away in a corner behind a stack of damaged furniture. Now, he approached it with growing familiarity, running his fingers along its dark wooden surface. The cabinet's twin resided in Borgin and Berks. He'd confirmed that during summer holidays. If he could repair this one, establish the connection between the pair, Death Eaters could bypass Hogwarts' legendary protections. Enter the castle undetected. Help him complete his mission. Draco withdrew his wand and a small notebook where he'd begun documenting his experiments. Today, he would try a basic magical conductivity test, seeing if the cabinet retained any of its original enchantment. Revelio incantatum, he murmured, moving his wand in the intricate pattern he'd researched in the restricted section. A faint golden glow emanated from the cabinet's hinges, so dim he might have imagined it. Not much, but something. The magic wasn't completely gone, just dormant, broken. Like me, he thought bitterly, before pushing the sentiment away. For the next hour, Draco ran diagnostic spells, recording the results meticulously. The work was complex, requiring complete concentration a blessing, as it left no room for fear or doubt. When focused on the cabinet, he could forget what its repair would ultimately lead to. Only when the ancient clock tower chimed 4 did he realize how long he'd been working. Potions would begin in 15 minutes. Hastily packing away his notes, Draco cast a disillusionment charm on them before tucking them inside his robes. The last thing he needed was for someone to find his research. Potions had become a strange experience this year. Professor Slughorn's teaching style was wildly different from Snape's, emphasizing creativity and intuition over rigid procedure. It should have been liberating, but Draco found it unsettling. Another change in a year already filled with too many. Today, Slughorn announced as students settled at their workstations. We will be attempting the draft of Living Death, an extremely challenging potion that, when brewed correctly, induces a sleep so deep it mimics death itself. The irony wasn't lost on Draco. A potion that mimicked death seemed oddly appropriate for his current state of existence. You'll find the instructions on page 10 of your textbooks, Slughorn continued. And his walrus mustache twitched with excitement. A special prize for whoever produces the most perfect sample by the end of class. Draco opened his copy of Advanced Potion Making, scanning the complex instructions. Under normal circumstances, this would have excited him. Potions had always been his best subject, partly due to Snape's favoritism, but also genuine aptitude. Today, however, he felt only a dull obligation to maintain appearances. The class set to work, cauldrons bubbling as students began the intricate preparation. Draco worked methodically, his hands moving through the familiar motions of chopping, measuring, and stirring, while his mind continued to puzzle over the Vanishing Cabinet. It wasn't until he reached the Soporiferous Bean that he encountered difficulty. The tough skin resisted his silver knife, making it nearly impossible to extract the juice needed. Crush it with the flat of your blade, a voice murmured from the next workstation. Don't cut it. Draco looked up, startled to find Granger watching him. Her own bean lay crushed on her cutting board, releasing copious amounts of juice. I don't recall asking for your help, Granger, he said coldly. She shrugged, returning to her potion. Fine, struggle if you prefer. Against his better judgment, Draco tried her suggestion, pressing the flat of his blade against the bean. It released a surprising amount of juice, far more than cutting would have produced. How did you know that? He asked before he could stop himself. Logical experimentation, she replied without looking up. The instructions clearly aren't optimal. Draco frowned. The Granger he knew would have followed the textbook religiously. This willingness to improvise seemed out of character. He returned to his potion, making steady progress, but couldn't help noticing that across the room, Potter seemed to be having unprecedented success. His potion had already reached the pale lilac stage that preceded the final clear color. Time's up, Slughorn called eventually. Let's see what you've accomplished. He moved around the room, commenting on each student's attempt. Draco's potion had reached a respectable shade of pale pink, not perfect, but close. When Slughorn reached his cauldron, he gave an approving nod. "Very good, Mr. Malfoy. You clearly inherited your mother's talent for potions." The mention of his mother sent a sharp pain through Draco's chest. She was alone at the manor, effectively a hostage to ensure his cooperation. He forced the thought away as Slughorn moved on. "Miss Granger, almost perfect, just a shade darker than ideal, but excellent work." Granger smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. She, too, was looking at Potter's cauldron, where Slughorn now stood in apparent ecstasy. "Merlin's beard, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect," the professor exclaimed. "In all my years of teaching, I've rarely seen a first attempt of such quality. Harry, M-boy, you've inherited your mother's gift." Potter looked both pleased and uncomfortable with the praise. Draco might have enjoyed his discomfort once, but now he felt only dull irritation. Of course, Potter would excel effortlessly at yet another thing. "The prize, as promised," Slughorn continued, producing a tiny vial of golden liquid. "Felix Felicis, liquid luck. Use it wisely, Mr. Potter." As class ended and students packed their belongings, Draco noticed Granger confronting Potter, her expression suspicious as she gestured at his textbook. Typical. Even when her precious Potter succeeded, she couldn't simply be happy for him. Always had to analyze, question, control. He was so distracted by this observation that he didn't notice Slughorn approaching until the professor spoke. "Mr. Malfoy, a moment, if you please." Draco tensed. "Yes, Professor. I've noticed you seem distracted in class. Not the level of engagement I'd expect from someone of your abilities." Slughorn's expression was kindly, which somehow made it worse. "Is everything all right?" "Perfectly fine, sir," Draco replied automatically. "Just adjusting to your teaching style after 5 years with Professor Snape." Slughorn nodded, though his eyes remained concerned. "Well, if you need any assistance, my door is always open. I knew your grandfather Abraxas, you know, brilliant man. I see that same potential in you." With a final pat on Draco's shoulder, Slughorn moved away, leaving him frozen in place. The casual mention of potential, of future promise, felt like a cruel joke. What future did he have beyond this year's impossible task? As he finally headed for the door, Draco found himself behind Granger, who was still arguing with Potter and Weasley. "I'm telling you, Harry, there's something not right about that book. Those modifications could have been dangerous, but they weren't," Potter countered. "They worked perfectly. Maybe the Half-Blood Prince was just brilliant at potions." "Half-Blood Prince," Weasley repeated. "Is that what he called himself? Bit pretentious, isn't it?" Says the boy who made himself Quidditch King. Draco couldn't resist commenting as he passed. The trio turned, startled by his interjection. Weasley's face immediately flushed with anger, while Potter's hand moved instinctively toward his wand. But it was Granger's reaction that caught Draco off guard, a flicker of something like recognition in her eyes before she narrowed them. Eavesdropping, Malfoy. How desperate for conversation you must be. Hardly, he sneered. Your voices carry. Perhaps if you weren't so determined to police Potter's every success, you wouldn't broadcast your jealousy quite so loudly. Granger's eyes widened with indignation. Jealous. That's rich coming from you. At least I'm concerned about potentially dangerous magic, not sulking because someone else did better. Dangerous magic, Draco echoed, an unexpected laugh escaping him. If only she knew what dangerous magic really looked like. The memory of his dark mark burning into his flesh flashed through his mind. Trust me, Granger. A few potion modifications hardly qualify. Something in his tone made her pause, studying his face with that same puzzled expression from Transfiguration. What would you know about dangerous magic, Malfoy? The question hung between them, loaded with implications. Draco felt a cold sweat break out along his spine. Had she guessed? Did she suspect? More than you ever will from your precious textbooks, he replied finally, pushing past them. Some of us had real education over the summer. It was a dangerous hint, too close to the truth, but he couldn't resist the barb. Let them wonder. Let them suspect. As long as they never discovered the reality, their speculation meant nothing. But as he walked away, Draco felt Granger's gaze following him, more penetrating than Potter's suspicion or Weasley's animosity. For the first time, he wondered if he'd underestimated her. If perhaps she was the one he should truly be wary of. That night, sleep eluded him completely. Between planning his next steps with the cabinet and replaying the potion's confrontation, his mind refused to quiet. When he finally drifted off near dawn, his dreams were filled with Dumbledore's twinkling eyes turning cold as Draco raised his wand, and Granger's voice echoing. What would you know about dangerous magic, Malfoy? More than you could imagine, he answered in the dream. And it's going to destroy us all. Chapter 4, Unexpected Conversation. The library had become Draco's sanctuary. It was an unlikely haven for someone who had once mocked others for their studious habits. But its quiet corners offered what he desperately needed: anonymity. Here, sheltered between towering bookshelves and forgotten tomes, he could disappear. No pretenses required, no mask to maintain. Just Draco and whatever research occupied his mind that day. Tonight, it was ancient runes. Not for class, Professor Babbling's assignment on protective Nordic symbols had been disappointingly simple, but for his work with the Vanishing Cabinet. His diagnostic spells had revealed traces of runic inscriptions inside the cabinet's frame, faded almost to invisibility. Understanding them might be key to its repair. Madame Pince had reluctantly provided him with several advanced texts on restorative runic magic, her suspicious gaze following him as he retreated to a secluded table in the restricted section. The special permission slip from Snape had worked, though Draco suspected the librarian would have preferred to deny him access regardless. The clock in the library tower struck 10, curfew approaching. Most students had already left, sensible enough to avoid Filch's patrols. Draco knew he should leave too, but the thought of returning to the Slytherin dormitory held no appeal. Another night of pretending to be the old Draco, laughing at Pansy's gossip and Crabbe's crude jokes. Another night of lying awake, listening to his roommate's steady breathing while his own thoughts screamed. Just another hour, he murmured to himself, turning the page of runic restoration, theory and practice. The ancient Danish symbols swam before his tired eyes, complex and elusive. The sound of approaching footsteps made him tense. Madame Pince coming to evict him. Filch, eager to assign detention. He kept his head down, hopping to remain unnoticed. The library's closing soon. Not Pince or Filch, Granger. Draco looked up, irritation replacing anxiety. Of course it would be her. I'm aware of the time, Granger. Are you playing library monitor now? Another title to add to your collection. She stood at the edge of his table, arms folded across her chest. The dim light from the nearby lamp cast half her face in shadow, but he could see she was frowning. I'm prefect on duty tonight. Madame Pince asked me to make sure everyone leaves. Draco glanced around the deserted library. Everyone. I'm flattered by the personal attention. Don't be, she said flatly. You're the only one left. Her eyes dropped to the books spread across his table, curiosity flickering across her face. Ancient runes. I didn't know you were taking any WT level. There's a lot you don't know about me, Granger. He began gathering his notes, annoyed at the interruption, but too tired for a proper confrontation. Instead of leaving, she tilted her head to read the spine of one book. Runic Restoration. That's not on our syllabus. 10 points to Gryffindor for your outstanding observational skills, he drawled. To his surprise, she didn't bristle at the sarcasm. Instead, she pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. What are you doing? He asked, genuinely confused. Taking a break from prefect duties, she replied, her tone casual, but her eyes sharp with interest. This is advanced material. Are you working on a personal project? The question was innocuous enough, but Draco felt a surge of paranoia. Was this an attempt to gather information for Potter? He'd noticed the boy wonder watching him with increasing suspicion. Nothing that concerns you, he said coldly. Granger shrugged, reaching for one of the books he hadn't yet closed. Norse Protective Enchantments, she read. I've been meaning to read this. Professor Babbling mentioned it as supplementary reading for those interested in warding spells. Before Draco could respond, she was already flipping through the pages, her expression brightening as she found something of interest. Oh, look at this section on binding runes. The combination of ansas and alges creates a shield against magical detection. She looked up, her academic enthusiasm momentarily overriding their usual animosity. Have you tried working with combined runes? They're significantly more powerful than individual symbols, though the intent has to be incredibly precise. Draco stared at her, momentarily thrown by the shift in their dynamic. This wasn't Granger the insufferable know-it-all, or Granger the Gryffindor prefect. This was someone else. Someone genuinely fascinated by complex magic, speaking to him as if they were colleagues rather than enemies. I've experimented with Mana's Dagga's combinations, he heard himself saying. For resonance enhancement. Her eyes widened slightly. That's a difficult pairing. The harmonics can be unstable if the inscription isn't perfectly balanced, which is why the Elder Futhark variations work better than the Anglo-Saxon forms, he countered. The angular structure provides natural containment. I hadn't considered that, she admitted, looking genuinely intrigued. I've only worked with the younger Futhark, since that's what babbling focuses on. Draco felt a strange sense of satisfaction at having surprised her. How long had it been since he'd had a real intellectual conversation? His Slytherin companions respected his intelligence, but rarely challenged it. Crabbe and Goyle certainly weren't interested in runic theory. The elder forms are more difficult to master, he said, unable to keep a hint of pride from his voice. But they interface better with pre-medieval enchantments. Granger nodded thoughtfully. Like those in the castle's foundation stones. I read about those in Hogwarts. A history. The original protective wards use runes that predate standardized wizarding notation. You've actually read that entire book? Draco asked, momentarily forgetting to sound contemptuous. Several times, she replied with a small smile. It's fascinating. Did you know the moving staircases were originally a security measure? They would rearrange themselves if the castle detected an intruder, creating a maze only those familiar with Hogwarts could navigate. Despite himself, Draco found this genuinely interesting. I didn't know that. I assumed they were just another example of wizard architects being needlessly dramatic. A small laugh escaped her, quickly stifled as if she remembered who she was talking to. Well, that too, probably. An awkward silence fell between them. Draco was suddenly aware of how bizarre this situation was, sitting in the library after hours, having a civilized conversation with Hermione Granger about ancient runes. If anyone had told him this would happen a year ago, he'd have thought them certifiably insane. I should go, she said finally, closing the book. And you should too, unless you want Filch finding you. Draco nodded, returning to packing his materials. As he did, his sleeve pulled back slightly, exposing the very edge of the dark mark. He froze, hastily tugging the fabric down, but not before catching Granger's eyes flicking to his forearm and back to his face. Had she seen? The library was dimly lit, and the exposure had been momentary. But the flash of something: uncertainty, concern, in her expression made his heart race. "What happened to your arm?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. "Quidditch injury," he lied automatically. "Nothing serious." She held his gaze for a moment too long, clearly unconvinced. "Right. Well, be careful with those restoration runes. Applied incorrectly, they can have unpredictable effects." The double meaning in her words wasn't lost on Draco. Was she warning him about more than just academic magic? "I know what I'm doing, Granger," he said, more sharply than he'd intended. She stood, gathering her bag. "Do you?" The question hung in the air between them, both a challenge and, strangely, something that almost felt like concern. Before he could respond, she continued. "Whatever you're working on, Malfoy, just remember that some magic leaves permanent marks. Not all restorations are worth the cost." With that enigmatic statement, she turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty library. Draco sat motionless, staring at the space she had occupied. What had just happened? Had Hermione Granger actually tried to warn him, help him? And more disturbing still, had he actually engaged in a civil, intellectually stimulating conversation with her? He shook his head, trying to clear it. Lack of sleep was clearly affecting his judgment. Granger was Potter's friend, a mudblood, everything he'd been raised to despise. This momentary connection meant nothing, and yet, as he finally gathered his materials and headed back to the Slytherin dormitory, Draco couldn't shake the memory of her genuine enthusiasm when discussing runic theory. The spark of intelligence in her eyes. The easy way complex magical concepts flowed from her lips. It challenged everything he'd been told about Muggleborns, that they were intellectually inferior, magical interlopers who could mimic, but never truly understand wizarding culture. Granger didn't just understand, she excelled. Her grasp of runic theory rivaled his own, despite his years of private tutoring before Hogwarts. If his father were wrong about that, what else might he be wrong about? The thought was so treasonous, so fundamentally threatening to everything Draco had built his identity upon, that he physically recoiled from it. No, his father wasn't wrong. The Dark Lord wasn't wrong. Purebloods were superior. They had to be. Otherwise, what was the point of any of this? What was the point of the mark burning on his arm, the impossible task hanging over his head, the entire war brewing around them? Back in his dormitory, Draco lay awake long after his roommates had fallen asleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Granger's face in the library lamplight, heard her voice asking, "Do you?" The worst part was, he no longer knew the answer. Chapter 5, Pressure Increases. The Black Eagle Owl arrived during breakfast. A week after Draco's unexpected library encounter with Granger. He recognized it immediately, Bellatrix's personal messenger, with its distinctive scarred beak and malevolent yellow eyes. The sight of it swooping toward the Slytherin table made his stomach clench. Keeping his expression carefully neutral, Draco accepted the sealed envelope from the bird's outstretched talon. The parchment was heavy, expensive, and faintly scented with his aunt's signature perfume, roses, and something metallic that always reminded him unpleasantly of blood. "Who's that from?" Pansy asked, leaning over to peer at the letter. "Family business," Draco replied curtly, sliding the unopened envelope into his robes. Nothing important. He felt the weight of it against his chest throughout his morning classes, like a ticking bomb. Only during the break, before charms, did he find a secluded alcove to open it, fingers trembling slightly as he broke the wax seal. "Nephew, your mother worries constantly. She has become tiresome in her fretting. Perhaps you could ease her mind by sharing news of your progress. Our mutual friend grows impatient. He expected results by now. Remember what is at stake, Draco. Not just your future, but that of our entire family. Time grows short. The task assigned to you is an honor beyond measure, yet you treat it with hesitation. Are you worthy of your name, of your blood, of the mark you bear? Act decisively. Act soon, or we will all suffer the consequences of your failure. With affection, Aunt Bella. P.S. Your mother sends her love. She misses you terribly. How it would break her heart to learn of your dalliances with certain unworthy elements at school. Yes, we hear things, even from a distance. Be careful who you speak with in libraries after hours." Draco read the letter twice, then set it ablaze with a wordless incendio. The ashes scattered at his feet, but the threat remained, burning in his mind. They knew. Someone had seen him talking with Granger and reported back. The implication was clear. He was being watched, even at Hogwarts, and the Dark Lord was growing impatient. How could he not understand that killing Albus Dumbledore wasn't something one accomplished in the first month of term? That it required planning, precision, opportunity. The Vanishing Cabinet repairs were progressing, but far too slowly. He needed another approach, something more direct. The cursed opal necklace from Borgin and Burke's flashed in his memory. He'd seen it over the summer while arranging details about the cabinet's twin. Borgin had boasted of its lethal history, 13 Muggle owners dead, each in more excruciating ways than the last. It was powerful, deadly, and currently for sale. It could work, not as elegant as his original plan, but sometimes simplicity had advantages. If he could get the necklace to Dumbledore, the next Hogsmeade weekend was approaching. That would be his opportunity. "I'm telling you, I'm not feeling well," Draco insisted as Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy prepared for their Hogsmeade outing. "Probably just a cold, but I'd rather rest." Pansy's face fell. "But we were going to Madame Puddifoot's. I've been looking forward to it all week." "Go without me," he said, forcing an apologetic smile. "I'd be poor company anyway. I just need to sleep it off." Once they'd finally departed, Draco waited 15 minutes before making his own way to Hogsmeade via a secret passage Snape had shown the Slytherin prefects for emergencies. It deposited him behind the Hog's Head Inn, away from the main thoroughfare where he might be recognized. Pulling his cloak hood low over his face, he made his way to the Three Broomsticks. The pub was crowded with Hogwarts students seeking warmth and butterbeer, making it easy for him to slip inside unnoticed. He surveyed the room carefully, looking for the right candidate. He found her in a corner booth, Katie Bell, Gryffindor chaser, sitting alone while her friends ordered drinks at the bar. She wasn't ideal, no personal connection to Dumbledore that he knew of, but she was a 7th year with legitimate reason to approach the headmaster's office. It would have to do. Draco moved to a shadowed table nearby, waiting for his moment. When Belle stood to visit the ladies' room, he followed, casting a silent confundus charm the moment they were in the narrow, deserted hallway. "Imperio," he whispered, feeling the sickening rush of power as the unforgivable curse took hold. Belle's eyes glazed over, her posture relaxing. "You will take this package to Hogwarts," he instructed, placing the carefully wrapped necklace in her hands. "It is a gift for Headmaster Dumbledore. You will deliver it to him personally. Do not open it yourself. Do not show anyone. Do you understand?" "Yes," she responded vacantly. "A gift for Dumbledore. Don't open it. Don't show anyone. Good, now return to your friends. Act normally. Wait 10 minutes, then leave for Hogwarts." He released her, watching as she returned to her table, the package tucked securely in her bag. His heart pounded in his chest. He'd just used an unforgivable curse. If caught, he'd be sent to Azkaban without trial. But what choice did he have? His parents' lives depended on his success. Draco exited through the back door, needing fresh air. The weight of what he'd just done pressed down on him. He'd set in motion something that would end a man's life. Dumbledore may be his target, his enemy, but premeditated murder still felt wrong, foreign, not who he was, but it was who he needed to become, who the Dark Lord demanded he become. He was halfway back to the castle when he heard the screams. The news spread through Hogwarts like fiendfire. Katie Bell had been cursed, hospitalized, nearly died, now transferred to St. Mungo's in critical condition. They're saying she touched a cursed necklace, Blaise reported during dinner, his voice low. Some opal thing that was supposed to be delivered to someone at the school. Who? Draco asked, trying to keep his voice casual despite the ice forming in his veins. Blaise shrugged. No one knows. Belle was Imperieused, apparently. Can't remember anything. Imperieused. His curse had worked, but something had gone wrong. Belle had touched the necklace somehow, despite his explicit instructions. And now an innocent, a Gryffindor, at least was fighting for her life because of him. Draco pushed his plate away, suddenly nauseated. "I need some air," he muttered, rising from the table. He made it as far as the entrance hall before the trembling started. Leaning against a stone pillar, he closed his eyes, trying to regain control. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. No one else was supposed to get hurt. Just Dumbledore. Just the target. Just the mission. Mr. Malfoy. Snape's voice, cold and precise, cut through his panic. Draco opened his eyes to find the potion's master no defense against the dark arts professor now standing before him. Black eyes, unreadable. My office now. There was no refusing. Silently, Draco followed Snape down to the dungeons, into the familiar office now stripped of its ingredient jars and specimen tanks. Snape closed the door with a flick of his wand, then cast several privacy charms before turning to face him. Are you responsible for what happened to Miss Bell? The directness of the question caught Draco off guard. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied automatically. Snape's expression hardened. Do not lie to me. I am trying to help you. I don't need your help. Don't you? Snape stepped closer, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. A student nearly died today, Draco. Whatever you're planning, whatever he has asked of you, this clumsy, ill-conceived attempt suggests you are out of your depth. Anger flared in Draco's chest, cutting through the fear. You don't know anything about what I'm doing. I know more than you think, Snape replied. I made an unbreakable vow to your mother, to protect you, to help you fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes. This was news. Draco stared at his professor, trying to process the implications. You, what? Your mother came to me, desperate with worry. She knows, as I do, that you have been set up to fail, that your task is meant as punishment for your father's mistakes. That's not true, Draco protested. But even to his own ears, the denial sounded hollow. The Dark Lord trusts me. He chose me. He chose you to die, Draco, Snape said bluntly, or to drive your family further into disgrace when you fail. Either outcome serves his purpose. The words struck like physical blows. Deep down, Draco had suspected as much, but hearing it stated so plainly made the truth inescapable. He wasn't being honored. He was being sacrificed. I can help you, Snape continued, his tone softening fractionally. Whatever plan you've devised, whatever you're attempting to do, let me assist. Let me ensure you survive this. For a moment, Draco was tempted. The burden he carried was crushing him. To share it, to have help from someone as skilled as Snape. But no. If the Dark Lord discovered Draco had accepted help, had failed to complete the task alone as ordered, the consequences would be severe. And there was something else, a strange, fierce pride. This was his mission, his chance to prove himself, to reclaim his family's standing, to be more than just Lucius Malfoy's disappointing son. I don't need your help, he repeated, more firmly this time. I know what I'm doing. Snape studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Clearly not, or Miss Bell would not be in St. Mungo's. Whatever your next attempt involves, be more careful. The Dark Lord wants discretion, not schoolchildren cursed in Hogsmeade and Aurors crawling over the castle. I'll handle it my way, Draco insisted, moving toward the door. Just stay out of it, Professor. As you wish, Snape replied coldly. But remember my offer when your way inevitably fails again. Draco left without another word, anger and humiliation burning in his chest. Who was Snape to speak to him that way? To assume he would fail. He wasn't some incompetent child. He was a Malfoy, a pureblood, a Death Eater who had just seriously injured an innocent girl. The thought stopped him cold in the middle of the corridor. Whatever justifications he created, whatever noble purpose he assigned to his actions, the reality remained. Katie Bell was fighting for her life because of him. Because he had used an unforgivable curse and sent her carrying a deadly weapon. What kind of person did that make him? Lost in these thoughts, Draco didn't notice the figure approaching until they collided. Books scattered across the stone floor as he stumbled backward. Sorry, I wasn't, he began automatically, then stopped as he recognized Granger. Watch where you're going, he amended coldly. She didn't respond with her usual sharp retort. Instead, she stared at him, eyes narrowed with an unsettling intensity. What happened to Katie Bell wasn't an accident, she said quietly. Draco felt his blood freeze. What are you talking about? That necklace. It was meant for someone else. She stooped to gather her fallen books, but her eyes never left his face. Harry thinks you're involved. Of course, Potter suspected him. The boy wonder always seemed to be one step behind Draco this year, watching, following. Potter needs to mind his own business, Draco snapped. And so do you, Granger. She straightened, clutching her books to her chest. Katie could have died. That's hardly my concern, he said. But the words tasted like ash in his mouth. Granger took a step closer, her voice dropping so low he had to strain to hear it. What's happening to you, Malfoy? You look terrible. You're not eating. You disappear for hours. And now this. The genuine concern in her voice was more unsettling than any accusation. Draco stepped back, away from her searching gaze. Nothing is happening to me, he insisted. And whatever happened to Belle has nothing to do with me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than be interrogated by a mud. He stopped himself, the slur dying on his lips. Granger's eyebrows rose slightly at his hesitation, but she said nothing. Just stay away from me, he finished lamely, pushing past her. And tell Potter to do the same if he knows what's good for him. He felt her eyes on his back as he walked away, imagined her analyzing every word, every gesture. She was too perceptive, too intelligent. If anyone could piece together what he was doing, it would be her. The thought should have frightened him. Instead, he found himself wondering what she would think if she knew the truth. If she understood the impossible position he was in. Would there still be that flicker of concern in her eyes, or only disgust and hatred? Why did he even care? As he returned to the Slytherin common room, Draco's mind churned with conflicting emotions. Fear of failure, guilt over Belle, anger at Snape's condescension, and underneath it all, a growing certainty that he was in far deeper than he could handle. Bellatrix wanted progress. The Dark Lord demanded success. His parents' lives hung in the balance, and somewhere in the castle, Hermione Granger was watching him with eyes that saw too much. Chapter 6. The Room of Requirement's Secret. The Vanishing Cabinet loomed before him, its dark wooden surface reflecting the wavering light of the single lantern Draco had brought. 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was still here, surrounded by the forgotten detritus of centuries, his eyes burning from exhaustion. Harmonia nectar passus, he whispered, tapping his wand against the cabinet's frame. The spell was ancient, specific to linked transportation objects. He'd found it in a crumbling text in the restricted section, smuggled out under a disillusionment charm. Nothing happened. Not even the faint glow he'd managed to produce last week. Frustration surged through him. With a strangled cry, Draco slammed his fist against the unyielding wood, welcoming the sharp pain that shot through his knuckles. Physical pain was simpler, cleaner than the emotional turmoil that had become his constant companion. "Work, damn you," he hissed. Harmonia nectar passus. This time, a faint blue shimmer rippled across the cabinet's surface. Progress, but not enough. Not nearly enough. He needed the connection established before Christmas holidays. The Dark Lord would expect results by then. Draco slumped to the floor, leaning his back against the cabinet. When had he last slept properly? 3 days ago. 4. The days and nights had begun to blur together in an endless cycle of classes he barely attended to, meals he couldn't stomach, and hours upon hours in the room of requirement. The failure with the necklace still haunted him. Katie Bell remained at St. Mungo's, her prognosis uncertain. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her suspended in midair, arms outstretched in silent agony. His fault, his failure. He'd received no further communication from Bellatrix or the Dark Lord, but the silence was more terrifying than any threat. They were waiting, watching, judging his worth with every passing day. His stomach growled, reminding him that he'd skipped dinner. Again. The thought of food made him nauseated anyway. He'd noticed his robes hanging more loosely on his frame, had seen the concerned glances from Professor McGonagall when he handed in half-completed assignments. Even Crabbe and Goyle had commented on his appearance in their clumsy way. "You look like shit, mate," Crabbe had offered eloquently at breakfast that morning, when Draco had merely stared at his untouched toast. "Elegant as always, Crabbe," he'd responded automatically. But the familiar banter felt hollow. What did his appearance matter when his future, his very survival, hung by such a tenuous thread. Draco checked his watch. Almost 4. He should return to the dormitory, attempt at least a few hours of sleep before classes. But the thought of lying in bed, waiting for the inevitable nightmares, held no appeal. They always began the same way. His parents kneeling before the Dark Lord, their proud faces stripped of dignity, pleading for mercy. "He's just a boy," his mother would cry, while his father remained silent, eyes downcast in defeat. Then the flash of green light, and their bodies crumpling to the marble floor of Malfoy Manor's drawing room. Sometimes the dream ended there. Those were the merciful nights. Other times, the Dark Lord would turn to Draco, red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "You failed me, young Malfoy. As I knew you would, the punishment is fitting, don't you think? Failure begets failure. Your father failed me, now you. The Malfoy line ends with you unless..." And here, the nightmare would twist, the Dark Lord offering him one final chance at redemption. One more task, one more unforgivable act to prove his loyalty. Draco always woke before he could answer, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped animal. With a weary sigh, he pushed himself to his feet. One more attempt, then he would rest. "Harmonia nectar passus," he intoned, focusing all his remaining energy into the spell. This time, the blue glow was stronger, lingering for several seconds before fading. A tiny green apple placed inside the cabinet would be the test. If it disappeared, he held his breath as he closed the cabinet door, counting silently to 10 before opening it again. The apple was gone. Success, partial at least. But had it arrived safely at the other end? Or simply vanished into the ether, lost between spaces? He would need to coordinate with Borgin to confirm. Still, it was progress. The first tangible evidence that his efforts weren't entirely futile. Draco felt a flicker of hope beneath the exhaustion, a dangerous feeling, but one he desperately needed. Breakfast in the great hall the next morning was a haze of noise and motion that Draco observed from a distance, as if watching through frosted glass. He'd managed perhaps 2 hours of restless sleep before dawn, his dreams mercifully vague for once. "You're not eating again," Pansy remarked, sliding closer to him on the bench. "I'm starting to worry, Draco." He glanced down at his empty plate, then mechanically reached for a piece of toast. "Happy now?" "Hardly," she sniffed, but seemed mollified when he took a small bite. "You've been avoiding me. Avoiding everyone, really. If I didn't know better, I'd think you had a secret girlfriend hidden away somewhere." The absurdity of the suggestion almost made him laugh. A girlfriend, when he could barely remember to bathe regularly, when every waking moment was consumed by the cabinet, by Dumbledore, by his impossible task. "Don't be ridiculous," he said, his tone harsher than intended. "I'm just busy with schoolwork." Pansy's eyebrows rose skeptically. "Since when do you care about schoolwork? You've never needed to study before. Any WT level is different," he replied, the lie coming easily after weeks of practice. And I have prefect duties. Funny, I'm a prefect too, and I still have time for friends. Her voice had taken on a hurt quality that once would have prompted him to soothe her ego. Now, he couldn't summon the energy to care. Then clearly you're more efficient than I am, he said flatly, pushing his barely touched toast away. I need to go. Transfiguration essay due. He left before she could respond, feeling her wounded gaze following him. Another bridge burning. Soon he'd have none left. The corridors were crowded with students heading to morning classes, their carefree chatter grating on Draco's nerves. How simple their lives seemed. Exams and Quidditch, matches their greatest concerns. They moved through Hogwarts untouched by the darkness gathering outside, oblivious to the war already underway. As he rounded the corner toward the Transfiguration classroom, a flash of bushy brown hair caught his attention. Granger, walking alone for once, her arms laden with books as usual. She hadn't noticed him yet, her brow furrowed in concentration as she reviewed some parchment while walking. Draco hesitated, an unfamiliar impulse urging him to duck into a side passage and avoid her entirely. Since their last encounter, he'd felt increasingly uneasy around her. Those perceptive eyes saw too much, asked too many uncomfortable questions. Before he could decide, she looked up and spotted him. Something flickered across her face, not the usual dislike, but something more complex. She slowed her pace, and for a horrible moment, Draco thought she might approach him directly. Instead, she merely watched him, her gaze moving deliberately from his face to his left arm and back again. She knows, he thought with a surge of panic, or suspects at least. Forcing his expression into a sneer, Draco strode past her, deliberately knocking his shoulder against hers as he passed. Her books tumbled to the floor with a satisfying crash. "Watch where you're going, Granger," he spat, not slowing his pace. He expected her angry retort, welcomed it, even. Their familiar animosity was safer than whatever had been developing between them lately. But her response caught him off guard. "When did you last eat a proper meal, Malfoy?" He stopped, turning slowly to face her. She knelt on the stone floor, gathering her scattered books, but her eyes remained fixed on him. "What?" "Food, you know, that thing that keeps people alive." She stood, clutching her recovered books. "You've lost at least a stone since term started, and the shadows under your eyes have shadows of their own." Draco stared at her, momentarily speechless. Of all the things Granger might have said accusations about Bell, questions about his suspicious behavior, concern for his health, was the last thing he'd expected. "My eating habits are none of your business," he finally managed, his voice lacking its usual venom. She took a step closer, dropping her voice so passing students couldn't overhear. "Whatever you're involved in, whatever you're doing that's making you look like a walking ghost, it's going to kill you before it accomplishes anything else. You don't know what you're talking about, Draco hissed, glancing around nervously. And I suggest you keep your theories to yourself, unless you want. What? She challenged. Unless I want what, Malfoy? More threats. More posturing. You can barely stand upright, let alone follow through on whatever intimidation you're attempting. Her bluntness was startling and infuriating. Who was she to speak to him this way? To look at him with that mixture of defiance and, most insultingly, pity. You think you know everything, don't you, Granger? He said, stepping closer until they were mere inches apart. Perfect little Muggleborn, top of every class, Potter's loyal defender. But you don't know anything about me, about what I'm capable of. Instead of retreating, she held her ground, her chin lifting slightly. I know you're not a killer. The words hit him like a physical blow. How could she possibly know what he'd been tasked to do? Had Potter's suspicions gone beyond vague accusations to specific knowledge? You're trying to become something you're not, she continued, her voice softer now. And it's destroying you. Draco felt exposed, as if she'd somehow performed legilimency on him without a wand. The urge to flee warred with a strange, almost desperate desire to confess everything, to share the crushing burden he'd been carrying alone for months. You don't know what I am, he said finally, his voice barely audible. I've known you for 6 years, Malfoy. You're cruel, prejudiced, arrogant, and insufferable. Her lips curved in a small, unexpected smile. But you're not evil. Before he could respond, the bell rang, signaling 5 minutes until the start of class. Students began hurrying around them, breaking the strange bubble of intimacy that had formed in the crowded corridor. You should eat something, Granger said, already turning away. Before you collapse and end up in the hospital wing. Whatever you're planning, I doubt it accounts for that complication. She walked away, disappearing into the stream of students heading for transfiguration. Draco remained rooted to the spot, her words echoing in his mind. I know you're not a killer, but that's exactly what he needed to become. What the Dark Lord demanded he become. What his family's survival depended on. So why did her certainty to the contrary feel not like an insult, but like a lifeline? A truth he desperately wanted to cling to, even as it threatened to undermine everything. Draco didn't make it to Transfiguration that day. Instead, he found himself back in the room of requirement, staring at the Vanishing Cabinet with renewed determination. He would prove Granger wrong. He would succeed in his task. He would become whatever he needed to become. But first, he conjured an apple and took a deliberate bite, hearing her voice in his head. Whatever you're planning, I doubt it accounts for that complication. Annoying as always, and still infuriatingly right. Chapter 7, Christmas Ghosts. Malfoy Manor had always transformed magnificently for Christmas. Crystal icicles hanging from every chandelier. Enchanted snow falling softly from the ceiling of the grand ballroom, disappearing before it touched the guests' heads. 12 perfectly decorated fir trees, each with a different theme. The scent of cinnamon and cloves infusing the air. This year there were no decorations, no parties, no warmth. Draco stood at the window of his childhood bedroom, watching actual snow fall on the immaculate gardens below. The manor felt like a mausoleum, cold, silent, preserved in a state of suspended animation. Even the house elves moved through the halls with uncharacteristic silence, as if afraid to disturb the oppressive atmosphere. His mother had greeted him at the station with a brittle smile and hollow eyes. The journey home had been largely silent, punctuated only by her careful inquiries about his studies. Neither mentioned his task directly. Neither needed to. It hung between them, unspoken but omnipresent. The Dark Lord was not currently in residence, a small mercy, but his shadow lingered in every corner. Draco could feel it most strongly in the drawing room, which he avoided entirely. That was where it had happened, where he had been marked, where his childhood had ended. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. Draco, his mother's voice, still elegant despite the strain. "May I come in?" Of course. She entered, looking thinner than he remembered, her once immaculate appearance showing subtle signs of neglect. A single blonde hair out of place, a wrinkle in her otherwise perfect robes. Small things that spoke volumes about her state of mind. "You haven't been eating," she said, her eyes moving over his gaunt face and too loose clothing. "Neither of us has, it seems." Draco attempted a smile. "I've been busy with your assignment." The word came reluctantly, as if speaking it aloud might somehow make it more real. He nodded, unwilling to elaborate. The less she knew, the better. Plausible deniability, if nothing else. "There has been progress," he said carefully. "Slower than hoped, but progress nonetheless." Relief flickered across her face, quickly replaced by fresh worry. "He will be here tonight for dinner." No need to specify who he was. Draco felt his stomach clench painfully, bile rising in his throat. The Dark Lord, here, evaluating his progress in person. "I'll be ready," he promised, though both knew it for the lie it was. No one could truly be ready for the Dark Lord's scrutiny. Narcissa crossed the room and did something she hadn't done since he was a small child. She embraced him, holding him tightly as if afraid he might disappear. "Whatever happens," she whispered fiercely, "remember who you are. You are a Malfoy. You are my son. Nothing else matters." Draco returned the embrace awkwardly, startled by the naked emotion from his normally reserved mother. When she finally pulled away, he was shocked to see tears in her eyes. "Mother, I should go," she interrupted, composing herself with visible effort. "There are preparations to be made. Dinner will be at 8. After she left, Draco sank onto the edge of his bed, his mind racing. The Dark Lord coming to dinner, to evaluate his progress or lack thereof. What could he report? cabinet was still non-functional. The necklace plan had failed catastrophically. He was no closer to killing Dumbledore than he had been in September. For a wild moment, he considered not going downstairs at all, locking his door, fleeing the manor, running until the mark on his arm could no longer bind him to this nightmare. But where would he go? Who would hide a marked Death Eater with a price on his head? More importantly, what would happen to his mother if he fled? To his father in Azkaban? No, there was no escape. He would face the Dark Lord and accept whatever punishment came. Perhaps it would be quick. Perhaps his parents would be spared. Draco spent the remaining hours before dinner in a state of numb detachment, mechanically showering and dressing in his finest robes. He studied his reflection dispassionately. Hollow cheeks, shadowed eyes, pale skin stretched too tightly over angular features. He looked like a corpse already. Perhaps that was fitting. At 5 minutes to 8, he descended the grand staircase, each step requiring conscious effort. The manor felt colder than ever, as if the very air had crystallized with dread. The dining room doors stood open, revealing a grotesque parody of a holiday gathering. The long table was set for a formal dinner, silver candlesticks casting eerie shadows across the damask tablecloth. At the head sat the Dark Lord, pale and inhuman in flowing black robes. Around him, a select group of Death Eaters, Bellatrix, fawning and eager at his right hand, her husband Rodolphus, silent and watchful, the Caro siblings, with their identical cruel smiles, and Narcissa, rigid with tension at the far end. Young Malfoy, the Dark Lord greeted as Draco entered. "How good of you to join us for this festive occasion." Draco bowed low, as protocol demanded. "My lord, it is an honor." "Is it?" Those red eyes studied him with cold amusement. "I wonder." "Sit, Draco. Tell us of your progress at Hogwarts." The chair to which he gestured was directly opposite the Dark Lord, the position of highest scrutiny. Draco took it with outward calm, though his heart pounded so loudly he was certain everyone at the table must hear it. "I have been working diligently on the task you assigned, my lord," he began carefully. "The primary approach involves a paired set of vanishing cabinets, one at Hogwarts, one at Borgin and Berks. When repaired, they will create a passage directly into the castle, bypassing all protective enchantments." The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved in what might have been approval. Clever. A solution worthy of Salazar himself, and the state of these repairs. This was the dangerous part. The cabinet has been damaged more extensively than initially assessed. Its magic is fragmented. I've made progress in restoring the connection, but complete repair has proven challenging. Challenging, the Dark Lord repeated softly. Such a diplomatic word for failure, isn't it, Narcissa? Draco's mother paled, but maintained her composure. "My son does not fail, my lord. He perseveres." Touching maternal faith, the Dark Lord mocked. Yet months have passed, and Dumbledore still lives. I grow impatient. I attempted an alternative approach, Draco said quickly. A cursed necklace, delivered via an Imperiused student, and succeeded only in alerting the entire school to assassination attempts. The Dark Lord cut in, his voice dangerously soft. Clumsy, amateurish. I expected better from Lucius Malfoy's son. The mention of his father sent a jolt of pain through Draco. I will not fail again, my lord. No, the Dark Lord agreed. You will not, because the consequences of further failure would be most unpleasant for you, for your mother, for your father languishing in his cell. The threat hung in the air like poison gas, suffocating in its implications. I understand, my lord, Draco managed, fighting to keep his voice steady. Do you? The Dark Lord leaned forward slightly. I wonder. Perhaps a demonstration would clarify the stakes. He gestured lazily, and the dining room doors swung open. 2 masked Death Eaters entered, dragging between them a middle-aged man in torn Muggle clothing. His face was bruised, eyes wild with terror, as he struggled uselessly against his captors. A gift, the Dark Lord announced. From Greyback, a Muggle who strayed too close to wizarding lands. Insignificant in himself, but useful for educational purposes. Draco stared at the Muggle, unable to look away. The man's terrified eyes darted around the room, lingering momentarily on Draco's face, the youngest present, perhaps the one who might show mercy. Bellatrix, the Dark Lord said softly, show Draco what awaits those who disappoint me. His aunt rose eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. Crucio, she cried, pointing her wand at the Muggle. The man's screams shattered the dining room's oppressive silence. He collapsed to the marble floor, body contorting in unnatural angles as the unforgivable curse tore through him. Bellatrix laughed, high and wild, increasing the spell's intensity with practiced skill. Draco felt the blood drain from his face. He had seen the Cruciatus curse demonstrated before, but never sustained like this, never with such vicious enthusiasm. The Muggle's screams became hoarser, more animal than human, as Bellatrix circled him, varying the curse's focus to maximize pain without allowing unconsciousness. Watch closely, Draco, the Dark Lord instructed, his red eyes gleaming with pleasure. This is merely the beginning of what awaits failure. Draco couldn't look away, couldn't block out the screams that seemed to penetrate his very bones. The Muggle's eyes, when they rolled in his direction, held no recognition now, only blind, primal agony. Enough, Bella, the Dark Lord said eventually. Let us not spoil our dinner entirely. Finish it. Bellatrix pouted but obeyed, switching from Cruciatus to the killing curse with casual ease. A flash of green light, and the Muggle lay still, his face frozen in a rictus of terror. Remove it, the Dark Lord ordered, and the body was dragged away like so much refuse. Now shall we dine? I believe your elves have prepared something special, Narcissa. Dinner materialized on the table elaborate dishes that once would have impressed, now made grotesque by the context. The smell of roasted meat and rich sauces mingled with the lingering scent of fear and death. Draco stared at his plate, fighting the nausea rising in his throat. Across from him, the Dark Lord watched with knowing amusement. "You seem unwell, young Malfoy," he observed. "Perhaps you find our entertainment disturbing. It was a trap. Express revulsion, show weakness, and invite suspicion." Draco forced himself to meet those terrible red eyes. "Not at all, my lord," he lied. "Merely educational, as you said." Indeed. The Dark Lord's gaze lingered on him a moment longer before turning to Bellatrix. "Your nephew shows promise, despite his failures. The proper Malfoy arrogance, if nothing else." Conversation resumed around the table, plans, reports, cruel jokes, at the expense of enemies and victims alike. Draco participated minimally, forcing small bites of food past the knot in his throat, knowing that refusing to eat would be perceived as weakness. All the while, his mind kept returning to the Muggle's unseeing eyes, to the moment when agony had stripped away everything human, leaving only animal suffering. Was this what awaited his parents if he failed? Was this what awaited him? And beneath these fears, a new question formed, dangerous in its implications. Was this truly the side he wanted to be on? The cause he wanted to serve? The thought was treasonous, potentially fatal if the Dark Lord glimpsed it in his mind. Draco hastily buried it beneath layers of manufactured loyalty and fear, focusing instead on his immediate survival. Only when the interminable dinner finally ended, when he was safely alone in his room, did he allow himself to revisit that dangerous question. And with it came an unexpected memory. Granger in the corridor, her voice certain and clear. "I know you're not a killer." The memory brought a strange comfort. In that moment, she had seen something in him that he himself doubted existed: humanity, decency, limits to what he would become. She had looked past 6 years of animosity to recognize something worth saving. Was she right? Was there still a line he wouldn't cross, even for his family's safety, even for his own survival? Draco closed his eyes, exhausted beyond measure. Behind his eyelids, 2 images warred for dominance. The Muggle's face twisted in agony, and Granger's eyes filled with unwanted concern for an enemy. "You're trying to become something you're not, and it's destroying you." Perhaps she was right. Perhaps there was another way, not killing Dumbledore, not becoming the monster the Dark Lord demanded. But what? What other path existed that wouldn't lead to his family's destruction? The remainder of the holiday passed in a blur of tension and whispered conversations. The Dark Lord departed the morning after the disastrous dinner, taking most of his followers with him, but the atmosphere of dread remained. Draco spent hours locked in his room, ostensibly working on school assignments, but actually searching desperately for alternatives. The cabinet was still his best option for repairing his family's standing Get Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Let them handle Dumbledore, claim credit for the crucial role. But killing the headmaster himself, after witnessing what true cruelty looked like, the thought made him physically ill. On the night before his return to Hogwarts, Draco stood in front of his bedroom mirror, studying the hollow-eyed stranger who stared back. The mark on his arm seemed to pulse in the dim light, a constant reminder of his binding oath. "I can't do it," he whispered to his reflection. "I can't become that." The admission, spoken aloud for the first time, should have brought despair. Instead, it brought a strange clarity. He would continue working on the cabinet. He would maintain his cover. But he would find another way, some solution that didn't require him to cast an unforgivable, to extinguish a life with his own hand, some way that might allow him to eventually face Granger without seeing disgust in those perceptive eyes. It was a thin hope, perhaps a delusional one. But as Draco packed his trunk for the return to Hogwarts, it was the only light in the darkness that had become his life. Chapter 8, Unexpected Help. It happened by accident, really. Draco hadn't intended to find himself in the second-floor girls' lavatory that January afternoon. He'd been working in the room of requirement since dawn, missing both breakfast and lunch, attempting a complex series of resonance charms on the Vanishing Cabinet. Progress remained frustratingly incremental. Objects would now transfer between the paired cabinets, but arrived damaged. A green apple sent through returned gray and withered. A songbird arrived dead, its tiny body still warm. The implications were clear and terrifying. Anything living would not survive the journey. After the 12th failed attempt, something in Draco had simply broken. A wave of panic unlike anything he'd experienced before crashed over him, heart racing, lungs seizing, vision narrowing to pinpricks of light in an encroaching darkness. He had stumbled from the room of requirement, gasping for air that wouldn't come, searching blindly for somewhere, anywhere, to hide while he fell apart. The lavatory door had appeared before him, and he'd lurched inside without thinking, collapsing against the nearest sink. His reflection in the cracked mirror above it was horrifying, skin gray, eyes wild, lips taking on a bluish tinge as he hyperventilated. "I can't do this," he gasped to his reflection. "I can't. I'm going to fail. They'll kill them. They'll kill me. Who's going to kill you?" The voice, high, curious, and distinctly female, sent Draco spinning around, wand raised instinctively. There was no one visible in the tiled room. "Who's there?" he demanded, voice still unsteady. "Show yourself." A translucent figure drifted through the door of one of the stalls. A girl in Hogwarts robes, with thick glasses and pigtails, her form shimmering with the pearlescent glow of a ghost. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted this particular bathroom, famous for her theatrical wailing and tendency to flood the corridors when upset. Draco had never interacted with her directly, though he'd heard stories from other students. "You're not supposed to be in here," she said, floating closer with undisguised interest. "This is a girl's bathroom." "I know that," Draco snapped, embarrassment adding a sharper edge to his panic. I needed." To his horror, a sob escaped his throat. Then another. And suddenly, he was crying, truly crying for the first time since he'd received the dark mark. Great heaving sobs that bent him double against the sink. He expected the ghost to mock him, or to flee in alarm, or to threaten to report him. Instead, she drifted closer, her spectral head tilting to one side. "Are you crying?" she asked, her voice softer now, almost gentle. "No," Draco lied automatically, wiping furiously at his face. "Just leave me alone." "I know what it's like," Myrtle said, ignoring his request. "To be alone and afraid. To have nowhere to go, no one to talk to." Something in her tone, a loneliness that matched his own, made Draco look up. The ghost hovered at eye level, her transparent features arranged in an expression of genuine curiosity, and something almost like sympathy. "You don't know anything about me," he said, but the words lacked venom. "I know you're scared," she replied simply. "I know you're hiding in a place where no one would think to look for you. I know what that feels like." Draco stared at her, suddenly aware of how surreal this situation was. He, Draco Malfoy, pureblood heir and reluctant Death Eater, crying in a girl's bathroom while conversing with the ghost of a student who had died decades before. Yet somehow, in this moment, Myrtle seemed like the only being in the castle who might understand his isolation. "I'm trapped," he heard himself saying, the words escaping before he could reconsider. "I have to do something terrible, and if I don't, people I care about will die. But if I do it," he swallowed hard, "if I do it, I'll become something I don't think I can live with." Myrtle floated closer, her ghostly face intent. "Someone is threatening you." A bitter laugh escaped him. "You could say that. Is it the same boy who bullied me? Tom Riddle." The name sent a chill through Draco. Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord's birth name, rarely spoken even among his followers. How did this ghost know it? "You knew him?" he asked cautiously. Myrtle's expression darkened. "He was here when I died. He set the monster on me, the basilisk. I didn't know it was him then, but I figured it out later, watching and listening over the years. No one believed me, of course. No one ever listened to Myrtle." Draco felt a strange connection forming between them. Two people whose lives had been irrevocably damaged by the same dark wizard, generations apart. "It is him," he admitted quietly. He wants me to kill someone. I don't think I can do it, but if I don't, he'll kill you instead," Myrtle finished, nodding sagely. "That's how he works. He makes you choose between terrible things." The simple accuracy of her assessment was startling. This ghost, this girl who had died decades ago, whom most students treated as a joke, understood the Dark Lord's methods with disturbing clarity. "I don't know what to do," Draco confessed, the words both terrifying and liberating. After months of bearing his burden alone, sharing even this small part of it felt like releasing pressure from an overheated cauldron. Myrtle considered him thoughtfully. "I can't tell you what to do," she said finally. "I couldn't save myself from Tom Riddle." But she drifted closer, her ghostly form sending a chill through the air. "I can listen. Nobody comes here. Nobody would hear you. It's safe." Safe? When had Draco last felt safe? Not since before the Dark Mark, certainly. Perhaps not truly since the Dark Lord's return at the end of fourth year, when everything began to change. "I don't think anywhere is safe anymore," he said honestly. "This bathroom is," Myrtle insisted. "It's my domain. I know who comes and goes. I can warn you if anyone approaches." She smiled, a strangely sweet expression on her mournful face. "I could be your lookout." The offer was so unexpected, so bizarrely kind, that Draco found himself speechless. This ghost, this girl who had died alone and afraid, who had spent decades haunting a bathroom, was offering him something no one else had. A safe space, a listening ear, with no judgment or expectation. "Why would you help me?" he asked finally. Myrtle shrugged, the motion sending ripples through her translucent form. "Because you're like me, alone, afraid, and because," her spectral features hardened slightly, "because I hate Tom Riddle for what he did to me. Helping someone he's trying to hurt would make me happy." It was strange logic, but Draco couldn't fault it. And honestly, at this point, he would accept help from nearly any quarter. "Thank you," he said simply. Myrtle beamed, clearly unused to gratitude. "You can come back any time," she offered. "I'm always here." He hadn't intended to return. The first visit had been a moment of weakness, an aberration never to be repeated. Yet 3 days later, after another failed attempt with the cabinet, he found himself once again standing outside the second-floor girls' lavatory. Myrtle greeted him like an old friend, eagerly floating circles around him as he sank onto the tiled floor, back against the cold stone wall. "You came back," she exclaimed, her high voice echoing slightly in the empty bathroom. "I was hoping you would." "I shouldn't be here," Draco muttered, but made no move to leave. "Where else would you go?" Myrtle asked pragmatically. "You need somewhere to think, don't you? Somewhere quiet." She was right. The Slytherin common room offered no real privacy. The room of requirement had become associated with failure and frustration. The library held too high a risk of running into Granger with her too perceptive eyes. So for the next hour, Draco sat in silence while Myrtle floated nearby, occasionally offering observations about other students or reminiscing about her own time at Hogwarts. She didn't press him to talk about his problems, seeming content with his silent company. It was oddly comforting No expectations, no demands, just the peculiar peace of sharing space with someone who asked nothing of him. When he finally rose to leave, Myrtle drifted to eye level. "Will you come back again?" she asked, trying and failing to sound casual. Draco hesitated, then nodded. Probably. Her beaming smile followed him out the door, and so began one of the strangest relationships of Draco's life. Every few days, sometimes more frequently when the pressure became unbearable, he would slip away to Myrtle's bathroom. Sometimes he would talk, sharing carefully edited versions of his struggles. More often, he would simply sit in silence, gathering his thoughts, while Myrtle provided oddly soothing background chatter. She never asked direct questions about his task, never pressed for details he wasn't ready to share. She seemed to understand instinctively that his presence was confidence enough, that his very act of seeking her company was a trust she should not betray. On a cold February evening, nearly a month into this unusual arrangement, Draco found himself confiding more than he had intended. "I saw him torture someone at Christmas," he said abruptly, interrupting Myrtle's story about a third-year Hufflepuff who had recently cried in her bathroom. A muggle, just to make a point, to show what would happen to my family if I failed. Myrtle went very still, her ghostly form almost fatting in her stillness. "Tom always liked demonstrations," she said softly. "He used to hurt animals sometimes, to show the other Slytherins what he could do." The parallel made Draco's skin crawl. The muggle didn't do anything wrong. He was just there, convenient. He swallowed hard, the memory still vivid. "My aunt performed the curses. She enjoyed it." Bellatrix Lestrange, Myrtle guessed, surprising Draco again with her knowledge. "The students talk about her, even here. They're afraid of her." "They should be," Draco said grimly. "She's not sane. Neither is he, really. But she worships him. Would do anything he asked without question. And you wouldn't." The question hung in the air between them, simple yet profound. Once, Draco would have answered with automatic affirmation. Now, "I thought I would," he admitted. "When he first gave me this task, I was proud, terrified, but proud, chosen for something important. Now I see it differently. I'm not being honored, I'm being punished. Set up to fail so he can justify killing me and my parents." Saying it aloud made it more real somehow, more devastating. Draco ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration he'd picked up recently. "The worst part is, even knowing that, I still can't see a way out. Either I do what he asks and become like them, or I fail and we all die." Myrtle drifted closer, her ghostly face thoughtful. "There might be another option," she said carefully. "What if you asked for help? Not from me, I can't do much except listen, but from someone alive, someone powerful." Draco shook his head. "Snape already offered. I can't trust him. He could be reporting to the Dark Lord, and anyone else would turn me in to Dumbledore, which which would be just as fatal for my family. What about Harry Potter? The suggestion was so absurd that Draco actually laughed. Potter, the person I've been tormenting for 6 years, the Dark Lord's mortal enemy. You think he'd help me? Myrtle shrugged. He helped me once. Talked to me like a person, not a joke. He's stubborn and reckless, but he's not cruel. It doesn't matter, Draco said firmly. Potter's on Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore is my target. There's no middle ground there. What about his friends, then? The smart girl. She comes in here sometimes. Granger. The very thought of her sent a complex wave of emotions through Draco: irritation, respect, confusion. Their interactions since Christmas had been minimal, but strange, characterized by an awkward awareness that had replaced their usual straightforward animosity. She wouldn't help me either, he said, but with less certainty. Myrtle seemed about to argue further when she suddenly stiffened, her transparent head turning toward the door. Someone's coming, she hissed, then disappeared through the nearest stall door. Draco was on his feet instantly, moving toward one of the cubicles to hide, but it was too late. The bathroom door swung open, and a familiar figure stepped inside, arms laden with books. Granger, because of course it would be her. She stopped short at the sight of him, her eyes widening in surprise. Malfoy. Observant as always, Granger, he replied automatically, falling back on sarcasm to hide his discomfort. Her gaze flicked around the empty bathroom, clearly trying to make sense of his presence. What are you doing in a girl's lavatory? A dozen excuses flashed through his mind, none convincing. What are you doing here? He countered instead. It's almost curfew. I often study here, she replied, still watching him with undisguised suspicion. It's quiet. No one comes here because of Myrtle. She set her books down on the edge of a sink. Your turn. Draco considered simply pushing past her and leaving, but something stopped him. Perhaps it was Myrtle's suggestion that Granger might help. Perhaps it was simple exhaustion with maintaining his facade. Or perhaps it was the memory of their last real conversation, when she had looked at him with concern rather than contempt. Same reason, he admitted finally. It's quiet. No one looks for me here. Granger's expression shifted subtly from suspicion to something more complex. She studied him with that penetrating gaze that always made him feel transparent. You've been coming here regularly, she said. It wasn't a question. I've seen you leaving this corridor several times over the past few weeks. Of course she had. Granger noticed everything. Are you tracking my movements now, Granger? I'm flattered. Instead of rising to the bait, she simply continued watching him, her head tilted slightly. You talk to Myrtle, don't you? The accuracy of her guess was unsettling. What makes you say that? She's been different lately. Less disruptive. Almost happy. Granger's gaze softened slightly. And you've been different too. Still terrible, obviously, but less frantic. Draco wasn't sure which which was more surprising, that Granger had noticed such subtle changes in both him and Myrtle, or that she'd admitted to watching him closely enough to observe them. "Myrtle's not as bad as people think," he said finally, the closest he could come to confirming her suspicion. Granger's eyebrows rose slightly. "No," she agreed quietly. "People often aren't." The subtext was clear, and it made Draco distinctly uncomfortable. Was she suggesting he wasn't as bad as his reputation? After everything he'd done, everything he was still planning. "Don't romanticize me, Granger," he said sharply. "I'm not some misunderstood hero in one of your Muggle novels. I'm exactly who you've always thought I was." She considered this, then shook her head slowly. "No, I don't think you are. The Draco Malfoy I thought I knew wouldn't be hiding in a bathroom talking to a ghost. He'd be swaggering around the castle with Crabbe and Goyle, making everyone else miserable." Her voice softened. "He wouldn't look like he hasn't slept in weeks or eaten properly in months." Draco's defenses rose instinctively. "I don't need your pity." "It's not pity," she countered. "It's observation. Whatever you're involved in, and don't bother denying it, we both know you're up to something. It's destroying you. And honestly, that concerns me. Why would you be concerned about me?" The question escaped before he could stop it. Genuine confusion overriding his usual guarded responses. Granger seemed surprised by the question, as if the answer should be obvious. "Because you're a person, Malfoy. A deeply unpleasant one most of the time, but still a person. And whatever is happening to you seems wrong." The simple humanity in her response left Draco momentarily speechless. After months of being viewed as either a tool or a failure by the Death Eaters, as a suspicious character by his teachers, and as an increasingly confusing enigma by his fellow students, Granger's straightforward recognition of his humanity was unexpectedly affecting. "You should stay away from me," he said finally, his voice rougher than intended. "For your own good." She smiled slightly, the expression more sad than amused. "People have been telling me what's for my own good since I entered the wizarding world. I prefer to make those determinations myself." A ghost of his old smirk crossed Draco's face. "Stubborn as always. Perceptive as always," she corrected, then hesitated before continuing. "Malfoy, whatever it is, whatever you're doing or planning, there are other options. People who could help." The echo of Myrtle's suggestion was too precise to be coincidence. Had the ghost been eavesdropping despite her apparent departure? Probably. But the similarity made it harder to dismiss outright. "Not for me," he said, moving toward the door. "Some paths can't be abandoned once you've started down them." Granger shifted slightly, not quite blocking his exit, but making it clear she wasn't finished. "That's not true. It's never too late to make a different choice." The conviction in her voice was so strong, so genuine, that for one wild moment Draco almost believed her. Almost imagined a world where he could simply walk away from the Dark Lord's task, where his family could be protected, where he wouldn't have to become a murderer to survive. But reality reasserted itself quickly. The mark on his arm pulsed as if to remind him of his binding oath. "Easy for you to say, Granger," he replied, unable to keep bitterness from his tone. "Your choices are simple. Good versus evil. Light versus dark. Some of us live in the shadows in between." She shook her head. "The choice between doing what's right and what's easy is never simple, Malfoy. But it is always a choice." The words struck him with unexpected force. A choice. After months of feeling trapped, cornered, forced down a single inevitable path, the mere suggestion that alternatives existed, however unlikely or dangerous, was like oxygen to a suffocating man. "I should go," he said, suddenly needing distance from this conversation, from the dangerous hope it threatened to inspire. "Enjoy your studying." Granger didn't try to stop him this time, but as he reached the door, she called after him softly, "Malfoy, Myrtle's good at keeping secrets, but so am I if you ever need to talk to someone who can actually respond." "Well, I'm often here in the evenings." The offer hung in the air between them, sincere and impossible. Draco didn't trust himself to respond without revealing too much. He merely nodded once, sharply, and left. As he walked back toward the Slytherin dormitory, Draco's mind churned with conflicting thoughts. Granger's words echoed alongside Myrtle's suggestions, creating a dangerous harmony of possibility. The idea that he had choices, that there might be paths other than the one the Dark Lord had laid before him, it was probably a delusion, a comforting fantasy to preserve his sanity as he continued working on the cabinet, continued moving toward the inevitable confrontation with Dumbledore. But for the first time in months, as Draco prepared for another night of restless sleep, the tight knot of dread in his chest had loosened slightly. And if, in his dreams, Granger's voice returned with its conviction that he could choose differently, well, that was between him and the darkness. Chapter 9. Cracks in the Armor. Today, Professor Slughorn announced, his walrus mustache quivering with excitement. "We begin our most ambitious project of the term, the Exanimus Potion." A murmur rippled through the NEWT level potions class. The Exanimus Potion, known for its complexity and its controversial use in advanced medical procedures to temporarily suspend animation in a patient. Not technically dark magic, but certainly adjacent to it. This remarkable brew, Slughorn continued, requires precise teamwork and exceptional skill, which is why you'll be working in pairs that I have already selected. Draco suppressed a groan. Partner assignments inevitably meant working with someone from another house, one of Slughorn's many strategies for enforcing inter-house cooperation. After his encounter with Granger in Myrtle's bathroom the previous week, enforced proximity with any Gryffindor was the last thing he needed. "When I call your names, Please move to sit with your partner, Slughorn instructed, unrolling a parchment with evident relish. Zabini and Macmillan, Knott and Potter, Parkinson and Weasley. Draco noted with grim amusement the look of mutual horror that passed between Pansy and the Weasel. At least he wouldn't be subjected to Malfoy and Granger. Of course, because the universe had apparently decided that his life wasn't complicated enough already. Draco remained stubbornly in his seat, forcing Granger to be the one to move. She did so with obvious reluctance, sliding onto the stool beside him with her back rigid. Malfoy, she acknowledged stiffly. Granger, he returned, equally formal. Slughorn beamed at the class, oblivious to the various undercurrents of tension. Excellent. Now, the Exanimus potion requires 3 full weeks to brew, with critical interventions every 3rd day. You and your partner will need to coordinate schedules outside of class time. He waved his wand, and instructions appeared on the blackboard. The procedure is exceptionally delicate. One mistake, and you'll need to begin again from scratch. Draco scanned the blackboard with growing dismay. The potion involved over 30 ingredients, many of them rare and temperamental. The brewing process required precise timing. Some steps needed to be performed at specific phases of the moon, others at exact times of day or night. This is a NEWT level project, representing 30% of your final grade. Slughorn continued cheerfully. I expect nothing less than excellence. Now, collect your base ingredients and begin. As the class dispersed to gather supplies, Draco and Hermione remained seated, an awkward silence stretching between them. We should establish a schedule, she said finally, pulling out a fresh piece of parchment. Some of these steps need to be performed at midnight, and others at dawn. Draco nodded stiffly. I have commitments some evenings. We'll need to work around those. What kind of commitments? The question was casual, but her eyes were sharp with suspicion. Private ones, he replied coldly. To his surprise, she didn't press further. Fine. I have prefect duties on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We should compare our free periods as well. It was surreal, sitting here discussing schedules with Granger, as if they were simply 2 students working on an assignment, rather than enemies on opposite sides of a brewing war. But in this moment, that's exactly what they were, 2 students with a complicated potion to brew and a grade at stake. I'll get the base ingredients, Draco said abruptly, standing. You prepare the cauldron. Working with Granger proved to be a peculiar experience. Despite their mutual antipathy, they fell into an unexpectedly efficient rhythm. She was methodical and precise, as he'd always known from observing her in class, but seeing her work up close revealed a confidence with potions he hadn't fully appreciated before. Her movements were economical, her timing perfect. For his part, Draco knew he was no slouch at potions. It had always been his best subject, one where his natural attention to detail served him well. Together, they prepared the initial base, a complex emulsion of moonstone dust and dragon bile, in half the time it took most other pairs. Stir 7 times clockwise, then once counterclockwise, Granger instructed, reading from her notes, while measuring precise amounts of powdered asphodel. Draco complied without argument, watching as the liquid in the cauldron shifted from murky green to a clear, silvery blue. "Now the pearl dust," he said, 3 pinches exactly. After the 3rd clockwise stir of the next sequence, she nodded, readying the ingredient. Their coordination was flawless, neither needing to explain their next move as they worked. "Well, well," Slughorn's booming voice interrupted their concentration as he appeared behind them. "What have we here? Perfect coloration, excellent consistency." He beamed at them both. "I had high hopes for this pairing, 2 of my most talented brewers, but this exceeds even my expectations." 10 points to both Slytherin and Gryffindor. As Slughorn moved on to the next pair, Draco caught Granger's eye. For a brief moment, they shared a look of mutual satisfaction that transcended their usual hostility. "We work well together," she said quietly, sounding surprised by her own observation. "Don't sound so shocked, Granger," Draco replied, but without his usual venom. "Some of us actually earned our place in this class, unlike Potter, with his mysterious new potions prowess." She frowned slightly. "Harry's been," she stopped herself, clearly deciding this wasn't an argument worth having. "Never mind. Let's add the powdered bicorn horn next." By the end of the double period, their potion was precisely the iridescent silver with faint blue undertones, described in the instructions, the only one in the class to reach this stage correctly. Even Potter and Knott's attempt had turned an alarming shade of purple after Knott added too much valerian root. For Thursday, Slughorn called as they cleaned their stations. "I expect a 12-inch analysis of the theoretical principles underlying the suspension properties of the Exanimus potion. Work with your partners." As they packed up their belongings, Draco found himself faced with the awkward necessity of arranging a meeting with Granger outside of class. "Library," she suggested, clearly having the same realization. "Tomorrow evening after dinner." He hesitated. The library was public, visible. Being seen studying with Granger would raise questions he didn't care to answer. But their alternative meeting place, Myrtle's bathroom, felt too private, too intimate to suggest. "Fine," he agreed finally. "The restricted section, where fewer people will see us." She rolled her eyes at this, but nodded. 7 o'clock. Working on the essay proved more challenging than the practical brewing, primarily because it involved actual conversation rather than silent coordination. Seated at a secluded table deep in the restricted section, surrounded by arcane potions texts, Draco found himself in the bizarre position of having a civil academic discussion with Hermione Granger, the key principal is suspended animation, not stasis, she argued, tapping a passage in advanced alchemical theory. Stasis implies complete cessation of all processes, but exanimus maintains minimal cellular function while suppressing consciousness and major organ activity. That's a trivial distinction, Draco countered, pulling another tome toward him. Heller clearly categorizes it as a stasis potion with modified properties. Heller was writing in 1879, Granger retorted. Modern potions theory distinguishes more precisely between stasis and suspension. Look at Belby's work from 1956. She reached for the same book he was holding, their hands colliding over the worn leather cover. Her fingers brushed against his warm, slightly ink-stained, unexpectedly soft, and Draco felt a jolt that had nothing to do with static electricity. He jerked his hand back as if burned, eyes flying to her face. She looked equally startled, a faint flush rising in her cheeks as she withdrew her hand. "Sorry," she murmured, the first time he could recall her apologizing to him for anything. "It's fine," he replied shortly, shoving the book toward her. "Use Belby. I'll check Flamel's comparative analysis." They worked in silence for several minutes, the strange tension gradually dissipating as they refocused on their task. But Draco remained uncomfortably aware of her presence across the table. The way she absently tucked her hair behind her ear when concentrating, the soft sound of her quill scratching against parchment, the slight furrow that appeared between her brows when she encountered a challenging passage. "This is interesting," she said eventually, breaking the silence. "Belby suggests that the pearl dust doesn't just contribute to the suspension effect. It actually creates a protective barrier around individual cells, preventing decay during the animated suspension." Despite his determination to maintain emotional distance, Draco found himself genuinely intrigued. "Let me see that." He leaned forward, reading the passage she indicated. "That would explain why asphodel is so critical. It's not just for its soporific properties, but for its cellular preservation capabilities when combined with pearl dust." "Exactly." Granger's eyes lit up with academic enthusiasm. "And look here." She slid the book closer to him, leaning forward to point at another paragraph. "The interaction between the bicorn horn and the moondew creates the temporal suspension matrix, while the pearl dust and asphodel handle the biological preservation." Their heads were bent close together over the text, her hair brushing against his shoulder. The proximity should have been uncomfortable, repulsive even. She was a Muggle-born, his supposed enemy, a walking challenge to everything he had been raised to believe. Yet in this moment, she was simply a brilliant mind engaged with his own, following the same intellectual path with matching excitement. The realization was deeply unsettling. "We should incorporate that into our analysis," he said, pulling back to a safer distance. "It's more sophisticated than the standard interpretation." Granger nodded, already scribbling notes. We could structure the essay around the dual mechanisms, temporal suspension and cellular preservation, rather than treating it as a single process. That would be, Draco paused, searching for a suitably neutral term. Adequate. A small smile played at the corner of her mouth. High praise from Draco Malfoy. I'm honored. There was no malice in her teasing, just a gentle acknowledgement of the strangeness of their current civil interaction. Draco found himself fighting an answering smile. Don't get used to it, Granger, he said. But the words lacked their usual bite. They continued working until Madame Pince began her rounds, warning students of the approaching curfew. Their essay was nearly complete, more thorough and insightful than anything Draco would have produced alone. He had to admit, if only to himself, we should meet once more before Thursday to finalize it, Granger suggested as they gathered their materials. Wednesday afternoon, perhaps. I have a free period after lunch. I can't, Draco said quickly. Wednesday afternoons were reserved for work on the Vanishing Cabinet. I have a prior commitment. She studied him for a moment, that too perceptive gaze making him want to look away. Another mysterious appointment. You have quite a few of those. It's none of your business, Granger, he snapped, his goodwill evaporating at the implied question. She seemed unfazed by his sudden shift in tone. I wasn't asking for details, just nodding a pattern. She closed her notebook with deliberate care. Wednesday evening, then, after dinner. Draco hesitated, then nodded curtly. Fine, same place. As they left the library together, an uncomfortable silence fell between them. At the first major corridor junction, they would part ways. She toward Gryffindor Tower, he toward the dungeons. Before they reached it, however, Granger spoke again. You know, Malfoy, you're actually quite brilliant at potions. Not just the technical work, but the theory too. Her voice was casual, as if commenting on the weather. When you're not trying to sabotage anyone else's cauldron or showing off for Snape, that is. The unexpected compliment caught him off guard. What? It's just an observation, she said, stopping at the junction. You understand potions at an intuitive level. It's impressive. Before he could formulate a response, she turned and walked away, leaving Draco staring after her with an unsettling mixture of confusion and something dangerously close to pleasure at her praise. Their Wednesday evening session proceeded much like the first, characterized by surprising academic harmony, interspersed with moments of awkward tension. The essay took shape quickly, their different perspectives blending into a coherent analysis that was undeniably superior to what either would have produced independently. We should proofread each other's sections, Granger suggested as they neared completion. Fresh eyes might catch errors or unclear passages. Draco nodded, handing over his portion while accepting hers. Her handwriting was neat and precise, like everything else about her academic work. He found himself admiring the clarity of her arguments, the elegant connections she drew between theoretical principles and practical applications. Your section on temporal manipulation is good, he admitted reluctantly, returning her parchment. Though you might clarify the distinction between suspended animation and time-delayed effects in the third paragraph. She accepted the criticism without defensiveness, considering it thoughtfully before making a small adjustment to her text. You're right. That was ambiguous. She handed his section back to him. Yours is excellent, actually. I've just suggested a minor restructuring in the second part to improve the flow. Draco examined her notes. The suggested changes were subtle but effective, strengthening his already solid analysis. These are helpful, he acknowledged, incorporating her edits. We make a good team, she remarked casually, not looking up from her final revisions. Academically speaking, the comment hung in the air between them, both innocent and laden with implications neither was prepared to examine. They were not a team in any meaningful sense. They were temporary collaborators in a class project, nothing more. Yet Draco couldn't deny the evidence before him. Their completed essay was outstanding, likely the best work he'd produced at Hogwarts. Working with Granger had challenged him intellectually, pushed him to refine his ideas, to articulate concepts more precisely than he might have otherwise. I suppose even a stopped clock is right twice a day, he said finally, defaulting to sarcasm when honesty felt too dangerous. She glanced up at him, a knowing look in her eyes that suggested she saw through his deflection. If you say so, Malfoy. As they finished their final revisions, Draco found himself watching her surreptitiously. The way she bit her lower lip when concentrating. The slight tilt of her head as she reviewed a complex passage. The quiet confidence with which she handled advanced magical concepts. Had she always been this intelligent, this capable? Obviously, yes. Her academic reputation was well established. But he had dismissed it for years as mere book learning, rote memorization without true understanding. Working alongside her had forced him to recognize the depth of her magical intuition, the genuine brilliance behind her perfect grades. How many other things had he been wrong about? The question opened a door in his mind that he quickly slammed shut. He couldn't afford such dangerous introspection. Not now. Not with everything at stake. I think we're finished, Granger announced, reviewing the complete essay with satisfaction. This should earn us top marks. Obviously, Draco replied, affecting indifference despite his private agreement. She began gathering her books, then paused, seemingly debating with herself before speaking. Our practical session is tomorrow during class, but we'll need to return on Saturday morning to add the Mundu. It needs to be incorporated precisely at dawn. Draco had already noted this requirement, of course, but had been avoiding the discussion of how they would manage it. Working together during scheduled class periods was one thing. Meeting at dawn on a weekend felt more personal somehow. I'm aware of the timing requirements, he said stiffly. Then I'll meet you in the potions classroom at 5:30 a.m., she continued, undeterred by his tone. That will give us time to prepare before the exact moment of sunrise at 6:12. The early hour would be challenging after another likely sleepless night, but Draco merely nodded. I'll be there. As they packed their belongings, their hands brushed again, accidentally, as they reached for the same reference book they'd been sharing. This time, the contact lingered for a fraction of a second longer than necessary, and Draco felt that same inexplicable jolt he'd experienced before. He jerked away, angry at his body's traitorous reaction. She was Granger, Muggle-born, Potter's friend, everything he should despise. This bizarre response made no sense. Sorry, she murmured, echoing her response from their previous encounter. But this time, her eyes held a question when they met his, as if she too had felt something unexpected and couldn't quite categorize it. Forget it, he said curtly, shoving his books into his bag with unnecessary force. See you tomorrow in class. He left without waiting for her response, striding away as if distance could resolve the confusion churning inside him. What was wrong with him? A few civil study sessions, and suddenly he was noticing things about Granger he had no business noticing: her intelligence, her dedication, the way her eyes lit up when she made an intellectual connection. It was stress, he decided as he made his way back to the Slytherin dormitory. Sleep deprivation and the constant pressure of his impossible task had clearly affected his judgment. Nothing more. But that night, as he lay awake in his four-poster bed, staring at the green canopy above, it wasn't the Vanishing Cabinet or the Dark Lord that occupied his thoughts. It was the memory of Granger's fingers accidentally brushing against his, and the disturbing realization that part of him had wanted the contact to continue. Draco pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, as if he could physically push the thoughts away. This was madness. Dangerous, impossible madness. Whatever strange effect working with Granger was having on him, he needed to suppress it immediately. Tomorrow, he would re-establish proper distance. Return to treating her with cool disdain. Remember who he was, who she was, and why any other dynamic between them was unthinkable. But even as he made this resolution, a treacherous voice in the back of his mind whispered a devastating truth. It might already be too late. Cracks had formed in his carefully constructed armor of prejudice and superiority. And through those cracks, he had glimpsed something he could never unsee: Hermione Granger as a person worthy of admiration, not contempt. The realization terrified him more than the Dark Lord's wrath ever could. Chapter 10, Poisonous Confession. The bottle of oak-matured mead sat on Draco's trunk, innocuous in its elegant packaging. A seemingly perfect gift, expensive, refined, exactly the sort of thing a discerning wizard of Dumbledore's age might appreciate. Only Draco knew about the deadly potion infused within, an obscure poison that would leave no trace once consumed. Unlike the necklace, this plan was simpler, direct. Fewer variables to control, fewer opportunities for error. Rosmerta, under the imperious curse, would deliver it to Slughorn with careful instructions that it was a gift intended for the headmaster. Slughorn, ever eager to curry favor with his superior, would pass it along. Dumbledore would drink it, and that would be the end. No unforgivable curses cast directly by Draco within Hogwarts. No cursed objects changing hands between multiple students. Just a bottle moving from professor to headmaster, a common enough occurrence to avoid suspicion. It was perfect. It had to work. He was running out of time. The morning after their late-night study session, Draco had received another letter from home, this one from his father. Smuggled out of Azkaban through channels Draco preferred not to contemplate. The message had been brief, but terrifying in its implications. Son, our mutual friend grows impatient. Your mother suffers for your delays. Complete your task by month's end, or I fear what may become of us all. Eld, his mother, suffering. The words had burned into Draco's brain, keeping him awake for 2 straight nights. What did that mean exactly? Was she being punished physically? Cruciatus, like the Muggle at Christmas? Or were the punishments more subtle humiliations, threats, the constant presence of people like Greyback in her home? Either way, the message was clear. Time had run out. He needed to act now, which was why the poisoned mead sat ready on his trunk. Its delivery to Rosmerta scheduled for tonight during the Hogsmeade visit. Slughorn would have it by evening. Dumbledore, perhaps, as soon as tomorrow. And then it would be over. His family saved. His obligation fulfilled. So why did the thought bring no relief? Draco paced his dormitory, glad for the temporary solitude as his roommates enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall. In less than 24 hours, he might be a murderer. Not by proxy, as with the failed necklace plot, but in the most direct sense. His actions, his plan, his poison ending a life. His stomach clenched painfully at the thought. He hadn't eaten properly in days, unable to keep food down as the pressure mounted. The Saturday morning potions session with Granger loomed ahead. Dawn was only an hour away. But all he could think about was the bottle and what it represented. There was no choice. He had to go through with it, for his mother, for his father, for himself. And yet, unbidden, Granger's words from weeks ago returned to him. It's never too late to make a different choice. Was that true? Or was it the naive perspective of someone who had never faced the kind of impossible situation in which he found himself? What different choice could he possibly make that wouldn't result in his family's destruction? Draco checked his watch. 5:15 a.m. He needed to head to the potions classroom to meet Granger for their dawn brewing session. Afterward, the Hogsmeade visit, the delivery of the mead, the point of no return. With a deep breath, he picked up his potions notes and left the dormitory, deliberately not looking back at the innocuous-seeming bottle that represented his last, desperate hope for salvation. Granger was already in the potions classroom when he arrived, setting up their station with characteristic efficiency. She looked tired but alert, her hair pulled back in a practical bun that emphasized the clean lines of her face in the soft pre-dawn light filtering through the dungeon windows. "You're early," he commented, setting down his bag. "So are you," she replied with a small smile. "I wanted to prepare everything before sunrise. We'll only have a 30-second window to add the moondew at the exact moment of dawn." Draco nodded, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. The Exanimus potion required his complete attention. One mistake, and 3 weeks of meticulous work would be ruined. They worked in comfortable silence, arranging ingredients, checking measurements, confirming the temperature of the simmering base they'd prepared in their previous session. Their coordination had improved further, each anticipating the other's movements with an ease that would have been unthinkable a month ago. 3 minutes to sunrise, Granger announced, consulting the astronomical chart they'd brought. The moondew should be crushed just before addition, not prepared in advance. "I know," Draco replied, already selecting the silver mortar rather than the brass one. "Silver preserves the ethereal properties that interact with the dawn light." She gave him an approving look. "Exactly." As they waited for the precise moment, a strangely comfortable silence fell between them. Draco found himself studying her profile surreptitiously, the focused look in her eyes, the way she checked and double-checked their preparations with meticulous care. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to wonder what it might have been like if things had been different, if they had met as just 2 students, without the baggage of blood status and house rivalries and opposing sides in a war. 30 seconds, she murmured, drawing him from his dangerous musings. Draco crushed the delicate moondew blossoms with precise pressure, extracting the luminescent dew that gave the plant its name. The silvery liquid pooled in the mortar, catching the first faint rays of sunrise that now penetrated the dungeon windows. 10 seconds, Granger counted down softly. 5, 4, 3, 2, now. With perfect synchronization, Draco tipped the mortar over the cauldron, while Granger stirred precisely 3 times widdershins. The potion flashed brilliant gold for an instant before settling into the desired, dawn-touched silver described in their textbook. "Perfect," Granger breathed, her face illuminated by the potion's soft glow. She looked up at him, eyes bright with the satisfaction of complex magic properly executed. "We did it." Something shifted in Draco's chest at her expression, a tightening that had nothing to do with his usual anxiety, and everything to do with the way dawn light caught in her eyes. For a suspended moment, he forgot about poisoned mead impossible tasks, and dark lords. There was only this, the quiet triumph of magical craftsmanship shared with someone who understood exactly what it meant. "We did," he agreed softly. Her smile faltered slightly as she seemed to register the strange intensity in his gaze. A flush spread across her cheeks, and she looked away, suddenly busy with recording their observations in her notebook. "The next step isn't until Monday's class," she said, her voice slightly higher than normal. "We just need to maintain the stasis charm over the weekend." Draco nodded, stepping back to create distance, both physical and emotional. What was wrong with him? These bizarre moments of connection with Granger were becoming more frequent, more difficult to dismiss. And with everything else hanging over him, he couldn't afford such complications. "I'll set the charm," he said, grateful for something concrete to focus on. Tempus fixus. A transparent dome formed over their cauldron, preserving the potion in its current state until the charm was lifted. Granger nodded approvingly at his spellwork. That should hold perfectly. She began packing her materials. "I suppose I'll see you in class on Monday, then. Unless Slughorn finds some other excuse to force us to work together," Draco said, attempting his usual sardonic tone, but achieving something closer to awkward humor. She smiled briefly. "It hasn't been as terrible as I expected, working with you." The mild admission shouldn't have affected him as it did. "Likewise, Granger. Your insufferable know-it-all tendencies are slightly annoying annoying when directed toward a common goal." Instead of taking offense, she actually laughed, a soft, genuine sound that caught him off guard. "I'll take that as high praise from Draco Malfoy." The use of his first name, however casual, created another of those strange moments between them. A brief acknowledgement of the odd, fragile connection that had formed during their collaboration. "Don't get used to it," he warned. But there was no real hostility in his tone. As they left the classroom together, Draco felt the weight of the day ahead settling back onto his shoulders. In a few hours, he would be in Hogsmeade. The mead would be delivered, the plan set in motion, and whatever this strange, impossible dynamic was between himself and Granger, it couldn't matter. Couldn't be allowed to matter. Some paths, once begun, had to be followed to their end. Draco stood in Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, feeling ridiculously out of place among the frilly doilies and cherubs that adorned the Valentine's-themed dacre. February 14th. He'd almost forgotten the date in his preoccupation with the poisoned mead. Now, waiting for Madame Rosmerta to meet him in the back alley, as arranged through coded message, he endured the saccharine atmosphere as a necessary cover. Pansy sat across from him, chattering about something he couldn't bring himself to follow. She'd insisted on accompanying him to Hogsmeade, interpreting his invitation as a romantic Valentine's gesture rather than the convenient alibi it was. Her hand reached across the table to touch his, and he forced himself not to recoil. "You're distracted today," she observed, her pout evident in her voice. "Is something wrong?" "Just tired," he replied automatically. "Been working on that ridiculous potions project with Granger." Pansy's face darkened at the mention of Hermione. "I can't believe Slughorn paired you with that mudblood know-it-all. It's insulting." The slur, one he'd used countless times himself, hit Draco with unexpected force. He found himself flinching slightly before he could control his reaction. "It's just a project," he said neutrally, checking his watch. Nearly time for his bathroom break. That would allow him to slip out the back and meet Rosmerta. "I need to use the restroom. Order us more tea if the waitress comes around." In the cramped, overly decorated bathroom, Draco cast a disillusionment charm on himself and carefully opened the window. It took some maneuvering, but he managed to slip out into the narrow alley behind the tea shop. Removing the charm, he withdrew the packaged bottle from inside his robes. Rosmerta appeared moments later, her usually warm face blank under the influence of his imperious curse. The sight still disturbed him, though he'd been controlling her for months now. "Take this to the 3 broomsticks," he instructed quietly, handing her the mead. "Give it to Professor Slughorn when he comes in. Tell him it's a gift for Headmaster Dumbledore, with your compliments. Suggest he pass it along. Do you understand?" "Yes," she replied, her voice flat and emotionless. "Give to Slughorn for Dumbledore." "Good, now go. Act normal." As she walked away with the deadly package, Draco felt a sickening wave of dread wash over him. It was done, set in motion. In hours or days, Albus Dumbledore would be dead by his hand, if indirectly. He cast the disillusionment charm again and slipped back through the bathroom window, emerging to find Pansy looking irritated at his prolonged absence. "What took so long?" she demanded as he sat down. "Ran into Crabbe in the hallway," he lied smoothly. "He was looking for Goyle." The rest of the Hogsmeade visit passed in a blur. Draco went through the motions, browsing shops, enduring Pansy's attempts at flirtation, meeting up with other Slytherins at the expected times. But his mind remained fixed on the bottle of mead, tracking its imagined progress. Had Slughorn received it yet? Had he spoken to Dumbledore? How quickly would the plan unfold? By the time they returned to the castle that evening, Draco was in a state of heightened anxiety that he struggled to conceal. He begged off dinner, claiming a headache, and retreated to his dormitory. There, he lay on his bed, staring at the canopy above, both dreading and anticipating news of the headmaster's sudden illness. But no news came, not that night, nor the following morning. It wasn't until he was headed to Charmes on Monday that he heard the whispers, urgent, shocked conversations spreading through the corridors like wildfire. "Did you hear? Ron Weasley was poisoned. In Slughorn's office on his birthday. Nearly died, they say. If Potter hadn't found a Bezoar." Draco stopped dead in the middle of the corridor, the blood draining from his face. "Weasley, poisoned. In Slughorn's office. It didn't make sense. The mead was meant for Dumbledore. Slughorn was supposed to deliver it, not serve it, unless the realization hit him with sickening force. Slughorn hadn't passed the gift along. He'd kept the expensive mead for himself, then, for some unfathomable reason, had shared it with Weasley. Another failure. Another innocent nearly killed. Draco stumbled into the nearest bathroom, barely making it to a stall before vomiting. His entire body shook with the violence of his reaction, part horror at what he'd done, part relief that Weasley had survived, part terror at what this latest failure would mean for his family. When the spasms finally subsided, he sank to the floor, uncaring of the filth around him. What was he becoming? What had he already become? First Belle, now Weasley, two people who, despite being on the opposite side of this conflict, had never personally harmed him, never deserved to become collateral damage in his desperate attempts to save his family. And Granger, she would be devastated. Weasley was her friend, more than that, perhaps, given the rumors that had circulated for years about their relationship. He had nearly killed someone she cared about. The thought made him physically ill all over again. 3 days passed before Draco found the courage to visit the hospital wing. He told himself it was simply to assess the damage, to understand exactly what had happened, and how his plan had gone so catastrophically wrong. But deeper motives lurked beneath this rationalization, ones he wasn't ready to examine too closely. It was well after curfew when he made his way through the darkened corridors. Disillusionment charm carefully applied. The hospital wing was dimly lit, only a few lamps burning to provide minimal illumination for the night nurse, who appeared to be dozing in her office. Weasley lay in a bed near the far wall, his normally ruddy complexion waxy and pale even in the soft lamplight. He appeared to be sleeping, his breathing slow but steady. Alive, thanks to Potter's quick thinking. Draco stood at the foot of the bed, a peculiar numbness spreading through him as he observed the damage he had caused. This wasn't collateral damage in a battle, not a casualty of open conflict where both sides knew the risks. This was attempted murder. There was no other word for it, no matter how he tried to justify his actions. A soft sound from the corner startled him. Turning sharply, his hand going to his wand, Draco realized he wasn't alone with the sleeping patient. Granger sat in a chair by the window, a book open but forgotten in her lap. Tears streamed silently down her face as she watched Weasley's still form. She hadn't noticed Draco, couldn't see him through the disillusionment charm, but he could see her clearly. Could see the raw pain etched into her features, the exhaustion in her slumped shoulders, the fear that lingered even as the immediate danger had passed. He should leave. This was private grief, not meant for his eyes. And if she somehow detected his presence, the consequences would be disastrous. Yet he found himself rooted to the spot. unable to look away from the tangible evidence of the harm he had caused. Not just to Weasley, but to those who cared about him. To Granger, who now wiped at her tears with trembling hands, trying to compose herself even with no apparent audience. As if sensing his gaze, she suddenly looked up, her eyes scanning the seemingly empty space where he stood. For a terrifying moment, Draco thought his charm had failed, that she could somehow see through it with those too perceptive eyes of hers. "Who's there?" she whispered, reaching for her wand. He should flee, should back away silently and disappear before she could cast a revealing spell. Instead, driven by some impulse he couldn't name, Draco gradually lifted the charm, revealing himself at the foot of Weasley's bed. Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed with immediate suspicion. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" It was a reasonable question, one for which he had no reasonable answer. What could he possibly say? That he'd come to observe his handiwork, to assuage his guilt, to apologize for nearly killing her friend. "I heard what happened," he said finally, his voice barely audible. "I wanted to see." "See what exactly?" Her tone was frigid, her tear-streaked face hardening into outright hostility. "Come to gloat over your handiwork." The accusation struck with precision, landing exactly where he was most vulnerable. Did she know? Had she somehow pieced it together? "What are you talking about?" he managed, fighting to keep his expression neutral. "Don't play innocent," she hissed, rising from her chair with her wand still pointed at him. "This has your fingerprints all over it. First Katie, now Ron. Cursed objects and poison. These aren't random accidents. She was too clever by half, this witch. Too observant, too determined to uncover the truth." "You don't know what you're talking about, Granger," he said. But the denial sounded hollow, even to his own ears. "Don't I?" She stepped closer, her grief transforming into righteous anger. 2 attacks, both seemingly aimed at getting something deadly into Hogwarts. Both failed, harming innocent people instead of whatever your actual target is. Her eyes blazed in the dim light. "It's Dumbledore, isn't it? You're trying to kill Dumbledore." Hearing his mission stated so baldly. In this setting, with Weasley's poisoned form lying between them, was like being doused in ice water. Draco felt exposed, stripped bare under her accusation. "You've lost your mind," he said, but his voice betrayed him, cracking on the final word. Granger's expression shifted subtly, anger giving way to something more complex, a mixture of disgust, disbelief, and something that looked disturbingly like pity. "Why?" she asked, her voice softer now, but no less intense. "Why would you do this? You're not a killer, Malfoy. I know you're not." There it was again, that same conviction she'd expressed months ago in the corridor. That certainty that he wasn't capable of murder, even as the evidence mounted to the contrary. "You don't know me," he said, the words emerging as barely more than a whisper. "I've spent 6 years watching you," she countered. "You're cruel sometimes, prejudiced, arrogant. But this, she gestured to Weasley's unconscious form, this isn't you. Someone is making you do this. Her perception was terrifying. Draco felt the walls he'd built around his terrible secret beginning to crumble under her unwavering gaze. Stop, he warned, taking a step back. Just stop. It's Voldemort, isn't he? She pressed, ignoring his retreat. He's forcing you somehow, threatening you or your family. The name, that name, no death, Eater dared speak, sent a jolt of panic through him. His left arm burned, as if the mark itself objected to hearing its master's name from her lips. Don't say his name, he hissed. Why? Because you're afraid of him. She stepped closer, her eyes never leaving his face. Everyone is afraid of him, Malfoy. But this isn't the answer. Draco felt himself approaching a dangerous precipice. If he stayed much longer, if she continued pushing with that relentless Gryffindor determination, he might actually break. Might confess everything, the task, the cabinet, the mark burned into his arm. And then what? His family would die. He would die. Nothing would be solved. I need to go, he said, already backing toward the door. This was a mistake. Wait, to his surprise, she lowered her wand, her expression softening further. Malfoy, Draco, whatever you're involved in, whatever he's making you do, there are people who can help. The use of his first name, combined with the genuine concern in her voice, nearly undid him. For one wild moment, he almost believed her, almost imagined a world where he could confess everything, where Dumbledore would protect his family instead of being his target, where he could escape the terrible path he'd been forced onto. But reality reasserted itself quickly. There was no escape, no help that wouldn't result in his family's destruction. No one can help me, he said, the truth of it settling like lead in his stomach. Least of all you. He turned to go, unable to bear the weight of her gaze any longer. But her next words stopped him at the threshold. Is it worth it? She asked quietly. Whatever he's promised you, whatever he's threatening, is it worth becoming someone you'll hate for the rest of your life? The question hit with devastating accuracy, striking at the heart of the conflict that had been tearing him apart for months. Because he already hated what he was becoming, the lies, the cursed objects, the poison, the collateral damage, the steady erosion of whatever decency might have once existed in him. It's not about worth, he replied without turning around. It's about survival. There are worse things than dying, Draco. The quiet certainty in her voice made him glance back one last time. She stood framed in lamplight, her tear-stained face solemn, but resolute. Every inch the Gryffindor, brave, righteous, certain of the difference between right and wrong. Everything he wasn't. Like living with yourself afterward, he asked, the question emerging unbidden. She nodded slowly. Exactly. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other across the hospital wing, across the gulf that separated their worlds. Draco felt something shift between them, not friendship, exactly, fragile understanding. She saw him more clearly than anyone had in months. And what terrified him most was that part of him was grateful for it. "I'm sorry about Weasley," he said finally, the words inadequate but necessary. That wasn't supposed to happen. Before she could respond, he turned and slipped away into the darkened corridor, leaving behind the closest thing to a confession he could allow himself. Chapter 11. On the edge of breakdown. Sleep had become a distant memory. Draco couldn't recall the last time he'd managed more than 2 consecutive hours of rest without jolting awake, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. The nightmares had evolved from abstract terrors to vivid replays of reality. Katie Bell suspended in the air, her face contorted in silent agony. Weasley convulsing on Slughorn's office floor, his mother's hollow eyes at Christmas, the Muggle's screams under Bellatrix's wand. He moved through the castle like a ghost, attending classes when he couldn't avoid them, disappearing into the room of requirement when he could. The Vanishing Cabinet remained his only viable path forward after the catastrophic failures of his previous attempts. But progress remained frustratingly incremental, each small success followed by maddening setbacks. Objects transferred between the cabinets now reached their destination intact, but living things still arrived dead. The week before, he'd sent a garden snake through, a test subject reluctantly acquired from the greenhouse. It had arrived at Borgin's shop lifeless, its scales dulled, but its body otherwise unmarked. Whatever flaw remained in the magical connection between the cabinets, it drained the very life essence from anything that passed through, which made it useless for his purposes. Death Eaters couldn't infiltrate Hogwarts through a transportation device that killed its passengers. March had arrived with punishing winds that matched Draco's turbulent thoughts. Outside his window, bare trees bent and swayed under the onslaught, branches creaking in protest. He'd been awake since 3, unable to face another nightmare, staring out at the storm-tossed grounds while his roommates slept peacefully around him. His reflection in the rain-spattered glass was alarming, hollow cheeks, dark shadows like bruises beneath bloodshot eyes, skin so pale it appeared translucent in the dim light. He barely recognized himself anymore, this gaunt specter with haunted eyes. "You're wasting away," Myrtle had told him during his last visit to her bathroom. "You look worse than I do, and I'm dead." She wasn't wrong. Draco had been forced to add extra holes to his belt as his weight continued to drop. His robes hung from his frame, his once immaculate appearance degraded by his physical decline. Even Crabbe and Goyle, never the most perceptive individuals, had noticed. "You should see Madame Pomfrey," Goyle had suggested awkwardly at breakfast the previous day, watching as Draco pushed food around his plate without eating. "Get a potion or something." "I'm fine," Draco had snapped, the automatic response to any expression of concern. But he wasn't fine. He was falling apart, fragmenting under the impossible pressure, and everyone could see it. The clock on his nightstand showed 5:30. Another hour before breakfast, which he would mostly skip. Then double transfiguration, where McGonagall's increasingly concerned looks made him intensely uncomfortable. Then free periods, which meant more hours with the cabinet, more frustration, more failure. Turning from the window, Draco reached for the letter that had arrived the previous evening. Another terse note from his father, smuggled out of Azkaban. Son, time grows short. Our friend's patience is exhausted. Your mother has been confined to her quarters for protection. Act now, or all is lost. Eld, confined to her quarters. A polite euphemism for house arrest, or worse. Draco could read between the lines his mother was essentially a hostage, her safety contingent on his success, and he was failing, had been failing for months. Despite everything he'd tried, despite crossing moral lines he hadn't known existed, despite sacrificing his health, his studies, whatever remained of his reputation, he was no closer to completing his task than he had been in September. A wave of dizziness swept over him as he stood. When had he last eaten properly? 2 days ago. 3. The details blurred together in his exhausted mind. His hand trembled as he reached for his wand on the nightstand, a constant reminder of his deteriorating control. He couldn't go on like this much longer. Something had to give. Mr. Malfoy, a moment, please. McGonagall's voice stopped Draco as he attempted to slip out of transfiguration with the rest of the class. He froze, then turned reluctantly to face his professor. Yes. McGonagall's stern expression softened almost imperceptibly as she studied him over her square spectacles. I've noticed a significant decline in your academic performance this term. Your latest essay would have received a 4 had it been submitted by a 3rd year, let alone a 6th year NEWT student. Draco stared at a point just past her left shoulder, unable to meet her gaze directly. I'll do better next time, Professor. It's not just your academic work that concerns me, she continued, her Scottish accent more pronounced with concern. You appear unwell, Mr. Malfoy. Several of your professors have commented on it. The idea of his teachers discussing him, noticing his decline, sent a surge of panic through Draco's chest. The last thing he needed was increased scrutiny. I've had trouble sleeping, he admitted, offering the smallest sliver of truth. Exam stress. McGonagall's expression made it clear she didn't believe this excuse for a moment. Exams are months away. And while I appreciate academic dedication, it does not typically cause students to lose a stone in weight or develop such pronounced dark circles under their eyes. Draco shifted uncomfortably under her assessment. It's nothing serious, Professor. Just a passing phase. I disagree, she said firmly. I am recommending you visit Madame Pomfrey for a checkup and potentially a restorative potion regimen. Additionally, I believe your head of house wishes to speak with you. Snape, of course. The last person Draco wanted to face right now. I'll go to the hospital wing tomorrow, he lied. May I go now? I'll be late for my next class. McGonagall studied him for a moment longer, then nodded reluctantly. You may go, but I expect to hear from Madame Pomfrey that you've been to see her. Draco left quickly, ignoring the curious glances from lingering students who had overheard the exchange. The corridor was mercifully empty as he leaned against the cold stone wall, struggling to regain his composure. First McGonagall, now Snape. The walls were closing in, his carefully maintained facade crumbling. How long before someone connected his deterioration to the attacks on Belle and Weasley? How long before Potter's suspicions gained traction with the professors? Speaking of Potter, Draco straightened suddenly, the familiar prickle of being watched raising the hairs on the back of his neck. He scanned the seemingly empty corridor, eyes narrowing. I know you're there, Potter, he called, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Your stalking skills need work. No response. But Draco would swear on his family vault that he wasn't alone. Potter had been following him for weeks now, turning up in corridors where he had no business being, appearing in the library whenever Draco researched cabinet repair, hovering at the edges of his awareness like a persistent shadow. It was unnerving and dangerous. If Potter discovered the room of requirement, if he realized what Draco was doing there, with a frustrated growl, Draco pushed away from the wall and strode quickly toward the dungeons. Let Potter follow if he wanted. There was nothing to see but a routine visit to his common room, except he never made it to the Slytherin dormitory. Halfway there, a classroom door opened as he passed, and a hand shot out to grasp his arm with surprising strength. Inside Mr. Malfoy, now. Snape's cold voice left no room for argument. Before Draco could protest, he found himself pulled into the empty classroom, the door closing firmly behind him. You missed our appointment yesterday, Snape began without preamble, his dark eyes boring into Draco with disturbing intensity. The second time this month, Draco took an involuntary step backward. I was busy. Too busy to meet with your head of house. Too busy to explain why you're on the verge of failing multiple classes. Too busy to account for your increasingly alarming appearance. Snape's voice remained low, but gained a dangerous edge. Perhaps you were too busy in the room of requirement, where you spend most of your waking hours. Ice flooded Draco's veins. Snape knew. Of course he knew. The man seemed to know everything that happened in the castle. I don't know what you're talking about, he denied reflexively. Don't insult my intelligence, Snape snapped. I am well aware of your comings and goings, your failures with both the cursed necklace and the poisoned mead. Clumsy, amateurish attempts that have succeeded only in raising suspicions and harming uninvolved students. Each word struck like a physical blow. Draco's vision tunneled briefly, the room spinning around him. "You don't understand," he managed, his voice barely audible. "I have to do this. I have to succeed. What you have to do," Snape countered, "is accept help before you destroy yourself and others in the process. The Dark Lord assigned you this task as punishment, not as an honor. He does not expect you to succeed. He expects you to fail and die trying, taking your family's reputation with you into disgrace. Then I'll just have to prove him wrong, won't I?" Draco retorted, anger flaring through his exhaustion. "I don't need your help. I don't want it. What you want is irrelevant." Snape moved closer, his voice dropping further. "I made an unbreakable vow to your mother to protect you, to help you fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes. I cannot break that vow, even if you insist on making my task as difficult as possible through your stubborn pride." Draco's anger faltered. "An unbreakable vow. Why would you do that?" Something flashed in Snape's eyes, an emotion Draco couldn't identify. "That is between your mother and myself. The point remains. You cannot complete this task alone. You are failing. Visibly, dramatically failing. If the Dark Lord were to summon you today, do you think he would be pleased with your progress? The thought of facing the Dark Lord in his current state, exhausted, depleted, with nothing substantial to report, sent a fresh wave of terror through Draco. "I'm close," he lied. "The cabinet is nearly repaired." "Is it?" Snape's eyebrow arched skeptically. "Then why do you look like a man awaiting execution? Why are you wasting away before our eyes? Why have you twice nearly killed innocents in your desperation? Because I'm failing. Because I can't do this. Because I'm not a killer." The admission hovered on Draco's lips, dangerously close to escaping. How easy it would be to surrender, to let Snape take over, to release this crushing burden. For a moment, the temptation was overwhelming, but then he remembered his mother's eyes at Christmas, his father's terse letters, the Dark Lord's warning about consequences of failure, and something else, a strange, fierce pride that refused to admit defeat, to acknowledge that he wasn't capable of completing the task assigned to him. "I don't need your help," he repeated, straightening his shoulders despite the exhaustion that threatened to collapse them. "I can handle this myself." Snape studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "Your persistence would be admirable if it weren't so dangerously misguided. You are destroying yourself for nothing. The Dark Lord will not reward your sacrifices. He will not honor your family for your success. He will simply move on to the next task, the next impossible demand, until you inevitably fail." "You don't know that," Draco protested. But the words sounded hollow, even to his own ears. "I know the Dark Lord better than you ever will," Snape replied, a strange weariness creeping into his voice. "I have served him longer, witnessed more of his methods, his patterns. This is not service, Draco. This is slow execution." Hearing his first name from Snape's lips was jarring, a departure from the formal address that had characterized their relationship for years. It underscored the gravity of the conversation, the genuine concern beneath Snape's harsh exterior. For a brief, disorienting moment, Draco wondered if Snape might be right. If the entire task was simply an elaborate punishment, a game rigged from the start. If he was sacrificing his sanity, his health, his very soul for a victory that would never truly satisfy the Dark Lord. But what alternative was there? What other path existed that wouldn't lead to his family's destruction? "I need to go," he said finally, unable to continue this conversation without risking a complete breakdown. Glasses. Snape made no move to stop him physically, but his parting words followed Draco to the door. "When you finally accept that you cannot do this alone, and that moment will come, whether you wish it or not, know that my offer stands. I will help you fulfill your task in a way that preserves what remains of your soul. What remains of your soul." The phrase echoed in Draco's mind as he escaped into the corridor, its implications both disturbing and strangely comforting. As if Snape believed there was still something worth saving in him, despite everything. The room of requirement provided little respite that afternoon. The cabinet remained stubbornly flawed, resisting Draco's increasingly desperate attempts at repair. After 3 hours of complex diagnostic spells and failed restorative charms, he was ready to blast the damned thing to splinters. Frustration, combined with exhaustion and hunger. He'd skipped both breakfast and lunch, made his hands shake so badly he could barely hold his wand. When a simple levitation charm failed repeatedly, Draco gave in to the rage that had been building for hours. "Damn it," he roared, kicking the cabinet with all his strength. Pain shot through his foot, but the physical discomfort was almost a relief compared to the constant emotional turmoil. "Work, you worthless piece of..." He kicked it again, then again, the pain increasing with each impact. It felt good. Cleansing, somehow. Physical pain was simpler, more manageable than the complex tangle of fear, guilt, and desperation that had become his constant companions. Only when his foot was throbbing too severely to continue did Draco stop, collapsing onto a nearby pile of discarded furniture, breathing heavily. What was happening to him? This loss of control, this descent into physical violence, it wasn't him. Wasn't how a Malfoy behaved. But then, nothing about his current existence resembled the life he'd been raised to expect. The proud Malfoy heir, reduced to a sleepless, half-starved wreck, attacking furniture in a hidden room because he couldn't complete an impossible task. His father would be disgusted, his mother would weep, and the Dark Lord would kill them all. The thought brought a bubble of hysterical laughter to Draco's lips. He pressed his hands against his face, shoulders shaking with emotions he couldn't even name anymore. Not quite sobs, not quite laughter, just the sound of someone coming undone. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, lost in that strange liminal state between breakdown and composure. Eventually, the trembling subsided, leaving him hollow and oddly detached. He checked his watch, nearly dinner time. Another meal he'd likely skip, though his body desperately needed nourishment. The walk back to the Slytherin common room was an exercise in forced normalcy. Keep your back straight, Draco reminded himself. Don't let them see how close to breaking you are. A Malfoy never shows weakness. His father's lessons, drilled into him since childhood. So many lessons about maintaining appearances, about projecting confidence and superiority. None about what to do when you've been assigned a task beyond your capabilities, when failure means death, when success requires becoming a murderer. Halfway to the dungeons, a now familiar prickling sensation crawled up Draco's neck. Potter following him again. The realization sparked fresh anger, cutting through the foggy detachment that had settled over him after his outburst. Without consciously deciding to do so, Draco changed direction, heading for the second-floor girls' lavatory. Let Potter follow him there if he dared. Let him try to explain his presence in a girls' bathroom if caught. The corridor was deserted as Draco slipped inside the familiar refuge. Myrtle wasn't immediately visible, but he sensed her presence, a slight drop in temperature, a subtle ripple in the air. "It's me," he called softly, and she appeared through one of the stall doors, her translucent face lighting up at the sight of him. "You look terrible," she greeted him, floating closer with undisguised concern. "Worse than last time. Always the charmer, Myrtle," Draco replied, attempting a smile that felt more like a grimace. He moved to his usual spot, sinking down with his back against the cool tile wall. "It's been a difficult day. Tell me," she encouraged, settling into her familiar, hovering position nearby. And he did, in a sense. He talked about Snape's intervention, about McGonagall's concern, about his mounting academic failures. He talked about the pressure, the constant surveillance from Potter, the feeling of walls closing in from all sides. What he didn't mention, couldn't mention, even here, was the cabinet, the task, the Dark Lord. Even with Myrtle, some secrets remained too dangerous to voice aloud. But it helped, this partial unburdening. The simple act of articulating some of his difficulties made them seem marginally more manageable, even if only temporarily. "People are worried about you," Myrtle observed when he finally fell silent. "That's something, isn't it? To have people who notice when you're not well." Draco hadn't considered it from that angle. He'd viewed the professor's concern as a threat, an unwelcome complication. But Myrtle's perspective gave it a different cast, the notion that these people might genuinely care about his well-being, rather than simply monitoring a suspected troublemaker. "I suppose," he acknowledged reluctantly, "though their concern won't help me solve my problems." "Maybe it could if you let it," Myrtle suggested carefully. If you told someone what's really wrong, someone alive, someone who could actually do something. It was an old argument between them. Myrtle had been gently pushing him toward confiding in someone, Dumbledore, Snape, even Potter, for weeks now. As if the solution were that simple. As if confession would magically resolve his impossible situation. We've discussed this, he reminded her tiredly. There's no one I can trust with this. No one who could help without making things worse. What about the girl? The one you were working with on that potion? Granger. The suggestion caught Draco off guard, as it had the first time Myrtle proposed it. The memory of their last interaction in the hospital wing, beside Weasley's poisoned form, sent a fresh wave of shame through him. Especially not her, he said firmly. She's Potter's friend. She already suspects me of involvement in the attacks. She'd go straight to Dumbledore. Is that really such a bad thing? Myrtle pressed. Dumbledore is powerful. He could protect you, your family. No one is powerful enough to protect anyone from the Dark Lord, Draco replied, the words emerging more bitterly than intended. Not even Dumbledore. Myrtle seemed about to argue further when she suddenly stiffened, her ghostly form becoming more transparent. Someone's coming, she whispered, then vanished through the nearest wall. Draco scrambled to his feet, reaching for his wand. If it was Potter, following him again. But the figure that pushed open the bathroom door wasn't Potter. It was Granger. She stopped abruptly at the sight of him, her eyes widening in surprise. Malfoy. It was a replay of their previous encounter in this very room, but with their positions reversed. This time, it was he who had been caught in her territory. What are you doing here? He demanded, automatically shifting to hostility to mask his surprise. I could ask you the same thing, she replied, letting the door close behind her. This is still a girl's bathroom, last I checked. She looked tired. He noticed with a strange pang. The strain of Weasley's poisoning, combined with her usual academic overcommitment, had left its mark in the slight shadows beneath her eyes, the tension in her shoulders. Still, she looked considerably better than he did. But then, most of the living population of Hogwarts probably did at this point. I was just leaving, Draco said, moving toward the door. The last thing he needed right now was another confrontation with Granger and her too perceptive gaze. She didn't move from her position, blocking the exit. Were you talking to Myrtle again? The direct question surprised him. He'd almost forgotten their previous conversation about his unusual friendship with the ghost. What if I was? He replied defensively. Granger shrugged, the gesture unexpectedly casual. I was just wondering if she's seen Ron. He's been released from the hospital wing, and I thought she might want to know he's recovered. The transparent attempt to bring up Weasley's poisoning wasn't lost on Draco. He tensed, expecting accusations, demands for confession. Instead, Granger simply studied him with that unnervingly direct gaze. "You look awful," she said finally, the blunt assessment an echo of Myrtle's greeting. "Worse than the last time I saw you." "Thanks for the update," Draco said acidly. "If you're quite finished critiquing my appearance, I'd like to leave." "Are you eating at all?" she pressed, ignoring his sarcasm. "You've missed meals 3 days in a row. I've noticed." The idea that she'd been monitoring his eating habits was both irritating and strangely affecting. "Keeping track of me, Granger. I'm flattered by the attention, but your concern is misplaced." "Is it?" She took a step closer, her expression shifting from casual observation to genuine concern. "Because you look like you're dying, Malfoy. And I don't think that's an exaggeration." The accuracy of her assessment was more disturbing than he cared to admit. There were moments when he genuinely wondered if his body would simply give out before he could complete his task, if exhaustion and malnutrition would accomplish what his own conscience couldn't. "I'm fine," he insisted, the automatic response worn thin with repetition. "No, you're not." She crossed her arms, her stance making it clear she wasn't moving from the doorway. "And I think it's time we had an honest conversation about why." Alarm flared through Draco's exhausted mind. "There's nothing to discuss." "Isn't there?" Granger's voice softened slightly. "You're killing yourself, Draco. Whatever he's making you do, whatever task he's set you, it's destroying you. And for what? What could possibly be worth this?" The use of his first name, combined with the genuine concern in her voice, hit Draco with unexpected force. When had anyone last spoken to him with such straightforward care? Not calculating concern like Snape's, not distant professional worry like McGonagall's. Just honest, human recognition of his suffering. Something cracked inside him, a hairline fracture in the wall he'd built around his secrets. "My parents," he said, the words emerging before he could stop them. "It's my parents, all right. If I fail, he'll kill them. He'll kill me." The admission hung in the air between them. The first time he'd spoken the truth aloud to anyone besides Myrtle. Granger's expression shifted, surprise giving way to a complex mixture of emotions: horror, pity, and something like vindication. "Voldemort is threatening your family to make you do his bidding inside Hogwarts," she said quietly, not really a question. "That's why you're trying to kill Dumbledore." Hearing her state it so baldly the task he'd been assigned, the impossible choice he faced, was both terrifying and oddly relieving. Like lancing a festering wound, painful but necessary. "I didn't mean for anyone else to get hurt," he found himself saying, words spilling out now that the dam had broken. Belle, Weasley, they weren't the targets. It was just supposed to be. Dumbledore, she finished when he trailed off. Just the headmaster. As if that makes it better. "I know it doesn't," Draco said, surprising himself with the admission. "I know it's wrong, all of it. But what choice do I have?" He hadn't meant to ask the question, hadn't meant to reveal the desperate confusion that lay beneath his actions. But exhaustion, and the strange, unexpected connection with Granger had lowered his defenses. She moved closer, close enough that he could see the flecks of amber in her brown eyes, the genuine concern written across her features. "There are always choices, Draco," she said softly. "Difficult ones, sometimes impossible-seeming ones, but choices nonetheless." "Easy for you to say," he replied bitterly. "You're on the right side, the side with options. And you could be too," she countered, her voice gaining intensity. "Dumbledore could protect your family. The Order could hide them. There are safeguards, secret keepers. No one is beyond the Dark Lord's reach," Draco interrupted. "No one. My father is in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, and still not safe from him. My mother is a prisoner in our own home. There is no protection strong enough. You don't know that," she insisted. "You haven't even tried, because trying and failing means death." The words emerged as a near shout, echoing against the bathroom tiles. "Not just for me, but for them. I can't risk it. I can't." To his horror, Draco felt moisture gathering in his eyes, actual tears, threatening to fall in front of Hermione Granger, of all people. He turned away quickly, fighting for control. "Draco," she said softly, and the gentleness in her voice nearly undid him. "Look at me." Against his better judgment, he turned back to face her. She stood closer now, close enough to touch if either of them dared breach that final barrier. "I understand impossible choices," she said, her voice steady but compassionate. "I've faced them too. Not like yours, perhaps, but still moments where every option seems unimaginable." He wanted to scoff, to dismiss her comparison, but the sincerity in her eyes stopped him. She wasn't claiming to understand his specific situation, just the paralyzing fear of impossible decisions. "What did you do?" he asked before he could stop himself. A small, sad smile crossed her face. "I chose the path I could live with afterward, the one that aligned with who I wanted to be, not who others expected me to become." The words resonated uncomfortably, with thoughts Draco had been avoiding for months. Who was he becoming in service to this task? What would remain of Draco Malfoy if, when he finally succeeded in becoming a murderer? "I don't know who that is anymore," he admitted, the confession barely audible. Granger took a final step forward, close enough now that he could see the individual freckles dusting her nose, smell the faint scent of parchment and vanilla that seemed to follow her. "I think you do," she said quietly. "The boy who visits a ghost because he's lonely. The boy who regrets hurting people who weren't even his targets. The boy who's tearing himself apart rather than becoming the killer Voldemort wants him to be." Each phrase struck with uncanny precision, illuminating truths Draco had been desperately trying to ignore. How did she see him so clearly when he could barely recognize himself anymore? "Let me help you," she urged, and to his shock, she reached out to touch his arm, his left arm, where the dark mark burned beneath his sleeve. "Let Dumbledore help you," before it's too late. For one suspended moment, Draco allowed himself to imagine it, confessing everything to Dumbledore, accepting protection for his family, escaping the impossible task that was destroying him from within. The vision was so alluring, so tantalizing in its simplicity, that he swayed slightly toward her, drawn by the promise of release from his burden. The bathroom door burst open with a bang, shattering the fragile moment between them. They leapt apart as if burned, turning to face the interruption. Pansy Parkinson stood in the doorway, her expression morphing from surprise to suspicion to outrage in rapid succession. "Draco," she demanded, eyes darting between him and Granger. "What's going on? What are you doing in here with her?" The spell broken, reality crashed back with brutal force. Draco straightened, the walls around his emotions rebuilding themselves with practiced speed. "Nothing," he replied coldly. "Granger was just leaving." Hermione stared at him for a long moment, disappointment and understanding warring in her eyes. The connection between them, that brief, impossible moment of honesty, was gone, replaced by the familiar roles they'd played for years. "Yes," she said finally, her voice carefully neutral. "I was just leaving." As she walked past Pansy without another word, Draco felt something important slipping away. A chance, perhaps, at a different path. A moment of genuine human connection in the midst of his isolated nightmare. But what choice did he have? What other path could he possibly take that wouldn't lead to destruction? As he followed Pansy from the bathroom, fielding her suspicious questions with practiced evasions, Draco couldn't shake Granger's words from his mind. "I chose the path I could live with afterward." The problem, he realized with growing despair, was that he wasn't sure any of his available paths would leave him capable of living with himself when all was said and done. Chapter 12. Duel in the Bathroom. It was the letter that finally broke him, delivered by a school owl during breakfast. A public humiliation, cleverly disguised as ordinary correspondence. The parchment bore the Dark Lord's personal seal. Not the dark mark itself, which would have drawn unwanted attention, but a subtle variant that any Death Eater would recognize instantly. Draco's hands trembled so violently he could barely break the seal, aware of curious glances from his fellow Slytherins. Across the table, Pansy watched with undisguised interest, still suspicious after finding him with Granger in the bathroom days earlier. The message inside was brief, written in elegant script that belied its monstrous author. "Your time expires with the month. Succeed or bear witness to consequences. Lord V." April was halfway gone. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks remaining before the Dark Lord's patience ended completely, before his family paid the price for his failure. The room tilted alarmingly as Draco stood, the letter crumpled in his fist. He was vaguely aware of Zabini asking if he was all right, of Pansy reaching for his arm, their voices seemed to come from a great distance, muffled and insignificant against the roaring in his ears. Somehow he made it out of the great hall, moving on instinct rather than conscious direction. Classes would begin soon, charms, then potions, but he couldn't face either, couldn't maintain the pretense of normalcy for even another hour. His feet carried him to the one place where he didn't have to pretend, where he could, for a few precious minutes, allow the carefully constructed facade to crumble. The second-floor girls' bathroom was mercifully empty when he stumbled inside, the door slamming shut behind him with an echoing bang. The letter remained crushed in his fist, the Dark Lord's ultimatum burning into his palm like a brand. Myrtle, he called, his voice cracking on the name. She appeared instantly, as if she'd been waiting for him. Perhaps she had. The ghost had developed an uncanny sense for his visits, often materializing seconds after he arrived. "You look awful," she greeted him, floating closer with undisguised concern. "What's happened?" Draco held up the crumpled letter, his hand still shaking. "Time's up," he managed. 2 weeks, and then he couldn't finish the sentence. Couldn't articulate the horrors that awaited his family, that awaited him if he failed to kill Dumbledore by month's end. Moving to the nearest sink, Draco braced himself against the cool porcelain, staring at his reflection in the cracked mirror above it. A ghost stared back, hollow-cheeked, gray-skinned, with eyes like bruised shadows in a face too thin to be his own. "I can't do this," he whispered, the admission tearing from him like something physical. "I can't. I'm going to fail." "There's still time," Myrtle said soothingly, hovering at his shoulder. 2 weeks is. It's nothing." The words emerged as a shout, echoing against the tiled walls. The cabinet's still broken. Dumbledore's never alone. "I've tried everything, and nothing works. And now they're going to die because I couldn't." His voice broke completely, a sob escaping before he could contain it. Then another. And suddenly, he was crying, truly crying for the first time since receiving his impossible task. Harsh, gasping sobs that bent him double over the sink, tears streaming down his face as 8 months of terror, guilt, and exhaustion finally overwhelmed his defenses. "They're going to die," he choked out between sobs. "My mother, my father, because of me, because I failed." "It's not your fault," Myrtle said, her ghostly voice gentle. "You never asked for this." "Doesn't matter," Draco managed, knuckling ineffectually at his eyes. "They'll still die. And then he'll kill me too, once I've watched them suffer." A fresh wave of despair washed over him at the thought. His mother's face, contorted in agony under the Cruciatus curse. His father, broken and defeated in his prison cell, helpless to save either himself or his family. And Draco, forced to witness it all before meeting his own end. "I don't know what to do," he whispered, the confession barely audible over the sound of water dripping from a leaky tap. "I don't." The words dissolved into another sob, his shoulders shaking with the force of his breakdown. Months of carefully controlled emotions had finally ruptured, flooding through him with devastating intensity. Myrtle hovered closer, her ghostly presence providing cold comfort. "You could still go to Dumbledore," she suggested tentatively. "Or that girl, the one who offered to help, Granger." The memory of their last encounter, her earnest offer, the moment of genuine connection, his brief consideration of accepting her help, sent a fresh pang through Draco's chest. "Too late," he said hoarsely. "It's too late for that. The Dark Lord would know. He always knows." "You don't know that for certain," Myrtle pressed. "Dumbledore is powerful. He could. No one is powerful enough." The words tore from him in a ragged shout. "Don't you understand? There's no escape from this. No way out that doesn't end with death." His own reflection stared back at him, tear-streaked, desperate, utterly foreign to the proud, composed boy he'd been just months ago. What would his father think, seeing him like this? What would the Dark Lord do if he knew how close Draco was to breaking completely? The thought sent a shudder through him. He gripped the edges of the sink tighter, knuckles whitening with the effort of remaining upright when all he wanted was to collapse. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, the admission emerging as barely more than an exhale. "I can't. I know it hurts now," Myrtle said softly, but she stopped abruptly, her translucent form stiffening as she glanced toward the bathroom door. "Someone's coming," she hissed, then vanished into the nearest stall. Draco straightened instinctively, swiping hurriedly at his tear-stained face. Whoever it was, probably Granger again, coming to study or confide in Myrtle. He couldn't let them see him like this, couldn't reveal any more vulnerability than he already had. But when the door creaked open, it wasn't Granger who stood in the entrance. It was Potter. For a suspended moment, they simply stared at each other, Draco, with his reddened eyes and tear-streaked face. Potter with an expression shifting rapidly from surprise to suspicion, to something uncomfortably close to pity. "What are you doing here?" Draco demanded, his voice still rough from crying. Potter didn't answer immediately, his gaze traveling from Draco's face to his white-knuckled grip on the sink, to the crumpled letter still clutched in his left hand. "I heard someone shouting," he said finally. "Sounded like you were arguing with someone." Of course, Potter following him again. Always watching, always suspicious, always one step behind. "Come to spy on me again, Potter," Draco spat. Humiliation at being caught in such a vulnerable state, transforming rapidly into defensive anger. "Don't you have anything better to do with your pathetic life?" Potter's expression hardened. "I know you're up to something, Malfoy. I know you're behind what happened to Katie and Ron." The accusation hit with familiar force, guilt mingled with fear of discovery. But this time, exhaustion and emotional overload prevented Draco from crafting his usual careful denial. You don't know anything, he said instead, his voice cracking on the final word. I know enough, Potter countered, taking a step forward. You're working for Voldemort. You've got the dark mark. Ice flooded Draco's veins. How could Potter know? Had someone told him? Had he somehow seen? You're delusional, he managed, though the denial sounded weak, even to his own ears. Always the hero in your own mind, aren't you, Potter? Always convinced you're fighting some great evil. I saw you in Borgin and Burke's, Potter pressed, ignoring the taunt. I saw you showing him something on your arm, the mark. I've been watching you all year, sneaking off to the room of requirement, looking worse every day. Whatever Voldemort's making you do, it's destroying you. The assessment was too close to Granger's for comfort. Had they discussed him, compared notes on his deterioration? The thought sent a fresh surge of anger through Draco's exhausted body. Stalking me, Potter. I'm flattered by the attention, but I'd have thought the chosen one would have more important things to do than follow me around the castle. Stop playing games, Malfoy, Potter said, his own anger visibly rising. People have been hurt, nearly killed. This isn't some schoolboy rivalry anymore. The accusation struck deeper than Potter could know. Draco's grip on the sink tightened further, his knuckles bloodless with tension. You think I don't know that, he whispered, the words emerging with unexpected intensity. You think I wanted any of this? Then stop, Potter urged, his voice dropping to match Draco's. Whatever you're planning, whatever he's making you do, stop before more people get hurt. Before you can't take it back. The echo of Granger's words from weeks ago sent a jolt through Draco. Did they rehearse these little speeches together? He wondered bitterly. Practice their appeals to his better nature, as if he had the luxury of choice. You know nothing about my situation, Draco said, fighting to keep his voice steady. Nothing about what's at stake. Then tell me, Potter challenged. Tell me what's so important that it's worth nearly killing 2 of your classmates. The invitation was so unexpected that Draco almost laughed. Potter offering to listen, to understand, as if they were friends, confidants, allies instead of enemies on opposite sides of a war. Why would I tell you anything? He demanded. So you can run to Dumbledore. So you can play the hero again, saving the misguided Slytherin from himself. Potter's expression shifted, frustration replacing the brief moment of something like empathy. Fine, have it your way, but I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else. Whatever you're planning stops now. The threat ignited something dangerous in Draco's chest. A volatile mixture of fear, desperation, and the remnants of his pride. Who was Potter to dictate terms? To act as if he had any understanding of the impossible position Draco faced. You're going to stop me, he challenged, straightening despite the exhaustion weighing on his limbs. You and what army, Potter? I don't need an army to handle you, Malfoy, Potter retorted, his hand moving toward his wand pocket. The gesture was all it took to push Draco over the edge. Months of stress, fear, and helplessness crystallized into a single moment of blinding rage. Before he consciously decided to move, his wand was in his hand, a hex flying toward Potter's face. Locomotor mortis. Potter ducked, the jinx shattering a lamp behind him. His own wand appeared with practiced speed, a silent spell sending a trash bin flying toward Draco's head. Draco deflected it with a shield charm, then fired back with a stunning spell that Potter narrowly avoided. The red light ricocheted off the mirror behind Potter, shattering it into 1,000 glittering fragments. "Stop it," Myrtle shrieked, reappearing above a toilet stall. "No fighting. You'll get in trouble." Neither boy acknowledged her, too caught up in the escalating duel. Hexes and jinxes flew back and forth, most missing their targets to impact the bathroom fixtures instead. Water sprayed from a ruptured pipe, adding to the chaos as the floor became slick beneath their feet. "Impedimenta," Draco shouted, aiming for Potter's knees. Potter leapt aside, sending a disarming charm that Draco barely blocked. They were both breathing heavily now, circling each other in the increasingly flooded bathroom. "Give it up, Malfoy," Potter called over the hiss of escaping water. "You can't win this." The taunt struck at Draco's deepest fears: failure, defeat, the consequences that would follow. With a wordless cry of rage and despair, he slashed his wand through the air, unleashing a curse he'd never used in combat before. Crucio, the unforgivable mist, exploding a sink behind Potter and sending porcelain shards flying. But the intent behind it, the genuine desire to cause pain, hung in the air between them like a physical presence. Potter's eyes widened, shock, and something like comprehension flickering across his features. For a brief moment, their gazes locked across the flooded bathroom, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. This was no longer a schoolboy duel. It had crossed into something darker, more desperate. "Sectum Sempra," Potter shouted, his wand slashing through the air in a violent arc. Draco had never heard the spell before. He raised his wand to cast a shield charm, but too late, the invisible force struck him full in the chest and face, and for a moment, he felt nothing but surprise. Then came the pain. It was as if invisible swords had sliced him open from collarbone to navel, across his face, his chest, his arms. Warm wetness spread across his shirt, blood. He realized distantly, his blood pouring from wounds that had appeared without warning. Draco staggered backward, his wand clattering to the floor from suddenly nerveless fingers. He tried to speak, to call out, but his mouth filled with a metallic taste that choked off any sound. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the flooded bathroom floor, the water around him quickly turning crimson. Through rapidly dimming vision, he saw Potter standing frozen in apparent horror, saw Myrtle screaming silently, or perhaps he simply couldn't hear her over the rushing in his ears. Dying, he thought with strange detachment, I'm dying. The realization should have terrified him. Instead, it brought an odd sense of peace. No more impossible task. No more fear of failure. No more watching his parents suffer for his inadequacy. Just release. As darkness crept into the edges of his vision, a single face appeared in his mind's eye, not his mother's, not his father's, but Granger's. Hermione, with her earnest eyes and impossible conviction that there was always another choice, always a path that preserved what remained of one's soul. I chose the path I could live with afterward, but there would be no afterward for him now. No choices left to make, just darkness spreading like the blood that pooled beneath him on the bathroom floor. His last coherent thought, before consciousness fled entirely, was a strange mixture of regret and relief. She was right. I'm not a killer after all. Then nothing but blackness. Chapter 13. Scars inside and outside. Pain was his first sensation upon waking, a burning, stinging pain that stretched across his torso in long, parallel lines. The second was the distinctive antiseptic smell of the hospital wing. The third was the weight of someone watching him. Draco opened his eyes slowly, wincing at the brightness of sunlight streaming through tall windows. How long had he been unconscious? Hours, days. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, you've rejoined us at last. Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside, her normally stern expression softened with professional concern. She waved her wand in a complex diagnostic pattern above him, nodding with apparent satisfaction at whatever she saw. How long? Draco managed, his voice a raw croak. 2 days, she replied, helping him take a sip of water from a cup beside his bed. You lost a dangerous amount of blood. Without Professor Snape's intervention, I'm not sure we could have saved you. Snape, of course. Who else would know the counter-curse to whatever dark magic Potter had unleashed? The wounds were caused by very dark magic, Pomfrey continued, confirming his suspicion. Professor Snape managed to close them, but I'm afraid you'll have some scarring. We've done our best to minimize it with Dittany, but... She trailed off, her gaze dropping to his chest, which was wrapped in white bandages visible beneath his open pajama top. Scars. Another permanent mark on his body. A physical manifestation of the years, horrors, to accompany the dark mark on his arm. Draco found he couldn't summon much concern about it. What did scars matter when he still faced the same impossible situation, the same looming deadline? The deadline. How many days remained now? If he'd been unconscious for 2, what day is it? He asked urgently, attempting to sit up and immediately regretting it as pain lanced across his chest. Careful, Pomfrey chided, gently pressing him back against the pillows. The wounds are still healing. Any sudden movements could reopen them. She checked his bandages with practiced efficiency. It's Wednesday, April 18th. 12 days. He still had 12 days before the Dark Lord's deadline expired. 12 12 days to repair the cabinet, to complete his task, to save his family. "I need to leave," he said, making another attempt to rise. "I have. There are things I need to do." "Absolutely not," Pomfrey said firmly, her professional demeanor brooking no argument. "You've suffered severe magical lacerations to your chest, face, and arms. You'll remain here under observation for at least 3 more days." 3 days, Draco protested, panic rising in his throat. "I can't. I don't have time for—" "Whatever you don't have time for will have to wait, Mr. Malfoy," she interrupted, her tone softening slightly as she noted his distress. "You nearly died." Had Professor Snape arrived even a minute later? She shook her head, leaving the grim alternative unspoken. The reality of his near-death experience struck Draco with sudden force. He had almost died. At Potter's hand, ironically, not the Dark Lord's. Would that have been better or worse for his parents? Would the Dark Lord punish them for their son's failure? Or would Potter's action have absolved them of responsibility? "Professor Snape has requested to be notified when you awaken," Pomfrey continued, interrupting his morbid speculation. "He'll likely wish to speak with you, though I've made it clear you're to have limited visitors. Your body needs rest to heal." Draco nodded absently, his mind still calculating how this setback would affect his already precarious timeline. 3 days in the hospital wing meant 3 days away from the cabinet. 3 days closer to the deadline, with no progress made. "And Mr. Malfoy," Pomfrey added, her voice lowering slightly, "the headmaster has also expressed interest in visiting you once you're stronger. Dumbledore, the target he'd failed to kill for nearly 8 months. The man whose death would save his family or damn him forever." "I don't want to see him," Draco said quickly. The thought of facing Dumbledore in his current state, weakened, vulnerable, with his defenses at their lowest, was unbearable. Pomfrey studied him for a moment, then nodded. "That's your prerogative. I'll inform him you're not ready for visitors." She straightened his blankets with brisk efficiency. "Now, I'll bring you a pain potion and some food. You need to regain your strength." As she bustled away, Draco carefully raised a hand to his face, fingers exploring the tender skin of his cheek. He could feel the raised line of a healing cut extending from his right temple down to his jaw. Another scar to add to his collection. Only when Pomfrey had left him alone, with strict instructions to rest, did Draco allow himself to examine his situation fully. Potter had used dark magic against him, magic Draco had never encountered before, magic that had nearly killed him. The irony wasn't lost on him. After months of dabbling in dark arts himself, he'd nearly been killed by a spell cast by the Chosen One, Dumbledore's golden boy. What would happen to Potter? Surely using such magic against another student warranted expulsion, even for Dumbledore's favorite. The thought brought little satisfaction. What did it matter if Potter was expelled? The Dark Lord's deadline remained. His family's lives still hung in the balance. And now he had lost precious days, with more to be lost during his recovery. Exhausted by even this brief period of consciousness, Draco felt his eyelids growing heavy. The pain in his chest had subsided to a dull throb, likely the effect of whatever potions Pomfrey had already administered. As he drifted back toward sleep, his thoughts turned once more to the moment before darkness had claimed him in the flooded bathroom, Granger's face in his mind, her words echoing as blood pooled around him. I chose the path I could live with afterward. But what path remained for him now? Draco awoke several hours later to the sound of hushed voices nearby. Keeping his eyes closed, he listened, recognizing Pomfrey's professional tones first, only for a few minutes. He's still very weak, and I won't have him agitated. I understand, replied a second voice, female, young, familiar. I just want to see how he is. Granger, what was she doing here? Very well, Miss Granger. 5 minutes, no more. Footsteps retreated, leaving behind the soft sound of someone approaching his bed. Draco kept his eyes closed, heart rate accelerating slightly. Why would Granger visit him? To gloat over Potter's victory, to extract information while he was vulnerable. I know you're awake, she said softly. Your breathing changed. Caught, Draco reluctantly opened his eyes to find her standing beside his bed. Her expression, a complex mixture of concern, awkwardness, and something else he couldn't quite identify. Come to survey the damage, he asked, his voice still raspy from disuse. See what your friend is capable of. She winced slightly at the accusation. Harry didn't know what the spell would do. He found it in a book, didn't understand. Spare me the excuses, Draco interrupted. Potter used dark magic, deliberately, against a fellow student. Yes, she admitted quietly, surprising him with her candor. He did, and he was wrong to do it, whatever the provocation. The simple acknowledgement, devoid of defensive justifications, momentarily robbed Draco of a retort. He'd expected her to defend Potter unconditionally, as she always had. He's being punished, she continued, perching cautiously on the edge of the visitor's chair beside his bed. Detention for the rest of the year. The spell book has been confiscated. Not expelled, though, Draco noted, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. Anyone else would have been. Granger didn't argue the point, which was another surprise. Probably, she agreed. It isn't fair, but that's not why I'm here. Why are you here, then? He asked bluntly. We're not friends, Granger. We're barely civil acquaintances. She studied him for a moment, her brown eyes unnervingly direct. I wanted to see if you were all right when I heard what happened. How serious it was. She hesitated, then plunged ahead. I was worried. Worried, Draco repeated incredulously. About me. Why would you care if I live or die? The question emerged harsher than intended, but she didn't flinch. Because I'm human, she replied simply. Because regardless of our history, or which sides we're on, I don't want to see you dead. The straightforward honesty in her response unsettled him. After months of lies, manipulations, and hidden agendas, Granger's simple declaration of basic humanity was almost jarring. "Well, as you can see, I'm alive," he said, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Disappointed. "No," she said softly, "I'm glad." Silence fell between them, heavy with unspoken questions and complications. Draco found himself studying her face, the slight shadows beneath her eyes suggesting sleepless nights, the worried crease between her brows, the way she tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear with a nervous gesture. "Madame Pomfrey says you'll have scars," she said finally, breaking the silence. "Apparently," he replied, one hand moving unconsciously to the healing cut on his face. Another lovely souvenir of my time at Hogwarts. Something in his tone must have conveyed more bitterness than he intended, because her expression softened further. "I'm sorry," she said, "for all of it. For what Harry did. For," she hesitated, then continued carefully, "for whatever situation you're in that's brought you to this point." The reference to his impossible task hung in the air between them, all the more dangerous for remaining unnamed. Their last real conversation in Myrtle's bathroom, before Pansy's interruption, had ventured dangerously close to explicit confession. Now, weakened by injury and isolation, Draco felt those same dangerous impulses rising again. "It doesn't matter," he said, forcing hardness into his voice. "Nothing's changed. Potter's little attack changes nothing." "Doesn't it?" she challenged gently. "You nearly died, Malfoy. Doesn't that make you reconsider anything?" The question struck uncomfortably close to thoughts that had been circling in his own mind since waking. Did nearly dying change his calculus? Did it alter the impossible equation he'd been trying to solve for months? "What would you have me reconsider, exactly?" he asked, a defensive edge creeping into his tone. "My family is still in danger. The Dark Lord still expects me to complete my task. My failure still means death for them, for me. But you've already failed twice," she pointed out quietly. "The necklace, the mead, and you're still alive. Your family is still alive. For now," Draco said grimly. "He's given me a deadline. End of the month. After that," he trailed off, unable to voice the horrors that awaited failure. It was too much information, he knew. Too close to explicit confirmation of what she already suspected. But something about lying in a hospital bed, weakened and scarred from a near-death experience, had lowered his defenses. What did secrecy matter now, when he was running out of time, out of options, out of strength to continue alone? Granger's eyes widened slightly at the admission. "End of the month," she repeated softly. "That's less than 2 weeks away." 12 days, Draco confirmed, staring up at the ceiling to avoid her gaze. "And I'll be stuck in here for 3 of them, apparently. And if you don't succeed by then, if you don't, do what he's asked." The careful way she avoided specifying his task murder struck Draco as oddly considerate, as if she were protecting him from having to hear it stated baldly. "Then my mother dies first," he said, the words emerging in a monotone. "Slowly, painfully, while my father is forced to watch. Then him, then me, once I've witnessed it all." Saying it aloud, giving voice to the nightmare scenario that had haunted him for months, was strangely liberating. The horror remained, but sharing it somehow made it marginally more bearable. Granger's sharp intake of breath was the only sound in the otherwise silent hospital wing. When she spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion. "That's monstrous. That's the Dark Lord," Draco replied simply. "That's what he does. What he is." Another silence fell, this one heavy with the weight of his confession. He'd never stated the stakes so explicitly to anyone, not even Myrtle. Part of him screamed that this was dangerous, reckless, potentially fatal. The rest was simply too exhausted to care. "Draco," Granger said finally, the use of his first name drawing his gaze back to her face. "There are still options. Dumbledore could." "No," he interrupted firmly. "We've had this conversation. Dumbledore can't protect them. No one can, not from him." "You don't know that," she insisted, leaning forward slightly in her earnestness. "The Order has safe houses, secret keepers. My father is in Azkaban," Draco reminded her, "surrounded by Dementors and Aurors, and still not beyond the Dark Lord's reach. My mother is in a house filled with Death Eaters. There is nowhere they could go that he wouldn't find them eventually. So what's your plan?" she asked, frustration edging into her voice. "Keep trying to kill the headmaster until you succeed. Become a murderer to save your family, knowing he'll only demand more murders afterward. Where does it end?" The question struck at the heart of the doubt that had been growing in Draco for months. Where would it end? If he succeeded in killing Dumbledore, would the Dark Lord truly spare his family? Or would there simply be another task, another test, another opportunity to fail and be punished? "I don't know," he admitted, the words barely audible. "I don't know where it ends. I just know I can't let them die because I was too weak to do what's necessary." Granger's face softened at the admission. "It's not weakness to refuse to become a killer, Draco. It's humanity. Humanity won't save my parents," he countered. "Neither will becoming something you're not," she replied quietly. "You're not a killer. I've always known that, even when we were enemies. Even when I hated you." The simple conviction in her voice echoed their previous conversations, a recurring theme that had become almost a lifeline for Draco in his darkest moments. She believed, genuinely believed, that he wasn't capable of murder. That, despite everything, there remained in him some fundamental decency that would prevent him from crossing that final, irrevocable line. "You can't know that," he said. But the protest sounded weak, even to his own ears. "I can," she insisted. "Because if you were, Dumbledore would already be dead. You've had months. You're clever, resourceful, determined. If you were truly capable of murder, you would have found a way. The assessment was so accurate, it left Draco momentarily speechless. She was right. He had found ways, the necklace, the mead, but they had been deliberately indirect. Methods that kept his own hands clean of the actual killing, that placed distance between himself and the act of murder, because some part of him had always recoiled from becoming a killer, had always known he couldn't cross that line, not directly, not with his own wand and his own words. "So what are you suggesting?" he asked finally. "That I just accept defeat. Let them die because I'm too decent to save them." "I'm suggesting there might be a third option," she said cautiously. "One that doesn't require you to become a murderer or sacrifice your family." "There isn't," Draco replied. But the denial lacked his earlier conviction. "Let me help you find one," she pressed, leaning forward until she was perched on the very edge of her chair. "Let me try, at least. What do you have to lose by letting me try?" "Everything," a cautious voice whispered in his mind. His mission, his family's safety, any chance of redemption in the Dark Lord's eyes. But another voice, equally insistent, asked a different question. What did he have to lose by continuing alone, when his every attempt had ended in failure and harm to innocence? When he was lying in a hospital bed, scarred and weakened, with the deadline drawing ever closer, "Why would you help me?" he asked instead of answering. "After everything I've done, everything I've called you." A small, sad smile touched her lips. "Because I believe everyone deserves a chance to choose a different path. Even you, Draco Malfoy." The simplicity of her response, the genuine compassion behind it, made something twist painfully in Draco's chest. Something that had nothing to do with his healing wounds. "I don't know how to accept help," he admitted, the confession emerging reluctantly. "I've been alone in this for so long. I don't know how to trust anyone with it." "Start small," she suggested. "Tell me about the cabinet." Draco's eyes widened involuntarily. "How did you?" "Process of elimination," she explained. "You spend hours in the room of requirement. You need a way to get Death Eaters into the castle to help with your task. There's a Vanishing Cabinet in Borgin and Berks that's linked to one that used to be at Hogwarts. It's not hard to connect the dots." Her deductive reasoning was impressive, even as it terrified him. If she had pieced this much together already, who else might have done the same? "It's broken," he found himself saying, the admission slipping out almost against his will. "The connection isn't stable. Living things don't survive the passage." She nodded thoughtfully, as if he were discussing an academic problem, rather than a plot to infiltrate Hogwarts with Death Eaters. "And you've been trying to repair it all year." "Yes, without success." "Not complete success," he corrected. "It's better than it was. Inanimate objects transfer intact now. But anything living," he trailed off, remembering the lifeless snake, its scales dulled by whatever energy had drained its life essence. Fascinating, actually, she murmured, her academic curiosity momentarily overriding the gravity of the situation. The theory behind linked vanishing cabinets is incredibly complex. The magical resonance between paired objects has to be perfectly calibrated. Or she caught herself, nodding his expression. Sorry, not the point. Despite everything, Draco felt the ghost of a smile tug at his lips. Granger's intellectual enthusiasm was so predictable, so normal amidst the insanity of his situation, that it was almost comforting. The point, she continued more seriously, is that you're trying to repair an extremely complicated magical artifact under enormous pressure, with no assistance, while also attending classes and slowly starving yourself. It's no wonder you haven't succeeded. Put that way, his failure seemed almost inevitable, rather than a personal shortcoming. Draco felt a small, irrational surge of gratitude for this reframing. I still don't see what help you could offer, he said, though the objections sounded perfunctory, even to his own ears. Unless you've suddenly become an expert on paired transportation devices. I'm not, she admitted readily, but I am an expert at research, at finding information, at solving complex magical problems. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. Let me try, Draco. Let me help you find another way, one that doesn't end with you becoming a murderer or your family being killed. There is no other way, he said. But the words had become a rote response, lacking genuine conviction. You don't know that, she countered gently. Not until we've looked for one. The use of we didn't escape his notice. Neither did the determined set of her jaw, the earnest intensity in her eyes. She meant it, this offer of help. Despite their history, despite his treatment of her, despite the fact that he had been working toward the death of her headmaster, she was genuinely offering to help him find another path. It was madness. It was dangerous. It was probably futile. It was also the first real hope he'd felt in months. If I let you help, he said slowly, carefully, if I even consider it, this stays between us. No one else. Not Potter, not Weasley, not Dumbledore. No one. She hesitated, clearly conflicted by this condition. Draco, the most logical person to help would be. No one, he repeated firmly. That's my condition. I can't. I won't risk my family's lives on Dumbledore's protection. Not yet. Not until there's an actual alternative to consider. Granger studied him for a long moment, internal debate playing across her expressive features. Finally, she nodded. All right, she agreed. For now, it stays between us. I won't tell anyone without your permission. It was a concession, not a complete capitulation. She'd left herself room to argue for disclosure later. But it was enough for Draco's immediate concerns. I'm still not saying I accept your help, he clarified, needing to maintain some illusion of control over the situation. I'm just considering it. A small smile crossed her face. as if she recognized the face-saving qualification for what it was. Of course, you're just considering it. Another silence fell between them, but this one felt different, charged with possibility rather than tension. Draco found himself studying her face again, trying to reconcile this Hermione Granger with the one he'd constructed in his mind over 6 years of animosity. This girl who looked at a sworn enemy and saw someone worth saving, who offered help to someone who had only ever shown her contempt, who believed, against all evidence, that he wasn't a killer. Madame Pomfrey says I'll be here for at least 3 more days, he said finally. Granger nodded, understanding the implicit information. That gives me 3 days to research possible alternatives. I'll need details about the cabinet, the specific difficulties you've encountered, the diagnostic spells you've used, the results. The businesslike approach was oddly reassuring, tangible, practical, focused on concrete problems rather than abstract moral dilemmas. I'll write it down, Draco offered. Everything I can remember about the repair attempts. It'll give me something to do besides stare at the ceiling. Good, she stood, apparently aware that Pomfrey's allotted 5 minutes had long since expired. I should go before Madame Pomfrey throws me out, but I'll come back tomorrow to check on you and get the information. The question was tentative, as if she expected him to retract his partial acceptance of her help. Now that the moment of vulnerability had passed. All right, he agreed, surprising himself with how easily the acceptance came. Tomorrow. She nodded, turning to leave, but paused at the foot of his bed. Draco. Yes, whatever happens, whatever we discover. Thank you for trusting me enough to consider another way. I know how hard that must be. The simple acknowledgement of what this conversation had cost him, the vulnerability, the admission of failure, the consideration of help from a supposed enemy struck Draco with unexpected force. No one, not even Myrtle, had recognized the weight he carried so clearly. Thank you, he replied, the words unfamiliar on his tongue when directed at Hermione Granger. For offering, when you had every reason not to. She smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes, transforming her face with a warmth he'd never been on the receiving end of before. Everyone deserves a second chance, she said simply. Even Slytherin princes with impossible tasks. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Draco to stare after her, a strange mixture of emotions churning in his chest. Fear, hope, doubt, gratitude, all tangled together in a confused knot that he couldn't begin to unravel. He had no guarantee that Granger could help him find an alternative. No assurance that such an alternative even existed. No certainty that this wasn't simply delaying the inevitable choice between becoming a murderer or watching his family die. But for the first time in months, as he lay in the hospital wing with physical and emotional scars still healing, Draco allowed himself to consider the possibility that he wasn't completely alone, that there might be a path forward that didn't require sacrificing either his family or his soul. It was a fragile hope, barely formed and desperately vulnerable. But it was more than he'd had yesterday, and for now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 14, Time of Choice. The bird sang. Draco stared at the small canary fluttering around inside the Vanishing Cabinet, its yellow feathers bright against the dark wood interior. Alive, whole, unharmed. The same bird he had sent through to Borgin and Berks 5 minutes ago. After 8 months of failure, of increasingly desperate attempts and dwindling hope, the cabinet was fixed. The connection was stable. The passage was safe for living creatures. He had succeeded. The realization brought no triumph, no satisfaction, only a cold, creeping dread that spread through his chest like frost. Success meant action. Action meant death Dumbledore's or his family's. There was no third option, despite Granger's determined research over the past week. "Come here," he murmured to the bird, holding out his hand. The tiny creature landed on his finger, tilting its head curiously. So trusting, so alive, so unaware that its successful journey had sealed a man's fate. Gently, Draco placed the bird back in its cage and closed the cabinet door. The final test was complete. The last obstacle removed. All that remained was to send word to Bellatrix, to open the passage for the Death Eaters, to ensure they had access to the castle on the night he confronted Dumbledore, the night he would become a murderer. His hand moved unconsciously to his chest, fingers tracing the still tender scars beneath his shirt. 10 days had passed since Potter's attack in the bathroom. 10 days of recovery, of planning, of feverish work on the cabinet the moment Pomfrey had released him from the hospital wing. 10 days of clandestine meetings with Granger, who had thrown herself into researching alternatives with characteristic determination, who had spent every available hour in the library, poring over obscure texts about protection spells, safe houses, magical bindings that might shield his family from the Dark Lord's reach. All for nothing. Every potential solution had fatal flaws. Every protective enchantment had vulnerabilities the Dark Lord could exploit. Every hiding place could eventually be discovered. There's always another way, she had insisted just yesterday, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, but her resolve undiminished. We just haven't found it yet, but time had run out. The cabinet was fixed. The deadline, April 30th, was just 2 days away, and Draco had begun to accept the terrible truth. There was no escape from the choice before him. Kill or be killed, murder or sacrifice, become a Death Eater in truth, or die alongside his family. He sank onto a battered ottoman, suddenly lightheaded. After months of failure, success felt like its own kind of defeat, the elimination of the last barrier between himself and the irrevocable act he'd been dreading since summer. The cabinet loomed before him, no longer a frustrating puzzle, but a portal to damnation. His damnation, if he used it as intended. If he summoned the Death Eaters, if he confronted Dumbledore, if he spoke those two unforgivable words. Draco checked his watch. Nearly midnight. He needed to send the message to Bellatrix tonight. The Death Eaters would need time to prepare, to coordinate, to ensure they could enter the castle undetected at the critical moment. Tomorrow night. It would happen tomorrow night. His last night of, what? Innocence. That had been lost long ago. His last night before becoming a murderer, then. The thought sent a wave of nausea through him. Despite everything, despite months of planning, of failed attempts, of steeling himself for this moment, he still recoiled from the reality of what he was about to do. What he had to do, unless, unbidden, Granger's voice echoed in his mind. From their first real conversation months ago. It's never too late to make a different choice. Was that true? Even now, with the cabinet repaired and the deadline hours away, did he still have a choice? The mark on his arm pulsed, as if in answer to his doubt. No, there was no choice, no escape. Only the mission and its consequences, one way or another. Rising from the ottoman, Draco moved toward the exit. He needed to send the message to Bellatrix, to set events in motion. But first, there was something else, someone else, he needed to see. One last time. The library was closed at this hour, but Draco knew exactly where to find her. For the past week, Granger had been using an empty classroom on the 4th floor for their clandestine meetings, a neutral territory. Neither Myrtle's bathroom, with its associations of his breakdown, nor the library, with its public exposure. She was there, as he'd expected, surrounded by stacks of books and scrolls of parchment, covered in her neat handwriting. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, tendrils escaping around her face as she bent over a particularly ancient text. She hadn't noticed his arrival, too absorbed in her research. For a moment, Draco simply watched her from the doorway. This girl who had become, against all odds and expectations, something approaching a friend during the darkest period of his life, who had seen him at his worst, broken, desperate, defeated, and still believed he was worth saving, who was about to be bitterly disappointed. "You should be in bed," he said finally, breaking the silence. "It's after midnight." Granger looked up, startled, then smiled tiredly when she saw him. "So should you. But here we both are. Find anything?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Her smile faded slightly. "Not yet. But I've been exploring this binding ritual from the 16th century. It might be adaptable for our purposes. The theory is similar to the Fidelius charm, but instead of hiding a location, it conceals the very existence of a person from a specific individual. If we could modify it too. Hermione, he interrupted gently, using her first name deliberately. "Stop. It's over." She froze, her finger marking her place on the page. "What do you mean?" "The cabinet is fixed," Draco said, the words falling into the quiet room like stones. "It's working. I've just sent a bird through both ways. It survived perfectly." Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed by a flash of fear quickly masked. That doesn't change anything. We still have time to." "No, we don't," he said, moving further into the room. "The deadline is in 2 days. The Dark Lord won't grant extensions. I have to act now." "You don't," she insisted, rising from her chair. "Draco, you don't. We can go to Dumbledore tonight. Right now. He can hide your parents before Voldemort even realizes what's happening." "It won't work," Draco said, the words heavy with finality. "We've been over this. My father is in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors loyal to the Dark Lord. My mother is at the manor, watched day and night by my aunt and other Death Eaters. By the time Dumbledore could reach either of them, the Dark Lord would already know of my betrayal. Then we'll find another way," she persisted, the familiar determination hardening her features. "There's always another." "There isn't," he interrupted, his voice sharper than intended. "Not this time. Not for this." She stared at him, her exhausted face reflecting the dawning realization that she had failed, that all her research, all her determination, all her belief in alternatives had come to nothing. "So that's it?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "You're going to do it, become a murderer. Let Death Eaters into Hogwarts to attack your classmates." Put so baldly, the plan sounded monstrous. Was monstrous. But what choice did he have? "I have to," he said simply. "No, you don't." The sudden vehemence in her voice startled him. She moved around the table, closing the distance between them, until she stood directly before him, eyes blazing with intensity. "You always have a choice, Draco. Always." "Easy for you to say," he replied bitterly. "You're not the one who'll watch his parents tortured to death if he fails. And you think you'll be able to live with yourself if you succeed," she countered. "If you murder Albus Dumbledore, if Death Eaters attack the school, hurt other students, if people die because you let them in," each question struck like a physical blow. Draco had asked himself the same things in the darkest hours of the night when sleep eluded him. The answers had never been reassuring. "It doesn't matter if I can live with it," he said finally. "As long as my family lives." "It does matter," she insisted, reaching out to grasp his left arm, where the mark burned beneath his sleeve. "It matters because it's your soul, Draco. Once you cross that line, once you take a life, you can never go back to who you were." The genuine anguish in her voice cut through his defenses. She wasn't judging him, he realized. She was afraid for him, for what he would become, for what he would lose, for the damage he would do to himself by going through with his plan. "Maybe that's necessary," he said quietly. "Maybe who I was isn't worth preserving." "That's not true," Hermione replied, her grip on his arm tightening. "The Draco Malfoy who agonized over Katie Bell's injury, who felt remorse over Ron's poisoning, who spent months trying to find a way to protect his family without becoming a killer. That person is worth saving. The conviction in her voice was almost enough to make him believe it, almost enough to make him reconsider, even now. Almost. "I came to say goodbye," he said, changing the subject abruptly. "And to thank you for trying, for believing there was another way, even when I didn't." She shook her head, refusing to accept his implicit surrender. "This isn't goodbye. This is just you being stubborn and fatalistic, as usual." Despite everything, Draco felt a small smile tug at his lips. "Stubborn? You're calling me stubborn? That's rich, coming from you." "I prefer determined," she replied, a ghost of an answering smile crossing her face before fatting back into seriousness. "Draco, please, whatever you're planning to do, don't do it tonight. Give me one more day. Just one." The plea in her eyes was almost unbearable. One more day. What difference would it make? The cabinet was fixed. The deadline approached. The choice remained the same, no matter how many hours or days they spent searching for alternatives that didn't exist. And yet, "I'm not doing anything tonight," he admitted. "Tomorrow night. That's when it has to happen." Relief flickered across her face, quickly replaced by renewed determination. "Then we still have time. All of tomorrow to find another solution." "Hermione," he said gently, "you've been searching for weeks. What could possibly change in one more day?" "Everything," she replied simply. "Anything. I'm not giving up, even if you are." That stubborn faith, that absolute refusal to accept defeat. It was so quintessentially Hermione that Draco felt a wave of something dangerously close to affection wash over him. "You're impossible," he said, but the words held no bite. "I prefer determined," she repeated, the ghost of a smile returning. They stood in silence for a moment, closer than they'd ever been physically, her hand still on his arm, her face upturned to his, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, count the freckles across the bridge of her nose, close enough to kiss if things were different. If they were different people with different pasts on the same side of this war, the thought came unbidden, shocking in its clarity. Draco had been aware for weeks of his changing feelings toward Hermione Granger, the grudging respect that had become genuine admiration, the reluctant trust that had deepened into something more complex. But this explicit acknowledgement of attraction, of desire, was new, terrifying, impossible, and yet there it was, undeniable in the quickening of his pulse as she looked up at him, in the sudden hyper-awareness of her hand on his arm, in the inexplicable urge to close the small distance between them. "Draco?" she asked softly, something in his expression making her brow furrow in question. "What is it?" For one wild, reckless moment, he considered telling her, considered confessing that somewhere in the midst of their impossible situation, Amidst all the fear and desperation and guilt, he had developed feelings for her that went far beyond gratitude or friendship, that she had become important to him in ways he couldn't fully articulate or understand, that in another life, perhaps. But no, what would be the point? Tomorrow night, he would either become a murderer or die in failure. Either way, whatever fragile connection had formed between them would be destroyed. Better to leave it unspoken. Better to spare them both that particular pain. Nothing, he said, taking a deliberate step back, breaking the contact between them. Just thank you for everything you've tried to do. Whatever happens tomorrow, I won't forget it. She studied him for a long moment, as if sensing the unspoken words behind his statement. This isn't over, she said finally. I meant what I said. I'm not giving up on finding another way. I know, he replied, unable to keep a hint of fondness from his tone. You never do. And you're not giving up either, she insisted. Not yet. Promise me you won't do anything until we've talked again. Promise me you'll meet me tomorrow before you make any final decisions. He shouldn't promise. Shouldn't see her again. Shouldn't risk weakening his resolve when the moment of action was finally at hand. All right, he said anyway. Tomorrow evening, before everything, I'll find you. Promise, she pressed, clearly not trusting his easy agreement. I promise, he replied, surprising himself with how much he meant it. One last conversation before I decide anything. She nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good. Now go get some sleep. You look like you need it. So do you, he countered, gesturing to the dark circles beneath her eyes. I will soon. Just one more text to check first. The familiar response, so characteristic of her approach to any problem, brought another small smile to Draco's lips. Of course. Just one more. He turned to leave, but paused at the doorway, looking back at her one last time. She had already returned to her research, bending over the ancient text with renewed focus, a strand of hair falling across her cheek in the lamplight. If things were different, he thought again. If they were different people, but they weren't. He was Draco Malfoy, son of a Death Eater, marked by the Dark Lord, tasked with murder. She was Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, Potter's friend, embodiment of everything he'd been raised to despise. And tomorrow night, whatever fragile connection had formed between them would end one way or another. Good night, Hermione, he said softly. She looked up, her expression softening into something he couldn't quite identify. Good night, Draco. I'll see you tomorrow. He nodded once, then slipped away into the darkened corridor, leaving her surrounded by books and parchment, and the stubborn hope that there was still another path to be found. Sleep proved elusive, as Draco had expected. He lay in his dormitory bed, staring at the green canopy above, while his roommate's steady breathing filled the darkness around him. His mind raced in endless circles, revisiting the same impossible choice from every angle, searching for an option that didn't exist. Kill Dumbledore, save his family, lose his soul. Refuse, watch them die, lose his life. There was no third path. No magical solution hidden in some obscure text. No protection strong enough to shield his parents from the Dark Lord's wrath if he failed. Hermione was wrong. Sometimes there wasn't always another choice. By dawn, Draco had resolved to send the message to Bellatrix. The Death Eaters would come through the cabinet the following evening. He would confront Dumbledore. He would do what was necessary to save his family. But as the day progressed, as he went through the motions of attending classes, of eating meals he barely tasted, of nodding at conversations he didn't follow, something kept him from sending that final message, his promise to Hermione. One last conversation. One last chance to hear her argue for his soul, for his humanity, for the possibility of another path. It was foolish, sentimental, dangerous. And yet, as evening approached, Draco found himself heading not to the Owlery to send word to Bellatrix, but to the fourth-floor classroom where he knew Hermione would be waiting. She looked up when he entered, her face lighting with a mixture of relief and determination. "You came," she said simply. "I promised I would," he replied, moving to stand before the desk where she had arranged her latest findings. "What miracle solution have you discovered in the past 24 hours?" The question was meant to be gently sardonic, but emerged more desperate than intended. Part of him, a larger part than he cared to admit, genuinely hoped she had found something, anything, that might offer an alternative to the path before him. Hermione's expression sobered. "Not a miracle," she admitted, "but I've been thinking. What if we approached this differently? Not trying to hide your parents or protect them from Voldemort directly, but making it impossible for him to hurt them without suffering consequences he can't afford." Draco frowned, intrigued despite himself. "What do you mean?" "Dead man's trigger," she explained, pushing a parchment toward him covered in complex arithmetic equations. "A conditional curse that activates only if specific people, your parents, in this case, are harmed. The curse would target something Voldemort values highly. The Dark Lord fears nothing, and no one," Draco said automatically. But he scanned the parchment with genuine interest. "What could you possibly threaten him with?" "Not his life," she acknowledged, "but his plans, his secrecy. What if the trigger released key information about his movements, his Horcruxes, his weaknesses to the entire wizarding world? To every major newspaper, every ministry, every magical government." Draco's head snapped up. "His what, Horwhat?" Hermione's expression flickered, as if she'd revealed more than intended. "It's complicated. The point is, we could create a magical failsafe that would expose critical information Voldemort wants kept secret if he harms your parents. It wouldn't physically prevent him from hurting them, but it would create consequences he might not be willing to risk. The idea was audacious, creative, potentially suicidal, and yet, how would we even implement something like this? Draco asked, unable to keep the skepticism from his voice. We'd need access to my parents to place the trigger spells. My mother is surrounded by Death Eaters. My father is in Azkaban. That's the part I'm still working on, she admitted. But the theory is sound. The arithmetic calculations check out. Draco studied the complex equations, impressed despite his doubts. She'd clearly spent hours on this, developing a theoretical framework for a type of magic he'd never even considered. It's brilliant, he said honestly, but ultimately impractical. We can't reach my parents, and even if we could, the Dark Lord would simply kill them before they could tell him about the trigger. They wouldn't need to tell him, she countered. The magic would be self-evident to someone of his power. He'd sense it the moment he attempted to harm them, and trust that the consequences would be as serious as they claim. The Dark Lord isn't known for his caution, Hermione. He'd likely kill them out of spite. Consequences be damned. Her face fell slightly, acknowledging the truth in his assessment. Then we need Dumbledore, she said quietly. His involvement would add credibility to the threat. Voldemort might not fear what you or I could reveal, but Dumbledore, that would give him pause. And there it was again, the same circular argument they'd been having for weeks. All paths led back to Dumbledore, to the choice between trusting the headmaster or following the Dark Lord's orders. Even if that were true, Draco said carefully, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. We can't reach my parents to place these theoretical triggers, and I can't approach Dumbledore without the Dark Lord learning of it almost immediately. You could if we did it tonight, she pressed. Right now, before you contact Bellatrix, before anyone knows you fixed the cabinet. And my mother? The moment I don't send confirmation that the cabinet is repaired, she becomes a hostage. Or worse. Hermione's shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of their impossible situation visibly pressing down on her. There has to be a way, she murmured, more to herself than to him. There's always a way. The quiet desperation in her voice struck at something deep in Draco's chest. She had worked so hard, had given so much of herself to help him find another path. And he was about to disappoint her completely. I'm sorry, he said softly. I wish things were different. She looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. They still can be. You can still choose a different path, even now, at the cost of my family's lives, he asked, the question emerging more gently than he'd intended. At the cost of your soul, she countered. Is saving their lives worth destroying who you are? What if you succeed tomorrow night? What then? Do you think Voldemort will suddenly leave you and your family in peace? Or will there be another task, and another, each one darker than the last? The questions struck at doubts Draco had been harboring for months. Would success tomorrow truly end his family's ordeal? Or would it simply be the beginning of a new phase of servitude, of moral compromise, of gradual destruction. I don't know, he admitted, but at least they'd be alive. At least we'd have a chance. A chance at what? Hermione asked, rising from her chair to stand directly before him. A life of fear, of servitude to a monster. Is that what you want for yourself? For them? Of course not, Draco snapped, frustration finally breaking through his careful control. You think I want any of this? You think I chose to have the Dark Lord living in my home, threatening my family, branding me with his mark? This isn't about what I want, Hermione. It's about surviving. About keeping the people I love alive for one more day, one more week, one more year, even if it means becoming something they wouldn't recognize. Something you'll hate yourself for becoming. The quiet question landed with devastating accuracy. Would his mother want him to become a murderer to save her? Would his father want him to sacrifice his soul for the family name? I don't know, Draco repeated, the admission wrenched from somewhere deep inside him. I don't know anything anymore except that I can't let them die. I can't. Hermione moved closer, close enough that he could see the golden flecks in her brown eyes. Smell the faint scent of parchment and vanilla that seemed to follow her everywhere. Then don't, she said softly. Don't let them die. But don't become a murderer either. There's another path, Draco. I believe that. I have to believe it. And somewhere deep down, I think you believe it too. The conviction in her voice, the unwavering faith in her eyes. It stirred something in Draco that he'd thought long dead. Hope. Not the desperate, clinging hope of previous months, but something clearer, steadier. What if she was right? What if there was another way, even now? What would you have me do? He asked, the question emerging as barely more than a whisper. Go to Dumbledore, she said immediately. Tonight. Now. Tell him everything, the cabinet, the Death Eaters, the deadline. Let him help you. Let him protect your family. And if he can't, Draco challenged, voicing the fear that had held him back for months. If the Dark Lord kills them before Dumbledore can reach them, then at least you tried, she replied gently. At least you didn't sacrifice your soul without exploring every alternative. At least you chose the path you could live with afterward. There it was again, that phrase that had haunted him since their first real conversation months ago. The path you could live with afterward. As if there were an afterward worth considering. As if the choice before him were about more than simple survival. But what if it was? What if this moment, this decision, would define not just whether he lived or died, but who he would become if he survived? I'm afraid, he admitted, the words emerging with unexpected honesty. I'm afraid of failing them, of being responsible for their deaths, of losing everything. I know, Hermione said softly, reaching out to touch his arm, his left arm, where the dark mark branded him as the Dark Lord's servant. But there's more to fear than death, Draco. There's living with what you've done, with what you've become. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Something passed between them, an understanding deeper than words. A connection forged through months of shared secrets and impossible choices. If things were different, Draco thought again. If they were different people, but they weren't. They were exactly who they were, standing at a crossroads that would determine not just their futures, but the kind of people they would be afterward. And suddenly, with a clarity that startled him, Draco knew. "I can't do it," he said quietly, the words emerging not as a surrender, but as a decision. "I can't kill him, not even for them." The admission should have felt like failure, like weakness. Instead, it felt like setting down a burden he'd carried for too long, like drawing a full breath after months of suffocation. "I know," Hermione replied, and there was no triumph in her voice, only gentle understanding. "I've always known that. But my family," he began, the familiar fear rising again. "We'll find a way," she promised. "Together, starting with Dumbledore. He's more resourceful than you think." Draco wasn't convinced, couldn't be convinced after months of certainty that there was no protection strong enough. But something had shifted inside him, some fundamental acceptance that he couldn't cross the line into murder, not even to save those he loved, not because he wasn't capable of it, perhaps, but because doing so would destroy the very person his parents had raised him to be, the son they would want to survive, even if they didn't. "All right," he said finally. "I'll go to Dumbledore tonight, now, before I lose my nerve." The relief that flooded Hermione's face was so genuine, so pure, that Draco felt an answering wave of emotion rise in his own chest. "I'll come with you," she offered immediately. "If you want." The offer meant more than she could know, this willingness to stand beside him, to face whatever consequences might come. But Draco shook his head. "No," he said gently. "This is something I need to do alone. My choice, my responsibility." She nodded, understanding without further explanation. "All right. But after, when you've spoken to him, find me. Let me know what happened." "I will," he promised, meaning it completely. Whatever came next, she deserved to know the outcome of the path she had helped him choose. They stood for a moment in silence, neither quite ready to end this moment, this last interaction, before everything changed irrevocably. "Hermione," Draco began, uncertain what he wanted to say, but feeling the need to say something before they parted. "Yes?" she asked, her eyes meeting his with that direct, unflinching gaze that had become so familiar. So many things he could say, so many feelings he couldn't afford to acknowledge. Not now. Not when everything hung in such precarious balance. "Thank you," he said finally, the words inadequate but sincere, "for not giving up, on finding another way. On me." A small smile touched her lips, warming her eyes in a way that made something twist in Draco's chest. "I told you," she said softly. "Everyone deserves a second chance. Even Slytherin princes with impossible tasks. The echo of her words from the hospital wing brought an answering smile to Draco's face. A genuine smile, perhaps the first in months that hadn't been forced or bitter. "I should go," he said, reluctant but determined, "before I lose my nerve." She nodded, her expression sobering. "Be careful. And remember, whatever happens, you've already made the hardest choice. You've chosen not to become a killer, whatever the cost. That matters, Draco. It matters more than you know." He hoped she was right. Hoped that the choice he'd just made to reject murder, to seek Dumbledore's help, to risk everything on the slim chance of another path, was the right one. The one he could live with afterward, if there was an afterward. With a final nod, Draco turned and left the classroom, his steps more determined than they had been in months. The path ahead was uncertain, dangerous, possibly fatal, but for the first time since receiving his impossible task, he was walking it as himself, not as the Dark Lord's unwilling servant, not as a murderer in waiting, but as Draco Malfoy. Flawed, frightened, but refusing to cross the final line that would separate him irrevocably from the person he wanted to be, the person Hermione Granger, against all odds, believed he could still become. Chapter 15. Astronomical Tower. He's not here. Draco stood in the center of the headmaster's office, surrounded by sleeping portraits and whirring silver instruments. The circular room was empty, Dumbledore conspicuously absent despite the late hour. Headmaster Dumbledore was called away on urgent business. One of the portraits informed him, an elderly witch with a pointed hat and shrewd eyes. He left the school grounds approximately 2 hours ago. "When will he be back?" Draco asked, panic rising in his throat. This couldn't be happening. Not tonight. Not when he'd finally gathered the courage to ask for help. "That information wasn't shared with us," the portrait replied, studying him with undisguised curiosity. "Is there a message you'd like to leave for him, young Malfoy?" "No," Draco said quickly, already backing toward the door. "No message." His mind raced as he descended the spiral staircase. Dumbledore gone. The deadline tomorrow. The cabinet fixed. Everything in place for the plan he'd just resolved to abandon. What now? He couldn't wait for Dumbledore's return. There was no guarantee the headmaster would be back before the deadline expired. He couldn't proceed with his original plan. The choice against becoming a murderer was one he couldn't unmake, not without destroying whatever remained of himself. That left what exactly? Granger. He needed to find Hermione, to tell her that Dumbledore was absent, to figure out what alternative remained when the only authority figure powerful enough to help was unavailable. But as Draco rounded the corner toward the 4th floor classroom, a searing pain shot through his left arm, so sudden and intense that he stumbled against the wall, gasping. The dark mark burned black against his skin, a summons more powerful than any he'd felt before. The Dark Lord was calling, not just calling, demanding. Now, cold sweat broke out across Draco's forehead as the implications sank in. The deadline hadn't been tomorrow after all. It was now, tonight, and he wasn't ready, had made no preparations, had sent no message to Bellatrix, had resolved, in fact, to abandon the plan entirely. He was out of time. For a moment, Draco stood frozen in the deserted corridor, mind racing through rapidly diminishing options. He could ignore the summons, but the pain would only increase until it became unbearable. And ignoring a direct call from the Dark Lord was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. He could proceed to find Hermione. But what could she possibly offer now, with Dumbledore gone and the deadline abruptly moved forward? Or he could answer the call, could open the cabinet, could let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts, could go through the motions of the plan he'd already rejected, playing for time while searching for an alternative. The last option was the only one that didn't lead to immediate disaster. The only one that might buy him a few more hours to find Dumbledore, to seek help, to protect his family somehow. With a muttered curse, Draco changed direction, heading not for the fourth-floor classroom, but for the room of requirement. Every step felt like a betrayal of the choice he'd made with Hermione just an hour earlier. But what choice remained when Dumbledore was absent and the Dark Lord was calling? Survival first, then redemption, if such a thing was still possible. The cabinet door swung open at Draco's touch, the dark interior seeming to swallow the meager light from his wand. The summoning burn in his arm had subsided to a dull throb, the Dark Lord's acknowledgement that Draco was responding, perhaps, or simply a temporary reprieve before more forceful measures. After his conversation with Hermione, after his resolution not to become a murderer regardless of the cost, this felt like abject failure, like surrender. But he couldn't see another path forward, not with Dumbledore absent and the deadline suddenly advanced. He would play for time, would let the Death Eaters in, would lead them on a search for Dumbledore, who wasn't even in the castle, would create opportunities for delay while frantically trying to contact the headmaster somehow, would avoid violence himself, would prevent casualties if possible. It was a terrible plan, full of dangerous assumptions and potentially fatal flaws. But it was the only one he had. Harmonia nectar passus, Draco whispered, tapping his wand against the cabinet's frame. The spell that had taken him 8 months to perfect now came easily, the wood vibrating slightly beneath his fingertips as the connection between paired cabinets stabilized. He took a deep breath, then tapped again. The pattern they had established over the summer, 3 quick, 2 slow. The signal that the way was clear, that Hogwarts defenses were open to those who knew how to enter. For several long minutes, nothing happened. The cabinet remained empty, the room of requirement silent around him. Had something gone wrong? Had the signal not been received? Then, with with a sound like rushing wind, the cabinet's interior filled with swirling darkness. A moment later, a figure stepped out, tall, wild-haired, with heavily lidded eyes, and a smile that had haunted Draco's nightmares since childhood. Nephew Bellatrix Lestrange greeted him, her voice a sibilant purr. "You've succeeded. How unexpected." Before Draco could respond, more figures emerged from the cabinet in quick succession. Roll, massive and blonde, the Caro siblings, with their identical cruel smiles, Gibbon, thin and nervous, and finally, Fenrir Greyback, whose very presence made Draco's skin crawl with revulsion. "Where is Snape?" Bellatrix demanded, glancing around the crowded room. "He was to meet us here." "I don't know," Draco replied honestly. He hadn't factored Snape into his rapidly deteriorating plans. Perhaps patrolling the corridors. "No matter," his aunt said dismissively. "We proceed as planned. The Dark Lord grows impatient for news of Dumbledore's death." Her gaze sharpened, fixing on Draco with sudden intensity. "You do have a plan for confronting the old fool, I presume. After 8 months of failures," the accusation in her tone was unmistakable. Draco felt sweat gathering at his temples, despite the room's cool air. "Dumbledore isn't in the castle," he said, the admission emerging more steadily than he'd expected. "He left earlier this evening. We'll need to." "Don't lie to me, boy," Bellatrix hissed, closing the distance between them with predatory grace. "The Dark Lord has reliable information that Dumbledore returned less than an hour ago. He's here in the castle, and you will fulfill your task tonight, or watch your mother die tomorrow." Ice flooded Draco's veins. Dumbledore was back. When? How had the Dark Lord known before Draco himself, who had been in the headmaster's office so recently? And more importantly, what did this mean for his fragile, desperate plan to avoid becoming a murderer? "I'll find him," Draco managed, his mind racing to adjust to this new information. "But I'll need help searching the castle. He could be anywhere." "The astronomy tower," Greyback growled, speaking for the first time. His voice was rough, as if damaged by too many transformations between human and wolf. "Our information suggests he went directly there upon his return. Dumbledore on the astronomy tower, alone, surrounded by other professors. Why there, of all places? It didn't matter. What mattered was that Draco now had a specific destination, a specific target, and absolutely no idea how to proceed without becoming either a murderer or a victim. "We should set up a perimeter," he suggested, playing for time. "Prevent interference from the Order members who might be guarding him." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed slightly, but she nodded. "Sensible. The Caros will secure the corridor leading to the tower. Roll, cover the main staircase. Gibbon, set the dark mark above the tower, the signal the Dark Lord requested." "And me?" Greyback asked, a disturbing eagerness in his voice. "I smell students nearby. Fresh meat." "You will stay with us," Bellatrix ordered sharply. The Dark Lord sent you for specific targets, not random hunting. Control yourself, Wolf. Draco suppressed a shudder at the exchange. Greyback's presence complicated things immeasurably. The werewolf was notoriously bloodthirsty, his loyalty to the Dark Lord secondary to his craving for violence. If fighting broke out, we should go, he said, desperate to maintain some control over the situation. Before Dumbledore leaves the tower, Bellatrix studied him for a moment, something calculating in her gaze. Indeed, lead the way, nephew. It's time you proved yourself worthy of the mark you bear. The reminder of his branding sent a phantom pain through Draco's arm. The mark that had once seemed like recognition, like validation, now felt like exactly what it was, a brand of ownership. A chain binding him to a master he had grown to fear more than respect. This way, he said, moving toward the room of requirements exit. And quietly, the corridors are patrolled at night. As they left the room, following Draco through the darkened castle toward the astronomy tower, he found himself searching desperately for any sign of Hermione. He needed to warn her, to tell her that Death Eaters were now inside Hogwarts, that she should alert the Order members who might be present. But the corridors remained frustratingly empty, the late hour ensuring most students were safely in their dormitories. Without Hermione, without Dumbledore's direct assistance, Draco was on his own, leading a group of killers toward a confrontation he had resolved to avoid. With no clear plan beyond desperate improvisation, the staircase to the astronomy tower loomed ahead, dark and spiraling into the night sky. Draco paused at its base, his heart hammering against his ribs. Once they ascended, there would be no turning back. No more delays. No more excuses. Scared, nephew, Bellatrix murmured, uncomfortably close to his ear. Having second thoughts about your glorious mission. No, Draco lied, the word bitter on his tongue. Just preparing. Good, she whispered, her breath hot against his neck. Because the Dark Lord doesn't tolerate failure, and neither do I. The threat hung in the air between them, all the more effective for remaining unspecified. Draco knew exactly what his aunt was capable of, had witnessed her cruelty firsthand at the manor, had heard the stories whispered among Death Eaters of her particular talents for prolonged torture. I understand, he said, forcing steadiness into his voice. I won't fail. Another lie. Because failure, at least in the Dark Lord's terms, was now inevitable. Draco had made his choice in that fourth-floor classroom with Hermione. He would not become a murderer, not even to save his family, not even to save himself, which meant he needed another plan. Quickly, Gibbon, Bellatrix ordered, cast the mark now. Then join roll at the staircase. The thin Death Eater nodded, slipping past them to ascend the tower steps. Moments later, a sickly green light illuminated the night sky outside the castle windows, the dark mark, skull and serpent, floating above the highest tower. signal that death had come to Hogwarts. Now, Bellatrix said, a disturbing excitement entering her voice. We end Dumbledore tonight. The Dark Lord will reward us beyond imagination. She turned to Draco, her expression shifting to something almost maternal in its twisted affection. And you, nephew, will finally take your rightful place in his inner circle. Your family's disgrace will be erased with a single spell. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. 2 words Draco had never spoken, had never cast, had resolved now never to use. I'll go first, he said, the only delay he could think to create. Alone. Dumbledore trusts me as a student. He won't suspect until it's too late. Bellatrix considered this, then nodded reluctantly. Very well, but we'll be right behind you. Any hesitation, any sign of weakness, and I'll finish the job myself after ensuring you witness the consequences of your failure. The threat needed no elaboration. Draco nodded once, then turned toward the spiraling staircase, each step carrying him closer to a confrontation he had no strategy to navigate. As he climbed, the sounds of the Death Eaters below faded, replaced by the soft whistle of wind through the tower's open sides. Above, stars glittered in the clear night sky, indifferent to the human drama unfolding beneath them. How had it come to this? After everything, after his conversation with Hermione, after his resolution not to become a murderer, after his attempt to seek Dumbledore's help, he was still climbing these steps, still moving toward the confrontation he had tried to avoid. Was this fate, then? Some paths inescapable, no matter how desperately one tried to find alternatives. The top of the staircase appeared before him, a wooden door separating Draco from what awaited on the tower's observation platform. Through it, he could hear quiet voices, Dumbledore's, he thought, though the words were indistinct. Was the headmaster alone, speaking to himself, perhaps, or to one of the castle's many ghosts? Only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, Draco drew his wand, turned the handle, and stepped through the door. The astronomy tower's observation platform was bathed in green light from the dark mark hovering in the sky above. Against this sickly illumination, Dumbledore stood alone at the parapet, his tall figure silhouetted against the night sky. He turned as Draco entered, and something in his expression, a strange mixture of expectation and resignation, suggested he had been waiting for this moment. "Good evening, Draco," he said quietly, as if greeting a student during a normal day of classes. "What brings you here so late?" The casual greeting, so at odds with the dire circumstances, momentarily threw Draco off balance. He had expected alarm, defensiveness, perhaps immediate magical resistance. Not this calm acknowledgement, as if Dumbledore had been expecting him specifically. "Who else is here?" Draco demanded, glancing around the circular platform. It appeared empty, but appearances could be deceiving, especially in a castle as magical as Hogwarts. "A question I might ask you," Dumbledore replied, his tone still conversational. "Are you alone? Or have others joined you in the castle tonight?" The headmaster knew. Somehow, he knew about the Death Eaters, about the cabinet, about everything. "I tried to find you earlier," Draco said, the words spilling out before he could stop them. "In your office. I wanted to talk to you." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, a flicker of what might have been regret. "Indeed, that is unfortunate timing on my part. I was unavoidably detained elsewhere." He studied Draco more intently, those blue eyes seeming to peer directly into his soul. "Perhaps we could have that conversation now instead." Below, Draco could hear movement on the stairs, Bellatrix and the others, growing impatient with his delay. He didn't have much time. "I can't kill you," he blurted out, the admission emerging in a desperate rush. "I won't. But they're here Death Eaters in the castle. My aunt, Greyback, others. They expect me to kill me," Dumbledore finished calmly. "Yes, I had surmised as much. Voldemort's assignment to you, his punishment for your father's failures." Hearing the mission stated so directly, so matter-of-factly, sent a shiver through Draco. "You knew all this time." "I had my suspicions," the headmaster admitted, "as did Professor Snape." "Snape," Draco repeated, momentarily distracted. "He tried to help me. Said he made an unbreakable vow to my mother." "Indeed he did," Dumbledore confirmed. "To protect you, and to complete your task if you proved unable." The implication hung in the air between them. Snape had vowed to kill Dumbledore if Draco couldn't. Had the headmaster known this too? Had he allowed it, even encouraged it? "None of that matters now," Draco said urgently, aware of the footsteps growing closer. "They're coming. They'll kill you, then me, then my family. I don't know how to stop it. I tried to find another way, but there is always another way, Draco," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "Always a choice." The echo of Hermione's words from their many conversations sent a jolt through Draco's chest. Always a choice. Always another path. "What choice?" he demanded, desperation sharpening his tone. "They're here, in the castle, coming up those stairs right now. What possible choice remains?" Dumbledore regarded him steadily, something like compassion in his aged features. "The same choice you've already made, it seems. Not to become a murderer. Not to fracture your soul with an act that cannot be undone. That choice will get us both killed," Draco said bitterly. "Along with my parents. Perhaps," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Or perhaps matters are not quite as they appear." Before Draco could question this cryptic statement, the door behind him burst open. Bellatrix entered first, her wild hair framing a face alight with malicious triumph. "Well, well," she crowed, "Albus Dumbledore, cornered at last. How the mighty have fallen." The other Death Eaters filed in behind her, spreading out across the tower platform. Greyback's low growl was audible even over the wind, his yellow eyes fixed on Dumbledore with predatory intensity. Bellatrix Lestrange, Dumbledore greeted her, his calm apparently unshaken by the arrival of 6 Death Eaters. I can't say it's a pleasure to see you outside of Azkaban. Enjoy your jokes while you can, old man, she spat. They'll be your last. She turned to Draco, her expression hardening. Well, what are you waiting for? Do it. Draco's wand hand trembled slightly as he pointed it at Dumbledore's chest. This was the moment, the culmination of 8 months of fear, planning, and desperate attempts to avoid the inevitable. He appears to be hesitating, Greyback observed, a note of vicious amusement in his rough voice. Perhaps the young Malfoy lacks the necessary conviction. Silence, Bellatrix hissed. He will do it. The Dark Lord himself assigned this task to Draco. It is his honor to fulfill it. Honor, such a twisted version of the word. What honor was there in murder? In taking the life of an elderly, apparently wandless wizard who offered no resistance. I'm going to do it, Draco said, fighting to keep his voice steady. But his wand hand betrayed him, shaking visibly in the green light of the dark mark. You are not a killer, Draco, Dumbledore said softly, the words clearly intended for him alone. Enough talk, Bellatrix shrieked. Do it now, Avada Kedavra. The jet of green light shot from her wand, but missed Dumbledore by inches, exploding against the stone wall behind him. I said it was Draco's task, she raged, her composure cracking. No one interferes. The boy is stalling, Greyback growled. Let me have the old man. The Dark Lord cares only that he dies, not by whose hand. No, Bellatrix's scream was almost feral in its intensity. The Dark Lord's orders were clear. Draco must do it. As they argued, Draco remained frozen, his wand still pointed at Dumbledore's heart. The headmaster's eyes never left his face, that same strange mixture of resignation and expectation evident in his gaze. I understand your reluctance, Draco, Dumbledore said quietly. To take a life is to damage your own soul in ways that cannot be easily repaired. Shut up, Bellatrix snarled. Don't listen to him, Draco. Think of your mother. Think of what the Dark Lord will do to her if you fail. The reminder sent a fresh wave of panic through Draco's chest. His mother, elegant, proud Narcissa, who had risked everything to protect him, who was now essentially a hostage in her own home, her life contingent on Draco's success or failure in this moment. I have to, he whispered, more to himself than to Dumbledore. I don't have a choice. There is always a choice, Dumbledore repeated, so softly that only Draco could hear. Always. Time seemed to slow. The sounds of the Death Eaters arguing fading to a distant murmur as Draco stood at the precipice of his soul's destruction. Kill Dumbledore, save his family, lose himself, or lower his wand, accept defeat, and face the consequences. In that suspended moment, Hermione's face appeared in his mind's eye, her eyes bright with conviction, as she insisted there was always another path. he wasn't a killer, that he could choose differently, even now. I chose the path I could live with afterward, with a clarity that startled him. Draco realized the truth he had been avoiding for months. There would be no living with himself if he committed murder. The act would destroy whatever remained of the person he wanted to be, leaving nothing but a shell in service to the Dark Lord. A fate perhaps worse than death itself. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Draco lowered his wand. "I can't," he said, the words barely audible over the wind. "I won't." "What are you doing?" Bellatrix shrieked, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. "Raise your wand. Do it." No, firmer now, the decision solidifying with each passing second. "I won't become a murderer. Not even for you. Not even for him." The look that crossed his aunt's face was one Draco would remember until his dying day. A mixture of disbelief, rage, and something almost like fear. Not fear of him, but of what his failure would mean for her in the Dark Lord's eyes. "You worthless, pathetic," she began, raising her own wand. Whether to kill Dumbledore herself or to punish Draco's rebellion was unclear. She never finished the sentence. The door to the tower platform burst open once more, and Snape strode in, his black robes billowing behind him like great bat wings. His expression was unreadable as he surveyed the scene before him. Draco with his wand lowered, Bellatrix mid-rage, Dumbledore standing calmly at the parapet. "Severus," Dumbledore said, and something in his tone made Draco glance sharply at the headmaster. There was an unusual note in that single word, almost like pleading. "Snape," Bellatrix's relief was palpable. "The boy has failed. He won't do it. You must your vow." Snape's gaze moved from Bellatrix to Dumbledore, then finally to Draco. For a brief, impossible moment, something like approval flickered in those cold black eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by the familiar mask of disdain. "I'll handle this," he said, stepping forward. "Move aside." Draco hesitated, suddenly uncertain. What was Snape planning? To kill Dumbledore himself, fulfilling the vow he'd made to Narcissa? Or was there something else at work here? Some plan within plans that Draco couldn't fathom? "Move, Draco," Snape repeated, his tone brooking no argument. Now, reluctantly, Draco stepped back, allowing Snape to take his place before Dumbledore. The headmaster's expression had changed, resignation now predominant, with something like acceptance smoothing his aged features. "Severus," he said again, so quietly that Draco had to strain to hear. "Please." Snape raised his wand, pointing it directly at Dumbledore's heart. His face was a rigid mask, betraying nothing of whatever conflict might be raging within. "Avada Kedavra," he said, the words emerging with terrible clarity. The jet of green light struck Dumbledore squarely in the chest. For a moment, he seemed suspended in time, illuminated by the spell's sickly glow. Then, with terrible finality, he toppled backward over the parapet, falling from the tower into the darkness below. Dumbledore was dead. A strange, ringing silence fell over the tower platform. Even Bellatrix, normally quick to celebrate violence, seemed momentarily stunned by the abruptness of it all. It was Snape who broke the stillness, his voice cutting through the shocked quiet with cold precision. "It's done," he said. "We leave now." "But the Order members," Alecto Caro began. "Will be alerted by now," Snape interrupted. "The castle will be swarming with them within minutes. We must go." He turned, his black eyes finding Draco still frozen in place. "Come," he ordered, seizing Draco's arm in a grip like iron. "Your part in this is over." The strange emphasis on those words, "your part," jarred Draco from his stunned immobility. What did Snape mean? What part had he played in this terrible night? Before he could form a coherent question, Snape was pulling him toward the door, the other Death Eaters following close behind. They descended the spiral staircase at a pace just short of running, Snape's grip on Draco's arm never loosening. The corridors were no longer empty. Spellfire flashed ahead members of the Order, Draco assumed, engaging with the Death Eaters, who had been positioned as guards. Screams and shouts echoed through the castle, the peaceful night shattered by sudden violence. "Keep moving," Snape ordered as they skirted the worst of the fighting. Straight to the grounds. The Dark Lord has arranged for the anti-apparition wards to fall temporarily once we cross the boundary. Draco stumbled along beside him, still numb with the shock of what he had witnessed. Dumbledore dead, not by his hand, but because of him nonetheless. Because he had fixed the cabinet. Because he had let the Death Eaters in. Because he had led them to the tower. They burst through the castle's main doors onto the grounds, the cool night air hitting Draco's face like a physical shock. Behind them, figures appeared in pursuit, Order members, professors, perhaps even students awakened by the commotion. "Don't slow down," Snape warned, pulling Draco forward, even as the other Death Eaters engaged their pursuers. "We must reach the boundary." "Why?" Draco managed, finding his voice at last. "Why did you?" "Not now," Snape cut him off. "Keep moving." They ran across the darkened grounds, spellfire illuminating the night behind them. Draco's mind raced almost as quickly as his feet, trying to process the rapid sequence of events that had led to this moment. He had gone to Dumbledore's office seeking help, had found it empty, had resolved not to become a murderer, yet was now fleeing the scene of the very murder he'd tried to avoid. Was now, to all appearances, complicit in the death of Hogwarts headmaster. What would Hermione think when she heard? Would she believe he had gone through with it after all? That his moment of apparent moral clarity had been a lie? The thought sent a spike of pain through his chest more acute than any physical wound. After everything, after all their conversations, all her belief in his essential decency, would she now see him as the Death Eater he appeared to be? "Almost there," Snape said, as they approached the castle's boundary, marked by a low stone wall. Once we cross, we can apparate directly to the manor where the Dark Lord awaited, where Draco would be expected to report his success, or rather, his failure, and Snape's intervention. "Wait," Draco gasped, pulling against Snape's grip as they neared the wall. I didn't." "Listen carefully," Snape hissed, yanking him close, so that his words would not carry to the other Death Eaters now catching up to them. "The Dark Lord will know you lowered your wand, that you refused to kill Dumbledore. When questioned, you will say you hesitated only because you knew I was coming, that we had arranged for me to perform the deed, knowing the Dark Lord would approve of his most loyal servant dispatching his greatest enemy. Do you understand? The fabrication was dangerously thin, but it offered at least a chance of survival." "Yes," Draco said, though a part of him recoiled at perpetuating yet another lie. "I understand." "Good." Snape released his arm as they reached the boundary wall. "Now go." As Draco prepared to apparate, he couldn't help turning back for one last look at the castle at Hogwarts, the place that had been his home for 6 years. The place where he had first met Hermione Granger, where he had watched her evolve from an irritating know-it-all to the person who had believed in his humanity when he himself had doubted it. The astronomy tower was clearly visible against the night sky, the dark mark still hovering above it like a malevolent constellation. The highest tower where the headmaster had fallen, where Draco had made his choice not to become a murderer, only to witness murder nonetheless. Would he ever see Hogwarts again? Would he ever have the chance to explain to Hermione what had really happened tonight? To tell her that he had chosen the path she believed in, had lowered his wand, had refused to cross that final line. "Now, Draco," Snape urged, his voice cutting through these desperate thoughts. "Before they reach us," with a last glance at the castle, at the only true home he had ever known, Draco turned on the spot and disapparated, leaving behind the scene of his greatest failure and his most important choice. Epilogue: the drawing room of Malfoy Manor had never felt more oppressive. Once a symbol of the family's wealth and status, it had become a prison, a gilded cage where the Dark Lord held court, dispensing rewards and punishments according to his inscrutable whims. Draco stood before the ornate fireplace, staring down at the dark mark branded into his left arm. The skull and serpent seemed to writhe beneath his skin, a constant reminder of his servitude to a master he now despised. 3 weeks had passed since the night on the astronomy tower. 3 weeks of existing in a strange limbo, neither fully trusted nor openly punished for his failure to kill Dumbledore. Snape's quick thinking had saved him from immediate retribution, but the Dark Lord's suspicion lingered, manifesting in small cruelties and constant surveillance. His mother moved through the manor like a ghost, thin and pale, but alive. His father remained in Azkaban, though rumors suggested he would soon be released as part of the Dark Lord's growing influence over the Ministry. The Malfoy family lived, but at what cost? Hogwarts had fallen. The Ministry would soon follow. The wizarding world was descending into darkness, and Draco had played his part in that descent, unwillingly, perhaps, but undeniably. And Hermione. Draco closed his eyes, allowing himself the dangerous luxury of thinking about her directly. Where was she now? Still at Hogwarts, or gone with Potter somewhere? Safe, or already in danger from the regime the Dark Lord was establishing? He had heard nothing from her since that final conversation in the fourth-floor classroom. Had no way of contacting her, no means of explaining what had really happened that night. In her eyes, in everyone's eyes, he was a Death Eater who had let killers into a school full of children, who had participated, however indirectly, in Dumbledore's murder. The thought was almost unbearable. A soft noise at the drawing room door made Draco turn sharply, hand moving automatically to his wand. His mother stood in the doorway, her face bearing the strain of weeks under the Dark Lord's domination of their home. "He's calling for you," she said softly. "In the library." The Dark Lord summoning him directly. Not through the mark, but through a personal audience. The implications sent a chill through Draco's blood. Did he say why? He asked, though he knew his mother would have no answer. The Dark Lord rarely explained his intentions, especially to those he considered as expendable as the Malfoys had become. "No," Narcissa replied, her eyes revealing the fear she fought to keep from her voice. "But Draco," she hesitated, glancing over her shoulder to ensure they were truly alone. "Whatever he asks of you, whatever task he sets, remember who you are." The echo of her words from the summer before Draco's 6th year struck him with unexpected force. Remember who you are. You are a Malfoy. You are my son. But the meaning had shifted, subtly but crucially. Then she had been reminding him of family pride, of pure-blood heritage, of his duty to restore their standing. Now, he suspected, she was reminding him of something else entirely. Of the person he had been before the mark, before the impossible task, before the events that had led them to this moment. The person who, despite everything, had refused to become a murderer on the astronomy tower. "I remember," he said softly, meeting her gaze with what he hoped was reassuring steadiness. "Always." Her eyes softened briefly. A flash of the mother she had been before fear had hollowed her out. Then she straightened, the familiar mask of aristocratic dignity sliding back into place. "Don't keep him waiting," she advised, stepping aside to let him pass. The walk to the library seemed both too short and interminably long. Each step carried Draco closer to whatever new horror the Dark Lord had devised for him. Yet he found himself almost welcoming the confrontation. Better to face what was coming than to continue in this state of anxious suspension. The library door stood open, the room beyond dimly lit by a fire gave more shadow than illumination. The Dark Lord stood with his back to the entrance, a tall, skeletal figure silhouetted against the flames. "Ah, young Malfoy," he said without turning, his high, cold voice sending ripples of instinctive fear through Draco's body. "Join me." Draco stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed to echo in the silent room. The Dark Lord remained facing the fire, his serpent Nagini coiled at his feet like a grotesque pet. "My lord," Draco said, the title bitter on his tongue. "You asked for me." "Indeed." The Dark Lord turned finally, those red eyes fixing on Draco with unsettling intensity. "I have been considering your performance on the astronomy tower." Draco's mouth went dry. This was it then, the punishment he had been expecting since that night. Whatever fragile protection Snape's story had provided was about to dissolve. Despite Severus's intervention, the Dark Lord continued, "I find myself dissatisfied with your contribution to Dumbledore's demise. My lord, Silence. The command was soft but absolute. "I do not require your excuses. I require your redemption." Redemption. The word hung in the air between them, laced with implications Draco couldn't begin to unravel. "The time has come for you to prove your loyalty beyond question," the Dark Lord said, moving closer with that unsettling gliding motion that seemed barely human. "I have a task for you, one suited to your particular position. Another task, another test, another opportunity to damn himself or die trying." "The mudblood girl," the Dark Lord said, his lipless mouth curving in what might have been a smile. "Granger, Potter's friend." The name sent a jolt of pure terror through Draco's chest. "Not Hermione. Anything but that." "What about her?" he managed, fighting to keep his voice neutral, his expression blank. "She will be with Potter, wherever he has gone," the Dark Lord mused. "Loyal to the end, these Gryffindors. But you, Draco, you know her. Attended classes with her for 6 years. Perhaps even spoke with her on occasion." The careful emphasis on spoke sent another wave of fear through Draco. Did the Dark Lord know about their conversations? About the hours in the 4th floor classroom, searching for alternatives? About Hermione's belief in his essential decency? "Only as required for school matters, my lord," Draco lied, the words ashen in his mouth. "Of course," the Dark Lord replied, his tone making it clear he found the denial amusing rather than convincing. "Nevertheless, this familiarity makes you uniquely positioned for the task I have in mind." "My lord," Draco prompted when the Dark Lord paused, seeming to savor the moment of revelation. "Find her," the Dark Lord said simply. "Find the mudblood, and through her, find Potter. They trust you, somewhat, more than they would most who bear my mark. Use that trust, infiltrate their little resistance, and when the moment is right, bring them to me." The task unfurled in all its monstrous simplicity. Find Hermione. Betray her trust, whatever might remain of it after the events at Hogwarts. Deliver her and Potter to their deaths. Become, in essence, everything she had believed he wasn't. This opportunity for redemption is not offered lightly, the Dark Lord continued, mistaking Draco's horrified silence for consideration. Succeed, and your family's position will be restored. Fail, and he glanced down at Nagini, the implication clear. I understand, my lord, Draco said, the words emerging automatically, while his mind raced for a way, any way, to navigate this impossible new situation. Do you? The Dark Lord asked, those red eyes seeming to peer directly into Draco's soul. I wonder, but perhaps that doesn't matter. Actions speak louder than intentions, after all. With that cryptic statement, he turned back to the fire, a clear dismissal. Draco backed away, maintaining the expected posture of deference until he had left the library and closed the door behind him. Only then, in the relative privacy of the corridor, did he allow the full impact of what had just transpired to register. The Dark Lord had tasked him with finding Hermione, with using whatever connection existed between them to locate Potter, with betraying them both to torture and death. It was an assignment designed either to complete Draco's corruption or to expose whatever reluctance remained in him to serve the Dark Lord fully. A test he could not pass without destroying whatever remained of his soul. I chose the path I could live with afterward. Hermione's words, which had guided his choice on the astronomy tower, returned to him now with renewed force. The path he could live with, not the path of safety or family loyalty or pure-blood ideology. The path that preserved what mattered most, his humanity, his capacity for choice, his refusal to become the monster circumstances seemed determined to make of him. The choice was as clear as it was dangerous, as obvious as it was potentially fatal. Find Hermione, yes, but not to betray her, to warn her, to help her if she would accept help from someone she likely believed had betrayed everything she had believed about him. And after that, perhaps there was a third path after all. Not the Dark Lord's service, which would destroy his soul. Not open defiance, which would destroy his family. But something in between appearing to serve while secretly undermining. Walking the razor's edge between loyalty and rebellion. It would require perfect deception, constant vigilance, and courage Draco wasn't certain he possessed. One misstep, one moment of carelessness, and death would be the least of what awaited him and his family. But as he stared down at the dark mark on his arm, the brand he had once welcomed and now despised, Draco knew with sudden clarity that this was the only path he could live with, the only choice that honored what Hermione had seen in him, even when he couldn't see it himself. He would find her, would warn her about the Dark Lord's plans, would offer whatever assistance she would accept, even if it meant risking everything, because some choices defined not just what you did, who you were. And Draco Malfoy, despite the mark on his arm, despite the shadows of his past, despite the seemingly insurmountable odds against him, had finally discovered who he wanted to be. Someone worthy of the faith Hermione Granger had placed in him, against all logic and history. Someone who chose the difficult right over the easy wrong. Someone who, when faced with the ultimate test, had lowered his wand and refused to become a killer. Whatever came next, whatever price he paid for the choice he was making now, at least he would face it as himself. Not as the Dark Lord's servant, not as his father's heir, but as Draco Malfoy, flawed, frightened, but finally irrevocably free.